to focus their pleasant thoughts here. She leaned closer, still holding his hands against her, her voice becoming airy. But if there's anything you like better, please feel free to let your mind go there instead. Richard decided that he thought her hair was pretty, and that was the only place on her his mind was going to go to think anything pleasant. The pain unexpectedly took him to his knees, tightening its grip until he couldn't breathe. His mouth opened, but he could get no air. His eyes bulged. Now, show me you can do as you were told. Shut the pain off any time you wish, but do it in the way I told you. He looked up at her hair. His vision was blurring. With concentration, he thought about how attractive he thought her braid was. He forced himself to think of it as beautiful. The pain lifted, and he collapsed to his side, gasping for air. Stand up. He did as he was told, still struggling to breathe. That was the proper way to do it. See to it that is the only way you dare to remove the pain in the future, or I will change the magic so you will be unable to remove it at all. Understand? Yes, Mistress Denna. He was still catching his breath. Mistress Denna, you said someone betrayed me. Who was it? One of your own? None of my friends would do that. Mistress Denna. She regarded him contemptuously. Then I would guess they aren't really your friends now, are they? He looked at the floor, a lump in his throat. No, Mistress Denna. But who was it? She shrugged. Master Rahl didn't think it important enough to tell me. The only thing that is important for you to know now is that no one is going to rescue you. You are never going to be free again. The sooner you learn that, the easier it will go for you, the easier your training will be. And what is the purpose of my training, Mistress Denna? The smile returned to her face. To teach you the meaning of pain. To teach you that your life is no longer yours, that it is mine, and I can do anything I want with it. Anything. I can hurt you in any way I want for as long as I want, and no one is going to help you but me. I'm going to teach you that every moment you have without pain is a moment only I can grant you. You are going to learn to do as I say, without question, without hesitation, no matter what it is. You are going to learn to beg for anything you get. After a few days of training here, and I think you have made enough progress, then I will take you to another place, where there are other moored Sith, and I will continue training you there until I'm finished, no matter how long it takes. I will let some of the other moored Sith play with you, so you can see how lucky you are to have me. I rather like men. Some of the others hate them. I will let some of them have you for a while, so you can see how gentle I really am. And what is the purpose of this training, Mistress Denna? To what end? What is it you want? She seemed to genuinely enjoy telling him these things. You are someone special. Master Rahl himself wants you trained. Her smile widened. He asked for me. I would guess he has something he wants to ask you. I will not let you embarrass me in his eyes. When I'm done with you, you will beg to tell him anything he wants to know. When he is finished with you, then you are to be mine for life, however long that may be. Richard had to concentrate on her hair, had to fight to keep the anger down. He knew what Darken Rahl wanted to know. He wanted to know about the Book of Counted Shadows. The box was safe, Kalen was safe. Nothing else mattered. Denna could kill him for all he cared. In fact, it would be doing him a favor. Denna walked around him, looking him up and down. If you prove to be a good pet, I may even choose you for my mate. She stopped in front of him, put her face close to his, gave him a coy smile. Mord Sith, mate for life. Her smile showed her teeth. I've had many mates. But don't get yourself too excited by the prospect, my pet, she breathed. I doubt you will find it to be an experience you enjoy if you live through it. None of the others have. They all died after a short time as my mate. Richard didn't think that was anything he had to worry about. Darken Rahl wanted the book. If he didn't find a way to escape, Darken Rahl was going to kill him in the same way he had killed Richard's father and Giller. The most he would learn from reading Richard's entrails was where that place was, inside Richard's head, and there was no way any amount of the reading of his entrails was going to read the book out to him. Richard only hoped he could live long enough to see the look of surprise on Darken Rahl's face when he realized he had made a fatal mistake. No book, no box. Darken Rahl was a dead man. That was all that mattered. As for the question of him being betrayed, he decided that he didn't believe it. Darken Rahl knew the wizard's rules, and he was just using the first, trying to make him afraid of the possibility. The first step to believing. Richard decided that he was not going to be tricked by the wizard's first rule. He knew Zed and Chase and Kalen. He would not believe Darken Rahl over his friends. By the way, where did you get the Sword of Truth? He looked right into her eyes. I bought it from the last man that had it, Mistress Denna. Is that so? What did you have to give for it? Richard held her eyes. Everything I had. It would appear it is to also cost me my freedom and probably my life. Denna laughed. You have spirit. I love breaking a man with spirit. Do you know why Master Rahl picked me? No, Mistress Denna. Because I am relentless. I may not be as cruel as some of the others, but I enjoy breaking a man more than any of them. I love hurting my pets more than anything else in life. I live to do it. She arched an eyebrow and smiled. I don't give up, I don't tire of it, and I don't ease up, ever. I am honored, Mistress Denna, to be in the hands of the best. She put the Aegil against the cut on his lip and held it there until he was on his knees and tears ran from his eyes. That is the last flippant thing I ever want to hear from you. She took the Aegil away and kneed him in his mouth, knocking him sprawling on his back. She pressed the Aegil against his stomach. Before he passed out, she pulled it away. What do you have to say? Please, Mistress Denna, he managed with the greatest of effort. Forgive me. All right, get up. It's time to begin your training. She went to the table and retrieved something. She pointed to a spot on the floor. Stand there, now. Richard moved as fast as he could. He couldn't straighten himself. The pain wouldn't allow it. He stood on the spot, breathing hard, sweating. She handed him something with a thin chain attached. It was a collar made of leather, the same color as she wore. Her voice lost its pleasant quality. Put it on. Richard was in no condition to ask questions. He realized that he was starting to believe he would do anything to avoid the touch of the Aegil. He buckled the collar around his neck. Denna picked up the chain. The end of it had a loop of metal, which she slipped over the post on the back of the wooden chair. The magic will punish you for going against my wishes. When I place this chain somewhere, it is my wish for it to stay there until I remove it. I want you to learn that you are helpless to remove it. She pointed at the door, which stood open. For the next hour, I want you to try your best to make it to that doorway. If you don't try your hardest, this is what I will do for the rest of the hour. She put the Aegil to the side of his neck until he was on his knees, screaming in agony and begging for her to stop. She took it away and told him to begin, then went to lean, arms folded, against a wall. The first thing he did was simply to try to walk to the door. The pain buckled his legs before he was able to put even a little tension on the chain, and stopped only when he scooted backward toward the chair. Richard reached for the ring. The pain of the magic cramped his arms until he was shaking with the strain of reaching for it. Sweat ran off his face. He tried backing to the chair, then turning, but before his fingers could touch the chain, the pain took him to the ground again. He pushed against the pain, straining to reach the chair, but couldn't get there past the pain, the effort causing him to fall to the ground, vomiting blood. When it ended, he held himself up with one hand, tears dripping from his face as he held his stomach with his other hand and shook. From the corner of his eye, he saw Denna unfold her arms and stand up straight. He started moving again. What he was doing was clearly not going to work. He had to think of something else. He drew the sword, thinking to lift the chain. For a brief instant, and with the greatest effort, he managed to touch the chain with the blade. The pain made him drop the sword. He was able to stop the hurt only by putting the sword back in its scabbard. A thought came to him. He lay down on the ground and with a quick movement kicked the chair out from under the chain before the pain could paralyze him. The chair skidded across the floor, hit the table, and fell over. The chain fell from the post. The victory lasted only the briefest of moments. With the chain off the chair, the pain elevated to a new height. He choked and gasped against the floor. With all his effort, he clawed his way across the stone. Every inch he moved only increased the pain until he was blinded by it. His eyes felt as if they would explode from his head. He had managed to move only about 2 feet. He didn't know what to do. The pain wouldn't let him move, and it was keeping him from thinking. "Please, Mistress Denna," he whispered with all his strength. "Help me. Please help me." He realized he was crying, but didn't care. He only wanted the chain back on the chair so the pain would stop. He heard her boots walking toward him. She bent and picked up the chair, righted it, and replaced the loop. His pain lifted, but he couldn't stop crying as he rolled onto his back. She stood over him, with her hands on her hips. "That was only 15 minutes. But since I had to come help you, the hour starts over. The next time I have to come help you, it will be 2 hours. She bent and pushed the aegil against his stomach, making pain bloom inside him. "Understand?" "Yes, Mistress Denna," he cried. He was afraid there was a way to escape, and afraid of what would happen to him if he found it, and afraid of not trying. If there was a way, by the end of the hour, he had not found it. She came and stood over him as he rested on his hands and knees. "Do you think you understand now? Do you understand what will happen if you try to escape?" "Yes, Mistress Denna." And he really did. There was no way for him to ever get away. Hopelessness closed around him, feeling as if it would suffocate him. He wanted to die. He thought about the knife at his belt. "Stand up." As if reading his mind, she spoke softly. "If you should think you would end your service as my pet, think again. The magic will prevent it. The same as it prevents you from moving the chain from where I put it." Richard blinked numbly at her. "There is no way for you to escape me, not even through death. You will be mine as long as I choose to let you live." "That won't be long, Mistress Denna. Darken Rahl is going to kill me." "Perhaps, but even if he does, it will only be after you tell him what he wants to know. What I want is for you to answer his questions. And you are going to do what I want without hesitation." Her brown eyes had the hardness of steel. "You may not believe that right now, but you have no idea how good I am at training people. I have never failed to break a man. You may think you will be the first, but you will soon be begging to please me." The first day with her wasn't over, and already Richard knew he would do almost anything she said. She had weeks left to train him. If he could have willed himself to die on the spot, he would have done it. The worst thing was knowing she was right. There was nothing he could do to stop her. He was at her mercy, and he didn't think she had a shred of it. "I understand, Mistress Denna. I believe you." Her pleasant smile made him need to think of how pretty her braid was. "Good. Now take off your shirt." Her smile widened at the puzzled look on his face, and the way he started unbuttoning his shirt nonetheless. She held the aegil in front of his eyes. "It's time to teach you all the things the aegil can do. If you leave your shirt on, it will be covered in blood, and I won't be able to find a fresh spot on you. You are going to see why the outfit I wear is this color." He pulled his shirt tail out. He was breathing hard in a near panic. "But Mistress Denna, what have I done wrong?" She cupped a hand to the side of his face with mock concern. "Why, don't you know?" He shook his head, swallowing back the lump at his throat. "You have let yourself be captured by a Mord Sith. You should have killed all my men with your sword. I think you could have done it." You were very impressive as far as you went. Then you should have used your knife or your bare hands to kill me while I was vulnerable, before I had control of your magic. You should have never given me the chance to take control of the magic from you. You should have never tried to use it against me. But why must you use the Aegil on me now? She laughed. Because I want you to learn. Learn that I can do whatever I want and there is no way for you to stop me. You must learn that you are totally helpless, and that if you enjoy any time without pain, it is only because I choose it, not you. The smile left her face. She went to the table, returned with manacles held with a length of chain. Now, you have a problem that annoys me. You keep falling down. We are going to fix that. Put these on. She threw them at him. He struggled to control his breathing as he latched each iron band to a shaking wrist. Denna dragged the chair over to a beam, made him stand under it. She stood on the chair to hook the chain to an iron peg. Stretch up, it doesn't reach yet. He had to stand on his toes and stretch before she could get it hooked. There, she smiled. Now we won't have any more problems with you falling down. Richard hung from the chain, trying to control his terror, the iron bands digging into his wrists because of his own weight. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop her before, but this was different. It amplified his helplessness, made him all the more aware that there was no way for him to fight back. Denna pulled on her gloves, walked around him several times, tapping the Aegil against her hand, prolonging his anxiety. If only he had been killed trying to stop Darken Rahl. That was a price he had been prepared to pay. This was different. This was death without dying, living death. He was not even to be allowed the dignity of fighting back. He knew what the Aegil felt like. He didn't need her to show him anymore. She was only doing this to take away his pride, his self-respect, to break him. Denna tapped the Aegil against his chest and back as she continued walking around him. Each touch of it was like a dagger knifing into him. Each touch made him cry out in pain and twist on the chain. And he knew she hadn't even really begun yet. The first day was still not over, and there would be many more to come. He cried at his helplessness. Richard imagined his sense of self, his dignity as a living thing, saw it in his mind. He imagined a room that was impervious to anything to any harm. Richard imagined his sense of self, his dignity as a living thing, saw it in his mind. He imagined a room that was impervious to anything to any harm. He put his dignity, his self-respect, into that room and locked the door. No one would have a key to that door. Not Denna, not Darken Rahl. Only him. He would endure what was to come, for as long as it was to come, without his dignity. He would do what he had to, and someday he would unlock the door and be himself again, even if it was only in death. But for now, he would be her slave. For now, but not always. Someday it would end. Denna took his face in both her hands and kissed him hard enough to make his cut lip throb and sting. She seemed to enjoy the kiss more when she was sure it hurt him. She took her face from his, her eyes wide with delight. "Shall we begin, my pet?" she whispered. "Please, Mistress Denna," he whispered. "Don't do this." Her smile widened. "That's what I wanted to hear." Denna began showing him what the Aegil would do, how if she dragged it lightly across his flesh, it raised fluid-filled welts, and how if she pressed a little harder, they filled with blood. When she bore down, he could feel warm wetness on his sweaty skin. She could also make the exact same pain without leaving a mark. His teeth hurt from gritting them so hard. Sometimes she would stand behind him, waiting until he was off guard before she touched it to him. When she tired of that, she made him close his eyes and keep them closed while she walked around him, pressing it against him or dragging it around his chest. She would laugh when she succeeded in making him think it was coming, and he would brace for it, and it didn't. One particularly sharp jab brought his eyes open wide, giving her an excuse to use the glove. She made him beg for forgiveness for opening his eyes without being told to do so. His wrists bled from the manacles cutting into them. It was impossible to keep his weight off them. His anger only got away from him once, when she pressed the Aegil into his armpit. She stood with a smirk, watching, while he twisted, trying to think of her hair. Since putting the Aegil there caused him to lose control of the anger, she concentrated on that area for a long time, but he didn't make the same mistake twice. Since he didn't bring on the pain of the magic again, she did it for him. Only when she did it, he couldn't turn it off, no matter how hard he tried. He had to beg her to do it for him. Sometimes, she would stand in front of him, watching him catch his breath. A few times, she pressed herself against him, hugging his chest, squeezing, the hardness of the leather making every wound it pressed against flare anew in pain. Richard had no idea how long this torture lasted. Much of the time he wasn't aware of anything but the pain, as if it were a living thing there with him. He was only aware that at some point he knew he would do anything she said, no matter what it was, if only she would stop hurting him. He looked away from the Aegil. The mere glimpse of it made tears well up in his eyes. Dana was right about herself. She never tired or became bored with what she did. It seemed to constantly fascinate her, keep her amused, satisfied. The only thing that seemed to make her happier than hurting him was when he begged her to stop. He would have begged more to make her happy, but most of the time he was incapable of talking. Simply breathing was almost more than he could handle. He no longer tried to keep the pressure off his wrists, and hung limp, delirious. He thought she stopped for a while, but he hurt so much from what she had already done that he wasn't sure. The sweat in his eyes was blinding him. The sweat running into the wounds caused them to burn. When his head cleared somewhat, she returned, walking behind him. He braced for what he knew was coming. Instead, she grabbed a fistful of hair and jerked his head back. "Now, my pet, I'm going to show you something new. I'm going to show you how kind a mistress I really am." She pulled his head back, hard until the pain made him tense the muscles in his neck to resist the pressure. She put the Aegil against his throat. "Stop fighting me, or I won't take it away." Blood was running into his mouth. He relaxed his neck muscles, allowing her to pull as hard as she wanted. "Now, my pet, listen very carefully. I'm going to put the Aegil in your right ear." Richard almost choked with fear. She jerked his head back to make him stop it. "It's different from putting it anywhere else. It hurts a lot more. But you must do exactly as I say." Her mouth was right by his ear. She whispered to him like a lover. "In the past, when I have had a sister Mord Sith with me, we would both put our Aegil in the man's ears at the same time. He would make a scream unlike any other. The sound of it is intoxicating. I get chills just thinking about it. But it would also kill him. We were never successful at using two Aegil at the same time in that particular way without killing him. We kept trying, but they always died. Be thankful I am your mistress. There are others who still try." "Thank you, Mistress Dena." He wasn't sure what he was thanking her for, but he didn't want her to do whatever it was she had planned. "Pay attention," she whispered harshly. Her voice softened again. "When I do this, you must not move. If you move, it will damage things inside you. It won't kill you, but it will cause irrevocable disability. Some men who move go blind. Some are no longer able to move anything on one side of their body. Some can't talk anymore or walk. But in all who move, something is spoiled. I want you fully functional. Mord Sith who are more cruel than I don't tell their pets not to move. They just do it without warning them. So you see, I'm not so cruel as you thought. Still, only a few of the men I do it to are able to hold still. Even though I warn them, they still jerk, and then they are left impaired." Richard couldn't hold back from crying. "Please, Mistress Dena, please don't do it. Please." He could feel the breath of her smile. She ran her wet tongue into his ear, kissed it. "But I want to, my pet. Don't forget, hold still. Don't move." Richard clenched his teeth, but nothing could have prepared him for it. His head felt as if it had been turned to glass and shattered into 1,000 pieces. His fingernails cut into his palms. All sense of time shattered apart with everything else. He was in a wasteland of agony, with no beginning, no end. Every nerve in his body seared with razor-sharp, burning misery. He had no idea how long she held the Aegil there, but when she took it away, his screams echoed from the stone walls. When he finally went limp, she kissed his ear and whispered breathlessly in it, "That was a simply delightful scream, my pet. I've never heard one better. Except a scream in death, of course. You did very well, my pet. You never moved an inch." She kissed his neck tenderly, then his ear again. "Shall we try the other side?" Richard sagged in the shackles. He couldn't even cry. She pulled his head back harder as she moved to the other side of him. When she was finally finished with him and unhooked the chain, he collapsed to the floor. He didn't think himself capable of moving, but when she motioned him up with the Aegil, the mere sight of it made him do as she wanted. "That's all for today, my pet." Richard thought he might die of joy. "I'm going to go get some sleep. Today was only a part day. Tomorrow we will get in a full day of training. You will find a full day more painful." Richard was too exhausted to care about tomorrow. He wanted only to lie down. Even the stone floor would feel like the best bed he had ever slept in. He looked at it longingly. Denna brought the chair over, took the chain that hung from his collar, and hooked it over the iron peg in the beam. He watched in confusion, too weary to try to figure out her intent. When finished, she walked toward the door. Richard realized there wasn't enough slack to allow him to lie down. "Mistress Denna, how am I to sleep?" She turned, gave him a condescending smile. "Sleep? I don't recall telling you that you were allowed to sleep. Sleep is a privilege you earn. You have not earned it. Don't you remember this morning, when you had that nasty vision of killing me with your sword? Don't you remember I told you that you would be sorry you did it? Good night, my pet." She started to leave, but turned back. "And if you have any thoughts of simply pulling the chain off the peg and letting the pain make you pass out, I wouldn't try it if I were you. I changed the magic. It will not allow you to pass out anymore. If you pull the chain off, or fall down accidentally and that pulls it off, I will not be here to help you. You will be all alone for the night with the pain. Think about that if you get sleepy." She turned on her heels and left, taking the torch with her. Richard stood in the dark, crying. After a time, he forced himself to stop and thought of Kaelin. That was something pleasant Denna couldn't take away from him, at least not tonight. He made himself feel good by thinking of how she was safe and had people to protect her. Zed and Chase, and soon Michael's army. He envisioned her where she must be, at a camp somewhere right now, with Sidon and Rachel taking care of them, telling them stories, making them laugh. He smiled at the vision of her in his mind. He savored the memory of her kiss, the feel of her against him. Even if he wasn't with her, she could still make him smile, make him happy. What happened to him didn't matter. She was safe. That was all that counted. Kaelin and Zed and Chase were safe, and they had the last box. Darken Rahl was going to die, and Kaelin was going to live. After it was over, what did it matter what happened to him? He might as well be dead. Denna or Darken Rahl would see to that. He had only to endure the pain until then. He could do that. What did it matter? Nothing Denna could do could match the pain of knowing that he couldn't be with Kaelin, the woman he loved. The woman he loved who would choose another. He was glad he was going to be dead before then. Maybe he could do something to hurry it along. It certainly didn't take much to make Denna angry. If he moved, the next time she put the Aegil in his ear, he would be permanently impaired. Then maybe he would be of no use to her. Maybe she would kill him then. He had never felt so alone in his life. "I love you, Kaelin," he whispered into the dark. As Denna had promised, the next day was worse. She seemed well rested, and anxious to work off some of her energy at the task of breaking him. He knew there was one thing he had control over, a choice in. He waited for her to use the Aegil in his ear again, so he could jerk his head with all his strength and cause serious damage. But she never did, as if she sensed what he might do. That gave him a shred of hope. It was something he had made her do. He had made her not use the Aegil in that way. She didn't have all the control she thought she did. He still was able to force her to do something by his own choice. The thought heartened him. The thought of how he had locked his self-respect, his dignity away in his secret room gave him the ability to do what was necessary. He let himself do as she wished, when she wished it. The only time Denna paused was a few times to sit at the table to eat. She would watch him while she slowly ate fruit, smile to herself when he moaned. He was given nothing to eat, only water from a cup she held for him after she was finished with her meal. At the end of the day, she hooked his chain to the beam again and made him stand for the night. He didn't bother to ask why. It didn't matter. She was going to do as she wished, and there was nothing he could do to change it. In the morning, when she returned with the torch, he was still standing, but barely. She seemed in a good mood. "I want a good morning kiss," she smiled. "I expect you to return it. Show me how happy you are to see your mistress." He did his best, but had to concentrate on how pretty her braid was. The embrace ignited the flames of pain in the wounds she pressed against. When she was finished, and the hurt left him shaking, she pulled the chain off the peg and tossed it on the floor. "You are learning to be a good pet. You have earned 2 hours of sleep." He collapsed to the floor, asleep before the sound of her footsteps faded. He discovered that being awakened by the Aegil was a terror all its own. The brief sleep had done little to revive him. He needed much more than he had been allowed. He vowed to himself that he would struggle with all his might to get through the entire day without making a single mistake, to do exactly as she wished, and maybe she would grant him a whole night's sleep. He put all his effort into doing everything she wished, hoping he would please her. He was hoping, too, that he would be given something to eat. He hadn't eaten since she had captured him. He wondered which he wanted more, sleep or food. He decided that what he wanted the most was for the pain to stop, or for him to be allowed to die. He was at the end of his strength, felt his life slipping away from him, and awaited the end with longing. Denna seemed to sense his waning endurance and eased up, giving him more time to recover, taking longer breaks. He didn't care. He knew it was never going to end. He was lost. He surrendered his will to live, to go on, to hold out. She cooed to him soothingly, stroked his face as he hung in the shackles, resting. She spoke encouragingly to him, told him not to give up, and promised that when he was broken it would be better. He just listened, not even able to cry. When at last she unhooked the shackles from the beam, he thought it must be night again. He had no sense of time anymore. He waited for her to hook up the chain, or throw it on the floor and tell him he could sleep. She did neither. She instead hooked it over the chair, told him to stand, and left. When she returned, she was carrying a bucket. "On your knees, my pet." She sat in the chair next to him, took a brush from the hot soapy water, and started scrubbing him. The stiff bristles brought a pain all of their own as they worked into his wounds. "We have a dinner invitation. I have to get you cleaned up. I rather like the smell of your sweat, your fear, but I'm afraid it would offend the guests." She worked with an odd sort of tenderness. It reminded him of the way a person would care for a dog. He fell against her, unable to hold himself up. He wouldn't lean against her for support if he had the strength not to, but he didn't. She let him stay where he was as she scrubbed. He wondered who the dinner invitation was from, but didn't ask. Denna told him anyway. "Queen Milena herself has asked us to join her and her guests for dinner. Quite an honor for someone as low as you, wouldn't you say?" He only nodded, not having enough strength to speak. Queen Milena. So they were in her castle. He guessed that didn't surprise him. Where else would she have had time to take him? When she was finished, she allowed him 1 hour of sleep to rest for dinner. He slept at her feet. She woke him with her boot instead of the Aegil. He almost cried at her mercy and heard himself thanking her profusely for her kindness to him. She gave him instructions as to his behavior. He would have his chain hooked to her belt, and was to keep his eyes to her, speak to no one unless they spoke to him first, and then only if he looked to her first for permission to answer. He would not be allowed to sit at the table, but would sit on the floor, and if he behaved himself, he would be given something to eat. He promised to do as she wished. The idea of sitting on the floor sounded wonderful to him, to be able to rest and not have to stand or be hurt, and to be allowed something to eat at last. He would make sure he did nothing to displease her or to keep her from giving him food. Richard's brain was in a fog as he followed behind Denna, attached to her by the chain on his collar, concentrating on keeping the proper amount of slack. The manacles were off his wrists, but the cuts from them were red and swollen and throbbed painfully. He vaguely remembered some of the rooms they passed through. In the room with other people, Denna stopped as she strode around, talking briefly with finely dressed people. Richard kept his eyes on her braid. The braid had obviously been done over for the dinner. The vigorous use of the aiguille caused it to loosen, and freed stray wisps of hair. She must have done it over while she had let him sleep. He found himself thinking about how beautiful her hair really was, how much finer she looked than any of the other women at the dinner. He knew people were staring at him, at his sword, as he was led around the room by his collar and chain. He reminded himself that his pride was locked away for the time being. This was about getting a chance to rest, to eat, and about having her not hurt him for a while. Richard bowed and stayed bowed while Denna spoke to the Queen. The Queen and the moored Sith gave only a bow of the head to each other. The Princess was at the Queen's side. Richard thought about how Princess Violet had treated Rachel, and had to return his thoughts to Denna's braid. As she sat at the table, Denna snapped her fingers and pointed at the floor behind her chair. He knew what she wanted and sat on the floor, crossing his legs. Denna sat to the left of the Queen, to the right of Princess Violet, who eyed him coldly. Richard recognized some of the Queen's advisers. He smiled to himself. The court artist wasn't among them. The head table was higher than the others, but sitting on the floor, Richard couldn't see many of the gathered guests. "Since you don't eat meat," the Queen said to Denna, "I had the cooks prepare a special dinner I know you will enjoy, some wonderful soups and vegetables, and some rare fruits." Denna smiled and thanked her. While she was eating, a server brought her a plain bowl on a tray. "For my pet," she told him, interrupting her conversation only briefly. The man took the bowl from the tray and handed it down to Richard. It was some sort of gruel, but to Richard, as he held the bowl in his trembling hands, preparing to drink it down, it looked like the best meal he had ever seen. "If he's your pet," Princess Violet said, "why do you allow him to eat like that?" Denna looked over to the princess. "What do you mean?" "Well, if he's your pet," the princess smiled, "he should eat off the floor without his hands." Denna grinned, a glint in her eye. "Do as she says." "Put it on the floor," Princess Violet said, "and eat it like a dog for us all to see. Let everyone see that the Seeker is no better than a dog." Richard was too hungry to do anything to lose his meal. He concentrated on a mental image of Denna's braid and set the bowl carefully on the floor as he glanced into Princess Violet's eyes, to her smirk, and ate the gruel to the sound of laughter. He licked the bowl clean, telling himself it was because he needed the strength in case he ever got the chance to use it. After the Queen and her guests had finished eating, a man in chains was brought in and made to stand in the center of the room. Richard recognized him. He was one of the men Kalin had freed from the dungeon. They exchanged a brief look of understanding, despair. There was talk of crimes and foul deeds done. Richard did his best to ignore it. He knew it was merely a pretext. The Queen gave a short lecture on the man's crimes, then turned to the princess. "Perhaps the princess would like to pronounce this man's punishment." Princess Violet stood, beaming. "For his crimes against the crown, 100 lashes. Then for his crimes against the people, his head." A murmur of agreement swept the room. Richard felt sick, but at the same time he wished he could exchange places with the man. The 100 lashes would be easy, and there would be an axe at the end of it. Princess Violet turned to Denna as she sat back down. "Sometime I would enjoy seeing how you handle your punishments." "Stop down any time you wish." Denna glanced over her shoulder. "I'll let you watch." When they were back in the stone room, Denna wasted no time in getting his shirt off, and he was soon hanging from the beam again. She coolly informed him that his eyes had strayed too much at dinner. Richard's heart sank. The shackles around his wrists burned into his flesh once more. Denna's talons had him covered in sweat in no time, gasping for air, crying out in agony. She told him it was still early, and she wanted to get in a lot of training before the evening ended. Richard's muscles flexed and tightened, lifting him off the floor as Denna twisted the aegil into his back. He begged her to stop, but she didn't. When he sagged once more in the shackles, he saw a silhouette in the doorway. "I like the way you can make him beg," Princess Violet said. The moored Sith smiled to her. "Come closer, my dear, and I'll show you more." Denna hugged him with one arm, pressing herself into his wounds. She kissed his ear and whispered to him, "Let's show the princess how well you can beg, shall we?" Richard vowed to himself he wouldn't, but it wasn't long before he broke his vow. Denna put on a demonstration for Princess Violet, showing her the different ways she could hurt him. She seemed proud to show off her talents. "Can I try?" the princess asked. Denna looked down at her a moment. "Why, of course, my dear. I'm sure my pet wouldn't mind." She smiled at him. "Now, would you?" "Please, Mistress Denna, don't let her. Please. She's just a little girl. I'll do anything you say, but don't let her. Please." "There, you see, my dear, he doesn't mind at all." Denna handed her the aegil. Princess Violet stood grinning up at him while she fingered the aegil. Experimentally, she poked it at his thigh muscle, happy at the way it made him flinch in pain. Pleased with the results, she walked around him, poking it into his flesh. "It's easy," she said. "I never thought it would be this easy to make someone bleed." Denna stood with her arms folded across her breasts, watching him with a smile while the princess became bolder. It wasn't long before her cruelty came fully to the surface. She delighted in her new game. "Remember what you did to me?" she asked him. She jabbed the aegil into his side. "Remember how you embarrassed me? I guess you're getting what you deserve, don't you think?" Richard kept his teeth clenched tightly together. "Answer me! Don't you think this is what you deserve?" Richard kept his eyes closed as he tried to control his grip on the pain. "Answer me, and then beg me to stop. I want to do it while you beg." "You better answer her," Denna said. "She seems to learn fast." "Please, Mistress Denna, don't teach her this. What you are doing to her is worse than what you are doing to me. She's only a little girl. Please don't do this to her. Don't let her learn these things." "I'll learn what I please. You better start begging right now." Even though he knew he was only making it worse for himself, Richard waited until he could absolutely bear it no longer before he let himself answer. "I'm sorry, Princess Violet," he gasped. "Please forgive me. I was wrong." Richard found that answering her was a mistake. It only seemed to excite her. It didn't take her long, though, before she learned to make him beg and cry even though he tried not to. Richard couldn't believe the absurdity of a little girl doing this, much less enjoying it. This was madness. She held the aegil against his stomach while she leered up at him. "But this is less than that confessor deserves. She will get more than this someday, and I'm going to be the one to do it. My mother said I get to be the one when she comes back. I want you to beg me to hurt her. Let's hear you beg me to chop off the mother confessor's head." Richard had no idea what it was, but something inside him came awake. Princess Violet gritted her teeth and jammed the aegil into his gut hard as she could, twisting it. "Beg me! Beg me to kill that ugly Kaelin!" The pain made Richard scream at the top of his lungs. Denna stepped between them, snatching the aegil from Princess Violet's hand. "Enough. You will kill him if you use the aegil in that way." "Thank you, Mistress Denna," he panted. He felt a peculiar affection for her at the way she stepped to his defense. Princess Violet took a step back, her face a picture of bad temper. "I don't care if I kill him." Denna's voice was cool and authoritative. "Well, I do. He is too valuable to waste in this manner." Denna was clearly the one in charge around here, not the princess, not even the queen. Denna was an agent of Darken Rahl. Princess Violet glared at him. "My mother says that Confessor Kaelin will come back, and that we'll have a surprise for her the next time she comes here. I just want you to know, Because my mother said you'll be dead by then. My mother says I get to decide what to do to her. First, I'm going to cut off her hair." Her hands were in fists, her face red. "Then I'm going to let all the guards rape her, every one. Then I'm going to put her in the dungeon for a few years so they'll have someone to play with. Then when I get tired of hurting her, I'll have her head chopped off and put it on a pole where I can watch it rot." Richard actually felt sorry for the little princess. The sadness for her came over him in a wave. At that feeling, he was surprised to feel the thing in him that had come awake rise up. Princess Violet squeezed her eyes shut, stuck her tongue out far as she could. It was like a red flag. The strength of the awakened power exploded through him. He could feel her jaw shatter like a crystal goblet on a stone floor when his boot came up under it. The impact of the blow lifted the princess into the air. Her own teeth severed her tongue before they too shattered. She landed on her back a good distance away, trying to scream through the gushing blood. Denna's eyes snapped to him. For an instant, he saw fear pass across them. Richard had no idea how he was able to do what he had done, why the magic hadn't stopped him, and from the look on Denna's face, he knew he shouldn't have been able to do it. "I warned her before," Richard said, holding Denna's glare. "Promise made, promise kept." He smiled. "Thank you, Mistress Denna, for saving my life. I owe you." She stared at him a moment before her expression turned dark. She stalked out of the room. He watched the princess writhing on the floor as he hung in the shackles. "Turn over, Violet, or you'll drown in your own blood. Turn over." The princess managed to flip herself over, a red pool spreading under her. Men appeared in a rush, tending to her. Denna watched. They lifted her carefully, carrying her away. He could hear their urgent voices fading, disappearing down the hall. And then he was alone with Denna. The strap hinges creaked as she pushed the door closed with one long-nailed finger. Richard had learned over the last few days that Denna truly did have a perverse kindness to her. He had learned to interpret the way she used the Aegil, to interpret her mood through it. Sometimes, when she was hurting him, he could tell she was holding back out of a twisted caring for him. He knew it was insane, but he understood that there were times she felt she was sharing her feelings for him by doing her worst. He knew, too, that tonight she was going to do her worst. She stood by the door, watching him. Her voice was soft. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher. Master Rahl warned me about you, warned me to take care, that the prophecies speak of you." She walked slowly, her boots echoing her steps on the stone, to stand in front of him, close. She looked into his eyes, a slight wrinkle to her brow. Her breath on his face was quicker than normal. "That was quite extraordinary," she whispered. "Thoroughly exciting." Her eyes searched his face hungrily. "I have decided," she said breathlessly, "to have you as my mate." Richard hung from the chains, helpless against this madness. He didn't know what the power was that had risen up in him, or how to call it back. He tried. It did not come. Denna seemed to be in the grip of something he didn't understand, as if she were trying to summon the courage to do something, fearing it, yet anxiously wanting it. Her breathing was quickening, her chest heaving, as she looked into his eyes. Incredulous, he saw something the ugliness of her cruelty had never let him see before. She was attractive. Breathtakingly, stunningly attractive. He thought he must be losing his mind. Shocked and strangely worried, Richard watched as she slowly put the Aegil between her teeth. He could tell by the way her pupils suddenly expanded that it was hurting her. Her skin paled. She inhaled sharply, trembling the slightest bit. Denna put her fingers into the back of his hair and held his head. Slowly she brought her lips to his. She kissed him deeply, passionately, sharing the shattering pain of the Aegil with him. With her tongue, she held it between their lips. Her kiss was savage, bestial, as she twisted against him. Every fiber of his being burned with the torture. His gasp sucked the air from her lungs. Hers did the same to him. He could get no breath but hers, she none but his. The pain made him forget everything but her. It marauded through his mind. He knew by the sounds she was making that she was feeling the same agony as he. Her fingers in his hair tightened into fists from the pain. She moaned in suffering. Her muscles tightened with it. It raged through the both of them. Without comprehending why, he found himself kissing her back just as passionately, just as savagely. The pain was altering his perception of everything. He had never kissed anyone with this kind of lust. Desperately, he wanted her to stop. Desperately, he didn't. The strange power awakened again. He tried to reach for it, grasp for it, hold on to it, but it slipped from him again and was gone. The pain was overwhelming him as Denna crushed her lips to his, the Aegil between them, their teeth grating together. She pressed her body to his, hooked a leg around his, clung to him. Her cries of anguish were growing more desperate. He ached to hold her. As he was about to lose consciousness, she pulled away from him, still gripping his hair in her fists. Tears ran from her eyes as she looked into his, not 2 inches away. She rolled the Aegil into her mouth with her tongue, and held it there with her teeth as she shook with the pain, as if to show him she was stronger than he. Her hand came slowly and took the Aegil as her eyes rolled back in her head. She gasped for air. Her brow wrinkled together. Tears from the pain and from something else flooded from her eyes. She gave him a kiss. The tenderness, the gentleness of it shocked him. "We are bonded," she whispered intimately. "Bonded in the pain of the Aegil. I am sorry, Richard." She brushed his cheek with trembling fingers, the glaze of pain still in her eyes. "Sorry for what I will do to you. You are my mate for life." Richard was stunned by the compassion in her voice. "Please, Mistress Denna, please let me go, or at least help me stop Darken Rahl. I promise you, I will willingly be your mate for life if you help me stop him. I swear on my life, if you help me, I will stay without the magic holding me, forever." She put a hand to his chest to steady herself as she recovered. "Do you think I do not understand what I am going to do to you?" Her eyes had an empty gloss to them. "Your training and service will last for mere weeks before you die. The training of a moored Sith lasts for years. Everything I do to you and more has been done to me 1,000 times over. A moored Sith must know her Aegil better than she knows herself. My first trainer took me for his mate when I was 15, after he had trained me since I was 12. There is no way I could ever live up to his cruelty or his ability to keep a person on the cusp between life and death. He trained me until I was 18, when I killed him. For that, I was punished with the Aegil every day for the next 2 years. This Aegil, the very same one I use on you, was the one used to train me. It was presented to me when I was proclaimed moored Sith. I live for nothing else but to use it." "Mistress Denna," he whispered, "I'm sorry." The steel returned to her eyes. She nodded. "You will be. There is no one who will help you. That includes me. You will find that being the mate to a moored Sith brings you no added privileges, only a great deal of added pain." Richard hung helpless in the shackles, overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. Understanding her a little only increased his hopelessness. There was no escape for him. He was the mate of a madwoman. The frown and the smile returned. "Why would you be so foolish as to do what you did? Surely you must know I will hurt you for doing it." He looked at her puzzlement for a moment. "Mistress Denna, what difference does it make? You were going to hurt me anyway. I can't imagine what more you could do to me." Her lip curled in a sneer. "Oh, my love, you have a very limited imagination." He felt her grab the tongue of his belt and yank the buckle open. She gritted her teeth. "It is time we found some new places on you to hurt. It is time to see what you are really made of." The look in her eyes made him go cold. "Thank you, my love, for giving me the excuse to do this to you. I have never before done it to another, but it has been done to me enough times. It is what broke me when I was 14. Tonight," she whispered, Neither of us is going to get any sleep. Chapter 42. The bucketful of cold water on his naked flesh barely revived him. He only dimly saw the little rivers of water that were stained bright red as they ran away from him in the cracks of the stone floor his face lay against. Each shallow breath he took was a mighty effort. He wondered idly how many of his ribs she had broken. "Put your clothes on. We're leaving," she called down to him. "Yes, Mistress Denna," he whispered, his voice so hoarse from screaming he knew she couldn't hear him, and knew she would hurt him for not answering, and yet he could do no more. When the Aegeal didn't come, he moved a little, saw his boot, and reached out to it, pulling it to him. He sat up but couldn't raise his head above his shoulders. It hung limply. With great difficulty he started putting on his boot. Gashes on his feet brought tears to his eyes when he pulled. Her knee to his jaw knocked him flat on his back. She fell on him, sitting on his chest, hitting his face with her fists. "What's the matter with you? Are you stupid? Your pants go on before your boots. Do I have to tell you everything?" "Yes, Mistress Denna. No, Mistress Denna. Forgive me, Mistress Denna. Thank you, Mistress Denna, for hurting me. Thank you, Mistress Denna, for teaching me," he mumbled. She sat on his chest, panting in rage. Her breathing slowed after a time. "Come on, I will help you." She leaned over and kissed him. "Come on, my love. You'll be able to rest while we travel." "Yes, Mistress Denna." The sound of his voice was hardly more than a breath. She kissed him again. "Come on, my love. It will be better now that I have broken you. You will see." A closed carriage stood waiting for them in the dark. Clouds from the horse's breath rose and drifted slowly in the cold, still air. Richard stumbled a few times as he walked behind her, trying to keep the proper slack to the chain. He had absolutely no idea how long it had been since she had decided he was to be her mate, nor did it matter to him. A guard opened the carriage door. Denna tossed the end of his chain on the floor. "Get in." Richard grabbed the sides of the door. He dimly heard someone approach in a huff. Denna gave a little tug to the chain, indicating she wanted him to wait where he was. "Denna!" It was the Queen at the head of her advisers. "Mistress Denna," she corrected. The Queen looked to be in a foul mood. "Where do you think you are going with him?" "That is none of your concern. It is time we were on our way. How is the princess?" The Queen glowered. "We don't know if she will live. I will be taking the Seeker. He is to pay." "The Seeker is the property of myself and of Master Rahl. He is being punished, and will continue to be punished until either Master Rahl or myself kills him. There is nothing you could do to him that could equal what is already being done." "He is to be executed, right now." Denna's voice was as cold as the night air. "Go back to your castle, Queen Milena, while you still have a castle." Richard saw a knife in the Queen's hand. The guard standing next to him unhooked his battle-axe, gripping it tightly in his fist. There was a crystal-clear moment of silence. The Queen backhanded Denna and lunged with the knife for Richard. Denna effortlessly caught her with the Aegeal against her large chest. As the guard went past him, raising the axe to Denna, the strange power roared awake. Richard summoned all his strength, became one with the power. He hooked his left arm around the guard's throat and drove his knife home. Denna gave a casual glance back as the man let out a death scream. She smiled, and her eyes glided back to the Queen, who stood shaking, paralyzed in place, the Aegeal between her breasts. Denna gave a twist to the Aegeal. The Queen dropped straight down in a heap. Denna turned her glare to the Queen's advisers. "The Queen's heart has given out," she arched an eyebrow. "Unexpectedly. Please express my condolence to the people of Tamarang on the death of their ruler. I would suggest you find a new ruler who is more attentive to the wishes of Master Rahl." They all gave a quick bow. The awakened power flickered and was gone. The effort of stopping the guard had taken all the strength Richard had left. His shaking legs would no longer hold him. The ground tilted and came up to meet him. Denna grabbed his chain near the collar, raising his head off the ground. "I didn't tell you to lie down. You were not given permission. On your feet." He couldn't move. She drove the Aegeal into his stomach, dragged it up his chest to his throat. Richard convulsed in pain, but could not make his body respond to her wishes. "Sorry," he breathed. She let his head drop to the ground when she realized he wasn't able to move and turned to the guards. "Put him inside." She climbed in after him, yelling up to the driver to be off, and pulled the door shut. Richard slumped back as the carriage jerked ahead. "Please, Mistress Denna," he said in a slur, "forgive me for letting you down, for failing to stand as you wished. I'm sorry. I will do better in the future. Please punish me to teach me to be better." She gripped the chain close to the collar, her knuckles white, lifting him from the seat back. Her lips curled in a sneer over gritted teeth. "Don't you dare die on me now. Not yet. You have things to do first." His eyes were closed. "As you command, Mistress Denna." She let go of the chain, took his shoulders, laid him across the seat, and gave him a kiss on his forehead. "You have my permission to rest now, my love. It's a long way. You will have a long time to rest before it starts again." Richard felt her fingers smoothing his hair back and the bouncing of the carriage as it sped along the road, and was asleep. From time to time, he came partly awake, never fully conscious. Sometimes Denna sat next to him, letting him lean against her as she spooned food into his mouth. Swallowing was painful, almost more effort than he could bring forth. He winced with each spoonful, his hunger not sufficient to overcome the pain in his throat, and he turned his head from the spoon. Denna murmured encouragement to him, urging him to eat for her. Doing it for her was the only thing he responded to. Whenever a bump in the road brought him awake suddenly, he would clutch at her for protection, safety, until she told him it was nothing and to go back to sleep. He knew that sometimes he slept on the ground, sometimes in the carriage. He saw nothing of the countryside they traveled through, nor did he care. As long as she was near him, that was all that mattered. Nothing else was important, except being ready to do as she commanded. A few times he slowly came awake to find her wedged into the corner with him stretched out, his cloak tucked around him, his head on her breast, as she stroked his hair. When it happened, he tried not to let her know he was awake, so she wouldn't stop. When this happened, and he felt the warm comfort of her, he also felt the power in him come awake. He didn't try to reach it, to hold it, he only noted it. One time when it happened, he recognized it, knew what it was. It was the magic of the sword. As he lay against her, feeling the need of her, the magic stood within him. He touched it, fondled it, felt its power. It was like the power he had called forth when he was going to kill with the sword, but different in a way he couldn't understand. The power he had known before, he could no longer feel. Denna had that power now, but this she didn't. When he tried to grasp the magic, it vanished like vapor. A dim part of his mind wanted its help, but since he couldn't control it, call it forth to aid him, he lost interest in it. As the time passed, his wounds began healing over. Each time he came awake, he was a little more alert. By the time Denna announced that they had arrived at their destination, he was able to stand by himself, although he was still not completely clear-headed. In the darkness, she led him from the carriage. He watched her feet as she walked, keeping the proper slack in the chain attached to her belt. Even though he kept his eyes on her, he still noticed the place they were entering. It was immense, dwarfing the castle at Tamarang. Walls stretched off into the nothingness of the distance. Towers and roofs rose to dizzying heights. He was aware enough to note that the design of the vast structure was elegant and graceful. It was imposing, but not harsh, not forbidding. Denna led him through halls of polished marble and granite. Columns held majestic arches to the sides. As they walked on and on, he noticed how his strength had grown. He wouldn't have been able to stand for this long even a few days ago. They saw no other people. Richard looked up at her braid and thought about how pretty her hair was, how lucky he was to have such a fine mate. At the thought of his caring for her, the power rose up. Before it had a chance to fade, the dim, locked-away part of his mind grabbed it, held it, while the rest of his mind thought about his affection for her. The realization that he had control of it made him stop thinking about her and grab the hope of escape. The power evaporated. His heart sank. What did it matter, he thought. He was never going to escape, and why would he want to anyway? He was Denna's mate. Where would he go? What would he do without her to tell him what to do? Denna went through a door, closing it behind him. A window with a pointed top was trimmed with simple drapes and open to the darkness outside. There was a bed with a thick blanket and fat pillows. The floor was polished wood. Lamps stood lit on the table next to the bed, and on the table with the chair on the other side of the room. There were cabinets of dark wood built into one wall next to another door. A stand held a basin and pitcher. Denna unhooked his chain. "These are my quarters. Since you are my mate, you will be permitted to sleep here if you please me." She hooked the loop over the post of the footboard, snapped her fingers, and pointed at the floor at the foot of the bed. "You may sleep there tonight, on the floor." He looked at the floor. The Aegeal laid on the top of his shoulder took him to his knees. "I said on the floor, now." "Yes, Mistress Denna. I'm sorry, Mistress Denna. I'm exhausted. I don't want to hear another sound out of you tonight. Understand?" He nodded, afraid to voice his agreement. "Good." She flopped face down in the bed and was asleep in moments. Richard rubbed the hurt in his shoulder. It had been a while since she had used the Aegeal on him. At least she hadn't chosen to draw blood. Maybe, he reasoned, she didn't want blood in her quarters. No, Denna liked his blood. He lay down on the floor. He knew that tomorrow she was going to hurt him some more. He tried not to think about it. He was just getting healed from before. He was awake before her. The shock of being awakened by the Aegeal was something he wanted to avoid. A bell rang with a long peal. Denna woke, lay on her back a while, saying nothing, then sat up, checking that he was awake. "Morning devotions," she announced. That was the bell, the call. "After devotions, you will be trained." "Yes, Mistress Denna." She hooked his chain to her belt and led him once more through the halls to a square open to the sky with pillars supporting arches on all four sides. The center of the square, under the open sky, was white sand, raked in concentric lines around a dark pitted rock. On the top of the rock was a bell, the one he had heard before. On the tile floor, among the columns, were people on their knees, bent forward, with their foreheads touching the tile. The people chanted in unison. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Over and over they chanted the same thing. Denna snapped her fingers, pointing at the floor. Richard kneeled down, imitating the others. Denna kneeled next to him, putting her forehead to the tiles. She started chanting in unison with the others, but stopped when she heard he wasn't. "That's 2 hours. She frowned darkly at him. "If I have to remind you again, it's 6. "Yes, Mistress Denna." He began chanting along. He had to concentrate on a vision of Denna's braid to be able to say the words without bringing on the pain of the magic. He wasn't sure how long the chanting lasted, but he thought it was about 2 hours. His back hurt from bending with his head to the floor. The words never varied. After a time they melted into the sound of gibberish, feeling like mush in his mouth. The bell rang twice, and the people rose to their feet, going off in different directions. Denna rose. Richard stayed where he was, unsure of what to do. He knew he might get in trouble for staying where he was, but knew if he got up and wasn't supposed to, the punishment would be much worse. He heard footsteps coming toward them, but didn't look up. A woman's husky voice spoke. "Sister Denna, how good to see you've returned. Tahara has been lonely without you." Tahara? Through the fog of his training, the word ignited his thoughts. Instantly, he brought to mind the vision of Denna's braid protecting him. "Sister Constance, it's good to be home and see your face again." Richard recognized the ring of sincerity in Denna's voice. The Aegeal touched the back of his neck, taking his breath away. It felt as if a rope were tightening around his throat. By the way it was held, he knew it wasn't Denna's. "And what have we here?" Constance asked. She took the Aegeal away. Coughing in pain, Richard gasped for air. He came to his feet when Denna told him to do so, wishing he could hide behind her. Constance was a good head shorter than Denna. Her stout figure dressed in a leather outfit like Denna's, only brown. Her dull brown hair was done in a braid too, but didn't have the fullness of Denna's. The look of her face made it seem she had just eaten something she didn't like. Denna gave his stomach an easy slap with the back of her hand. My new mate. Mate. Constance spat the word out as if it tasted bitter. I swear, Denna, I'll never understand how you can bear to take a mate. The thought of it gives me a stomachache. So, the seeker I see by his sword. Quite a catch, anyway. It must have been difficult. Denna smiled smugly. He only killed 2 of my men before he turned his magic on me. The look of shock on Constance's face made Denna laugh. He's from Westland. Constance's eyebrows went up. No! She peered into Richard's eyes. Is he broken? Yes, Denna said, sighing. But he still gives me reason to smile. It's only the morning devotion, and already he's earned 2 hours. A grin spread on Constance's face. Mind if I come along? Denna gave her a warm smile. You know that anything that is mine is yours also, Constance. In fact, you will be my second. Constance seemed pleased and proud. Richard had to furiously think of Denna's braid as the edges of the anger burned to get away from him. Denna leaned closer to her friend. In fact, for you only. If you wish to borrow him for a night, I would not object. Constance stiffened with displeasure. Denna laughed. Never try, never know. Constance scowled. I will have my pleasure from his flesh in other ways. I'll go change into the red and meet you there. No, the brown is fine, for now. Constance studied her face. That's not like you, Denna. I have my reasons. Besides, Master Rahl himself sent me for this one. Master Rahl himself? As you wish, then. After all, he is yours to do with as you will. The training room was a simple square with walls and floor of gray granite and a beamed ceiling. On the way in, Constance tripped him. He landed on his face. Before he could stop it, the anger gripped him. She stood over him, pleased with herself, watching him struggle to regain control. Denna attached a device to him that held his wrists and elbows tightly together behind his back. It was hooked to a rope that ran through a pulley in the ceiling and was tied off at the wall. She hoisted him up until he had to stand on his toes before she tied the rope off at the wall. The pain in his shoulders was excruciating, making it hard to breathe, and she hadn't even touched the Aegil to him yet. He was helpless, off balance, and in agony before she even started. His mood sank. Denna sat in a chair against the wall, telling Constance to enjoy herself. When Denna had trained him, she often had a smile on her face. Constance never smiled once. She went about her work like an ox at a plow, strands of hair coming loose, and in no time her face was covered with a sheen of sweat. She never varied the touch of her Aegil. It was always the same, always hard, harsh, angry. Richard didn't have to anticipate. There was no pause. She worked with rhythmic timing, never giving him a rest. But she didn't draw blood. Denna had a constant smile on her face as she sat with the chair leaned against the wall. At last, Constance stopped, Richard panting, groaning. He can take it well. I haven't had a workout like this in quite a time. All the pets I've gotten lately fold at the first touch. The chair came down on its front legs with a clunk. Maybe I can help, Sister Constance. Let me show you where he doesn't like it. Denna came up behind him and paused, making him flinch in expectation of what didn't come. Just as he breathed out, the Aegil drove into a tender spot on the right side. He cried out as she held the pressure against him. He couldn't hold his weight, and the rope pulled his shoulders so hard he thought his arms would come out of their sockets. With a sneer, Denna held the Aegil to him until he started crying. "Please, Mistress Denna," he sobbed. "Please." She withdrew the Aegil. "See?" Constance shook her head. "I wish I had your talent, Denna. Here is another place." She made him scream. And here too." She came around and smiled to him. "You don't mind if I show Constance all your special little places, do you?" "Please, Mistress Denna, don't." It hurts too much. There, you see? He doesn't mind at all. She went back to her chair as tears ran down his face. Constance never smiled. She simply went to work, and also had him begging breathlessly. But the way she never varied the pressure, never let up, was worse than Denna. She never gave him a moment to rest. Richard learned to fear her touch more than he feared Denna's. Denna had an odd compassion at times. Constance never did. When it was beyond a certain point, Denna would tell her to stop, wait a moment, guide her so as not to cripple him. Constance complied with her wishes, and let Denna direct the way she wanted him hurt. You don't have to stay, Denna, if you have things to do. I won't mind. Fear and panic raced through his mind. He didn't want to be left alone with Constance. He knew that Constance wanted to do things to him that Denna didn't want done. He didn't know what they were, but he feared them. Another time, I will leave you alone with him, to do things your way, but today I will stay. Richard made sure he showed no sign that he was relieved. Constance went back to work. After a while longer, when she was behind him, Constance grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his head back, hard. Richard knew very well what it meant to have his head pulled back in this manner. He remembered the pain of what she was about to do, the pain of having the Aegil in his ear. He shook uncontrollably, couldn't breathe with the fear of it. Denna came out of her chair. Don't do that, Constance. Constance gritted her teeth as she looked at him, pulling his head back harder. Why not? Surely you've done it. Yes. I just don't want you to, that's all. Master Rahl hasn't talked to him yet. I don't want to take any chances. A grin came to Constance's face. Denna, let's do it together. At the same time, you and me, like we used to. I told you, Master Rahl wants to talk to him. After that? Denna smiled. It has been a long time since I've heard that scream. She looked to Richard's eyes. If Master Rahl doesn't kill him, and he doesn't die first from other things, then yes, we will do it to him, all right? But not now. And Constance, please respect my wishes about using the Aegil in his ear. Constance nodded and released his hair. Don't think you have gotten off easy. She scowled at him. Sooner or later, you and I will be alone, and then I will take my pleasure from you. Yes, Mistress Constance, he whispered hoarsely. After they were finished training him, they went to lunch. Richard followed behind, the chain hooked to Denna's belt. The dining hall was tasteful in its simple style of frame and panel oak over a white marble floor. There was the soft murmur of conversation at the various tables as people ate. Denna snapped her fingers as she sat, pointing at the floor behind her chair. Servers brought food to the two moored Sith, but none for Richard. Lunch was a hearty-looking soup, cheese, brown bread, and fruit. The good smells drove Richard to distraction. There was no meat served. Halfway through her meal, Denna turned and told him that he would get no lunch, for having earned 2 hours that morning. She said that if he behaved himself, he would get dinner. The afternoon was spent at devotions, and after that several hours of training. Denna and Constance shared the task. Richard did his best to do nothing wrong, and at dinner was rewarded with a bowl of rice with vegetables over it. After dinner were more devotions and more training, until at last they left Constance and returned to Denna's quarters, Richard dead tired, stooped with pain as he walked. I wish a bath, she said. She showed him the room adjoining hers. It was small, empty of everything except a rope holding the binding device from the ceiling, and a bathing tub in the corner. She told him the room was for training if he needed it on the spot and she didn't want blood in her room, and for when she wanted to leave him hanging all night. She promised him he would be spending a great deal of time in the little room. She had him drag the tub to the foot of her bed. He took the bucket from the tub and was instructed where to go for hot water. He was to speak to no one, even if spoken to, and he was to run there and back so her bath water wouldn't get cold before the tub was filled. She told him that if he didn't follow her instructions exactly while out of her sight, the pain of the magic would take him down, and if she had to come looking for him, he would be very sorry he had disappointed her. He swore his solemn oath to do as she commanded. The place where the hot water came from, a hot spring in a pool surrounded by white marble seats, was a goodly distance. He was sweating and exhausted by the time he had the tub filled. While she sat soaking in the tub, Richard scrubbed her back, brushed her hair out, and helped her wash it. Denna draped her arms over the sides of the tub, put her head back, and closed her eyes, relaxing while he knelt next to her in case she wanted anything. "You don't like Constance, do you?" Richard didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say anything bad about her friend, but lying would get him punished too. "I am afraid of her, Mistress Denna." Denna smiled with her eyes still closed. "Clever answer, my love. You aren't trying to be flip, are you?" "No, Mistress Denna, I told you the truth." "Good. You should be afraid of her. She hates men. Every time she kills one, she cries out the name of the man who first broke her. Rastin. Remember I told you about the man who broke me, took me for his mate, and that later I killed him? Before he broke me, he was Constance's trainer. His name was Rastin. It was he who broke her. Constance is the one who told me how I could kill him. I would do anything for her, and because I killed the man she hated so, she would do anything for me." "Yes, Mistress Denna. But, Mistress Denna, please don't leave me alone with her." "I suggest you be very attentive to your duties. If you are, and you do not earn too much time, I will remain when she is training you. You see? You see how lucky you are to have a kind mistress?" "Yes, Mistress Denna. Thank you for teaching me. You are a gifted teacher." She opened one eye as if to check his face for a trace of a smirk. There was none. "Get me a towel and lay my nightclothes on the table by the bed." Richard helped towel her hair dry. Denna didn't put on her nightclothes, but lay back on the bed with her damp hair spread out on the pillow. "Go blow out the lamp on the table over there." He went immediately and blew out the flame. "Bring me the Aegil, my love." Richard flinched. He hated it when she had him fetch the Aegil. Touching it hurt. Fearing the result of hesitation more, he gritted his teeth and snatched it up, holding it in the open palms of his hands. The pain of it vibrated in his elbows and shoulders. He could hardly wait for her to take it. She had propped up the pillows against the headboard and was sitting up a little, watching him. He let out a deep breath when she picked it out of his hand. "Mistress Denna, why doesn't it hurt you to touch it?" "It does, same as you. It hurts me to touch it because it is the one used to train me." His eyes opened wide. "You mean the whole time you hold it, it hurts you? The whole time you are training me?" She nodded, rolling it in her fingers, looking away from his eyes for a second. She gave him a little frown and smile. "There is rarely a time I am without pain of one kind or another. That is one reason the training of a Mord Sith takes years, to learn to handle the pain. I guess it's also why only women are Mord Sith. Men are too weak. The chain around my wrist allows me to let it hang. It doesn't hurt when it hangs by the chain. But while I use it on someone, it causes constant pain." "I never knew." Richard's insides knotted in anguish. "I'm sorry, Mistress Denna. I'm sorry it hurts you, that you must suffer to teach me." "Pain can bring pleasure all its own, my love. That's one of the things I'm teaching you. And it's time for another lesson." Her eyes glided up and down him. "Enough talk." Richard recognized the look in her eyes, the quickening of her breathing. "But, Mistress Denna, you've just bathed and I'm all sweaty." A small smile came to one side of her mouth. "I like your sweat." With her eyes locked on his, she put the Aegil between her teeth. The days passed with a numbing sameness. Richard didn't mind the devotions because he wasn't being trained, hurt. But he hated saying the words, and had to concentrate on Denna's braid the whole of the time he chanted. Chanting the same thing hour after hour on his knees with his head against the floor tiles was hardly less onerous than the training. Richard found himself waking at night or in the morning chanting the words, "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Denna didn't wear the red anymore. Instead, she wore white leather. She told him it was a gesture that said he was broken, had been taken for a mate, and that to show her power over him she chose not to make him bleed. Constance didn't like it. It didn't make much difference to Richard. The Aegil felt the same whether it drew blood or not. Constance was with Denna about half the time, occasionally going off to train a new pet. Constance became more and more insistent about being left alone with Richard, but Denna wouldn't permit it. Constance threw her all into his training. The more Richard saw of her, the more terrified he became of her. Denna smiled at him whenever she told Constance to take over. One day after the afternoon devotion, when Constance had gone off to train someone else, Denna took him back to the little room adjacent to her quarters for his afternoon training. She hoisted him up by the rope until he was hardly able to touch the floor. "Mistress Denna, with your permission, would you allow Mistress Constance to do all my training from now on?" His question had an effect he hadn't expected. It enraged her. She stared at him, her face turning a deep red. Then she started hitting him with the Aegil, driving it into him, screaming at him, telling him how worthless he was, how insignificant, how she was sick of his talking. Denna was strong, and she beat him with the Aegil as hard as she could. It went on and on. Richard couldn't remember her being so angry, so severe, so cruel. Soon he couldn't remember anything, even where he was. He convulsed in pain. He couldn't say anything or beg her to stop or even breathe most of the time. She never slowed or let up. She just seemed to get angrier as she hurt him. He saw blood on the floor, a lot of blood. It was splattered all over her white leather. Her chest heaved with her effort, her rage. Her braid came loose. Denna grabbed his hair and yanked his head back. She gave him no warning. She drove the Aegil in his ear harder than she ever had. She did it again and again. Time distorted into eternity. He no longer knew who he was, what was happening. He no longer tried to beg, to cry, to hold on. She stopped, standing next to him, panting in ire. "I'm going to dinner." He felt the agony of the magic come on in him. He gasped, his eyes going wide. "While I'm gone, and I'm going to take my time, I'm leaving the pain of the magic on you. You will not be able to pass out or to stop it. If you let the anger get away from you, it will make the pain worse. And it will get away from you, I promise." She went to the wall and hoisted the rope up until his feet were off the floor. Richard cried out. His arms felt as if they would be torn out. "Enjoy yourself." She turned on her heels and left. Richard balanced on the edge of sanity and madness, the suffering twisting in him, making him unable to control the anger as she had promised. The flames of his hurt consumed him. It was somehow worse that she wasn't there. He had never felt so alone, so helpless, and the pain wouldn't even let him cry. He could only gasp in agony. He had no idea how long he was left alone. He was aware only of suddenly dropping to the floor, then Denna's boots to either side of his head as she stood over him. She turned off the pain of the magic, but his arms were still clamped helplessly behind his back, and the burning inferno of pain in his shoulders didn't extinguish. He cried against the blood on the floor as she stood over him. "I told you before," she hissed through gritted teeth. "You are my mate for life." He could hear her heavy breathing, the rage in her. "Before I begin doing worse to you and you are no longer able to speak, I want you to tell me why you asked to have Constance train you instead of me." He coughed up blood, trying to speak. "That is not the way to speak to me. On your knees, now." He tried to get to his knees, but with his arms behind his back, he was unable to. Denna took a fistful of his hair and pulled him up. Dizzy, he fell against her, his face against the wet blood on her belly. His blood. She pushed him away from her with the tip of the Aegil against his forehead. That brought his eyes open. He looked up at her to answer. Denna backhanded him across the mouth. "Look at the ground when you speak to me. No one gave you permission to look at me." Richard looked down at her boots. "You're running out of time. Answer the question." Richard coughed up more blood. It ran down his chin, and he had to struggle to keep from vomiting. "Because, Mistress Denna," he said hoarsely, "I know it hurts you to hold the Aegil. I know it hurts you to train me. I wanted Mistress Constance to do it to spare you the pain. I don't want you to hurt. I know what it feels like to hurt. You have taught me. You have already been hurt enough. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I would rather have Mistress Constance punish me than have you be in pain." He strove to balance himself on his knees. There was a long silence. Richard stared at her boots, and coughed a little, struggling to breathe with the pain in his shoulders. The silence seemed as if it would never end. He didn't know what she was going to do to him next. "I don't understand you, Richard Cypher," she said softly at last, the anger gone from her voice. "The spirits take me. I don't understand you." She walked behind him, unhooked the device that held his arms, and walked out of the room without another word. He couldn't straighten out his arms properly, and fell on his face. He didn't try to get up. He only cried against the bloody floor. After a time he heard the bell, calling them to the evening devotion. Denna came back in, squatted down next to him, put her arm gently around him, and helped him to his feet. "We are not allowed to miss a devotion," she explained in a quiet voice, hooking the chain to her belt. The sight of his blood all over the white leather was shocking. There were strings of it across her face and in her hair. As they walked to the devotion, people who usually spoke to her averted their eyes and gave her wide passage. Kneeling with his head to the floor hurt his ribs, making it hard to breathe, much less chant. He didn't know if he was getting the words right, but Denna didn't correct him, so he just went on. How he stayed upright the whole time without tipping over, he didn't know. When the bell rang twice, Denna rose, but didn't help him. Constance appeared, a rare grin on her face. My, Denna. Looks like you've been having fun." Constance backhanded him, but he managed to stay on his feet. "Been a bad boy, have you?" "Yes, Mistress Constance." "Very bad, it would appear. How delightful." Her hungry eyes turned to Denna. "I'm free. Let's go teach him what two Mord Sith can really do." "No, not tonight, Constance." "No? What do you mean, no?" Denna exploded. "I mean no. He is my mate, and I'm taking him back to train him as such. Do you wish to come and watch when I lie with my mate? Do you want to watch, too, what I do when I have the Aegil between my teeth?" Richard shrank back. So that was what she had planned. If she did that to him tonight, as badly as he was already hurt. People in white robes, missionaries, Denna had called them, were staring. Constance glared back, and they hurried off. Both women's faces were red. Denna's from anger, Constance's from embarrassment. "Of course not, Denna," she said in a low voice. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I will leave you to it." She gave Richard a smirk. "You look to be in enough trouble already, my boy. I hope you're up to your duties." She gave him a jab in the stomach with her Aegil and walked off. Dizzy, Richard put his hand across himself with a moan. Denna's hand came up under his arm, holding him up. Denna glared after Constance, then started off, expecting him to follow. He did. When they were back in Denna's quarters, she gave him the bucket. He almost collapsed at the thought of filling her tub. Her voice was quiet. "Go and get one bucket of hot water." Richard could have died with relief, knowing that he didn't have to fill the tub. He retrieved the water a little confused. She seemed to be angry, but wasn't directing her anger at him. He waited with his eyes cast downward after he set the bucket on the floor. Denna brought the chair over. He was surprised she didn't have him do it. "Sit down." She went to the table by her bed and came back with a pear. She looked at it in her hand a moment, turning it around and around, rubbing it a little with her thumb, then held it out to him. "I brought this back from dinner. I find I am no longer hungry. You had no dinner. You eat it." Richard looked at the pear in her hand as she held it toward him. "No, Mistress Denna, it's yours, not mine." "I know whose it is, Richard." Her voice was still quiet. "Do as I say." He took the pear, eating it all, even the seeds. Denna knelt down and started washing him. He had no idea what was going on, but the washing hurt, although it was nothing to compare with the Aegil. He wondered why she was doing this, when it was time to train him again. Denna seemed to sense his apprehension. I have a backache. I'm sorry, Mistress Denna. I've caused it by my behavior. Be quiet, she said gently. I want to sleep on something hard for my back. I will sleep on the floor. Since I will sleep on the floor, you will have to sleep in my bed, and I don't want your blood in it. Richard was a little perplexed. The floor was certainly big enough for the two of them, and she had certainly gotten his blood in her bed before. It had never bothered her in the past. He decided it was not his place to question, and so didn't. All right, she said when she had finished. Get in the bed. He lay down while she watched him. With resignation, he picked up the Aegil from the side table and held it out to her, the pain from it hurting his arm. He wished she weren't going to do this to him tonight. Denna took the Aegil from him and returned it to the table. Not tonight. I told you I have a backache. She blew out the lamp. Go to sleep. He heard her lie on the floor, whispering a curse to herself. He was too exhausted to think, and was asleep in a short time. When the peal of the bell woke him, Denna was already up. She had cleaned the blood from her white outfit and had fixed her braid. She said nothing to him as they walked to the devotion. It was painful for him to kneel, and he was glad when it was finished. He didn't see Constance. Walking behind Denna, he began to turn toward the training room, but she didn't, and the chain pulled taut. The pain brought him up short. We're not going that way, she said. Yes, Mistress Denna. She walked a while, down halls that stretched forever, then gave him an impatient look. Walk next to me. We're going for a walk. It's something I enjoy doing occasionally, when my back hurts. It helps me. I'm sorry, Mistress Denna. I was hoping it would be better by this morning. She glanced at him, then looked back to where she was going. Well, it's not. So we will go for a walk. Richard had never been this far from Denna's quarters before. His eyes took little journeys to the new sights. At intervals, there were places just like the one where they went for their devotions, open to the sky and the sun, each with a rock in the center and a bell. Some had grass instead of sand, and some even a pool of water that the rock sat in. Fish glided in groups through the clear water. The halls were sometimes wide as rooms, with patterned tiles on the floor, arches and columns all about, ceilings soaring high above. Windows let light stream into these places, making them bright and airy. People were everywhere, most in robes of white or some other pale color. No one ever seemed in a hurry, but most seemed as if they had a place to go, although a few sat on marble benches. Richard saw few soldiers. Most people walked past Denna and him as if they were invisible, but a few smiled and exchanged a greeting with her. The size of the place was astounding. The halls and passages stretched out of sight. Wide stairs led up or down to unknown parts of the great edifice. One hall had statues of naked people in proud poses. The statues were made of carved and polished stone, mostly white, some with gold veining through it, and each was twice as tall as he. Richard never saw one place that was dark or ugly or dirty. Everything he saw was beautiful. The sound of people's footsteps echoed through the halls like reverent whispers. Richard wondered how a place as large as this could even be conceived of, much less built. It must have taken lifetimes. Denna led them to a sprawling square that was open to the sky. Full-grown trees covered the mossy ground, and a path of brown clay tiles meandered through the center of the indoor forest. They strolled along the path, Richard looking up at the trees. They were beautiful, even if they were bare of leaves. Denna watched him. You like the trees, don't you? He nodded, looking about. Very much, Mistress Denna, he whispered. Why do you like them? Richard thought a moment. It seems they are part of my past. I can dimly recall that I was a guide. A woods guide, I think. But I don't remember much about it, Mistress Denna, except I liked the woods. Being broken makes you forget things from before, she said quietly. The more I train you, the more you will forget the past, except specific questions I ask you. Soon you will remember none of it. Yes, Mistress Denna. Mistress Denna, what is this place? It's called the People's Palace. It's the seat of power in Dahara. It is the home of Master Rahl. They had lunch in a different place than they usually ate. She had him sit in a chair. He didn't know why. They went to the afternoon devotion at one of the places with water instead of sand, and after devotion, they walked some more through the vast halls to find themselves back in familiar territory for dinner. The walking made him feel better. His muscles had needed to be stretched. After the evening devotion, in the little room in their quarters, Denna locked his arms behind his back in the binding device and hoisted it up, but not enough to take the weight off his feet. It still brought the pain back to his sore shoulders, but it made him wince only a little. "Is your back better, Mistress Denna? Did the walking help?" "It's nothing I can't tolerate." She walked slowly around him, watching the floor. She stopped at last in front of him, rolling the aegil in her fingers for a time, scrutinizing it. Her eyes didn't come up. Her voice was hardly more than a whisper. "Tell me you think I'm ugly." He looked at her until her eyes finally came up. "No, that would be a lie." A sad smile spread on her lips. "That was a mistake, my love. You have disobeyed my direct order, and you have forgotten the appellation." "I know, Mistress Denna." Her eyes closed, but a little of the strength came back to her voice. "You are nothing but trouble. I don't know why Master Rahl burdened me with your training. You have earned yourself 2 hours. She gave him his 2 hours, not as hard as she usually did, but hard enough to make him cry in pain. After the training, she told him that her back still hurt, and slept on the floor again, having him sleep in the bed. The next few days went back to the regular routine, the training not being as long or as strenuous as before, except when Constance was there. Denna kept a close watch on her, guiding more than she had in the past. Constance didn't like it, sometimes glaring at Denna. When Constance was rougher than Denna wished, she wasn't invited for the next session. With the lighter training sessions, his head started to clear, and he began remembering things about his past. A few times, when Denna's back hurt, they went for long walks, looking at the various astonishingly beautiful places. After an afternoon devotion one day, Constance asked if she could come along. Denna smiled and said yes. Constance asked to do the training and was given permission. She was rougher than usual, and had Richard in prolonged agony, tears of pain streaming down his cheeks. Richard was hoping Denna would put a stop to it, as he was on his last strings of tolerance. As Denna came out of her chair, a man came into the room. "Mistress Denna, Master Rahl has requested you." "When?" "Right now." Denna gave a sigh. "Constance, would you finish the session?" Constance looked into Richard's eyes and smiled. "Why, of course, Denna." Richard was terrified, but didn't dare say a word. "His time is nearly up. Just take him back to my quarters and leave him there. I'm sure I won't be long." "My pleasure, Denna. You can count on me." Denna started to leave. Constance grinned at him wickedly, her face close to his. She grabbed his belt and yanked it open. Richard couldn't breathe. "Constance," Denna had come back in. "I don't want you doing that." Constance was caught off guard. "In your absence, I'm in charge of him, and I'll do as I wish." Denna came and put her face close to the others. "He is my mate, and I said I don't want you to do that. And I don't want you to put the aegil in his ear, either." "I'll do as I—" "You will not." Denna gritted her teeth as she looked down to the shorter woman. "I am the one who took the punishment when we killed Rostin. Me. Not you and me. Only me. I have never made a point of it before, but I do now. You know what they did to me, and I never told them you had a part in it. He is my mate, and I am his Mord Sith, not you, me. You will respect my wishes, or there is going to be trouble between us." "All right, Denna," she huffed. "All right. I'll mind your wishes." Denna still glared at her. "See that you do, Sister Constance." Constance finished the session with all the effort she could bring forth, although she kept the aegil mostly where Denna wanted it. Richard knew it went on for longer than it should have. When she took him back to Denna's quarters, she spent a good hour slapping him around, then hooked the chain over the footboard of the bed and told him he was to stand until Denna came back. Constance put her face close to his, as best she could considering her height, and grabbed him between his legs. "Take good care of this for me," she sneered. "You aren't going to have it much longer. I have reason to believe Master Rahl will shortly be reassigning you to me, and when he does, I'm going to alter your anatomy." A grin spread on her face. "And I don't think you're going to like it." His anger flashed, bringing on the pain of the magic. It took him to his knees. Constance laughed as she left the room. He managed to get the anger under control, but the pain wouldn't stop until he stood. Warm sunlight was streaming in the window. He hoped Denna would be returning soon. The sun set. Dinner time came and went. Still, Denna did not return. Richard began to worry. He had a feeling that something was wrong. He heard the peal of the bell for the evening devotion, but couldn't go to it, being chained to the bed. He wondered if he was supposed to kneel where he was, but realized he couldn't do that either. He had been told to stand. He thought maybe he should still chant the devotion, but decided there was no one to hear him, and it wouldn't matter. It was long since dark out the window, but thankfully the lamps were lit, and at least he didn't have to stand in the dark. The 2 bells announced the end of evening devotion. Still, Denna was not back. His training time came and went. Still no Denna. Richard was fraught with worry. At last, he heard the door push open. Denna's head was bowed, her posture stiff. The braid was undone, and her hair disheveled. She laboriously pushed the door closed. He saw that her skin was ashen, her eyes wet. She didn't look at him. "Richard," she said in a small voice, "fill my bath for me, please. I need a bath. I feel very dirty right now." "Of course, Mistress Denna." He dragged the tub in and ran as fast as he could to fill it. He didn't think he had ever done it more quickly. She stood and watched as he brought in bucket after bucket. When he was finished, he stood panting, waiting. Her trembling fingers started unbuttoning the leather. "Help me with this. I don't think I can do it by myself." He unbuttoned it for her as she shivered. Wincing, he had to peel it off her back. Some of her skin came with it. His heart was pounding. Denna was covered with welts from the back of her neck to the back of her ankles. Richard was frightened, and he ached with hurt for her, for the pain she was in. Tears came to his eyes. The power roared up in him. He ignored it. "Mistress Denna, who did this to you?" he demanded. "Master Rahl, it is nothing I did not deserve." He held her hands and helped her into the tub. She let out a little sound as she sank slowly into the hot water, sitting stiffly. "Mistress Denna, why would he do this to you?" She winced when he put the soapy cloth to her back. "Constance told him I was being too easy on you. I deserve what was done to me. I have been lax in your training. I am Mord Sith. I should have done better. I received only that which I deserve." "You do not deserve this, Mistress Denna. It is me who should have taken the punishment, not you." Her hands trembled as she held the sides of the tub, and he carefully washed her. He gently wiped the sweat off the white skin of her face. She stared ahead the whole time he worked, a few tears rolling down her cheeks. Her lip quivered. "Tomorrow, Master Rahl will see you." His hand stopped washing for a second. "I'm sorry, Richard. You will answer his questions." He glanced up at her face, but she didn't look back. "Yes, Mistress Denna." He rinsed her off with water cupped in his hands. "Let me dry you off." He did it as gently as he could. "Do you wish to sit, Mistress Denna?" She gave an embarrassed smile. "I don't think I would like that just now." She turned her head stiffly. "Over there, I will lie on the bed." She took his hand when he put it out for her. "I can't seem to stop shaking. Why can't I stop shaking?" "Because it hurts, Mistress Denna." "I've had much worse than this done to me. This was only a small reminder of who I am. But still, I can't stop shaking." She lay face down on the bed, her eyes on him. Richard's worry made his mind start working again. "Mistress Denna, is my pack still here?" In the cabinet? Why? Just lie still, Mistress Denna. Let me do something, if I can remember how. He pulled his pack from a high shelf in the cabinet, laid it on the table, and started rummaging through it. Denna watched him, the side of her face resting on the backs of her hands. Beneath a carved bone whistle on a leather thong, he found the package he was searching for and laid it open on the table. He pulled out a tin bowl, took his knife from his belt, and laid it too on the table. He stood and took a jar of cream from the cabinet. He had seen her spread it on her skin. It was just what he needed. Mistress Denna, may I use this? Why? Please? Go ahead. Richard took the entire pile of neatly stacked, dried alm leaves and put them in the tin bowl, then selected a few other herbs he remembered by smell, but not by name, and dumped them in with the alm leaves. With the knife handle, he ground it all into a powder. Picking up the jar of cream, he scooped it all out and plopped it in the bowl and mixed it with 2 fingers. He took the bowl and sat on the bed next to her. Just lie still, he told her. The appellation, Richard. The appellation. Will you never learn? Sorry, Mistress Denna, he smiled. You may punish me later. For now, lie still. When I'm finished, you will feel well enough to punish me all night, I promise. He spread the paste gently on the welts, smoothing it out as he went. Denna moaned. Her eyes closed while he worked. By the time he reached the back of her ankles, she was almost asleep. He stroked her hair while the alm cream soaked in. How does that feel, Mistress Denna? He whispered. She rolled onto her side. Her eyes came open wide. The pain is gone. How did you do that? How did you make the pain leave? Richard smiled in satisfaction. I learned it from an old friend named... He frowned. I can't remember his name, but he's an old friend and he taught me. I'm so relieved, Mistress Denna. I don't like to see you in pain. She gently touched her fingers to the side of his face. You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher. I have never had a mate like you before. The spirits take me. I've never even seen a person like you before. I killed the one who did the things to me that I have done to you, and you instead helped me. We all can be only who we are, no more and no less, Mistress Denna. He looked down at his hands. I don't like what Master Rahl has done to you. You don't understand about the Mord Sith, my love. We are carefully selected as young girls. Those chosen to be Mord Sith are the most gentle, the most kind-hearted that can be found. It is said that the deepest cruelty comes from the deepest caring. All of Dahara is searched, and each year only about a half-dozen are chosen. A Mord Sith is broken 3 times. His eyes were wide. 3 times, he whispered. Denna nodded. The first is the way in which I broke you, to break the spirit. The second is to break our empathy. To do it, we must watch our trainer break our mother and make her his pet, and watch him hurt her until she dies. The third is to break us of our fear of hurting another, to make us enjoy giving pain. To do it, we must break our fathers, under the guidance of our trainer, and make him our pet, and keep hurting him until we kill him. Tears trickled down Richard's cheeks. They did all this to you? What I did to you to break you is nothing compared to what must be done to us to break us the 2nd and 3rd time. The more kind-hearted a girl is, the better Mord Sith she makes, but it makes it harder to break her the 2nd and 3rd time. Master Rahl thinks me special because they had a very difficult time with the 2nd breaking of me. My mother lived a long time to try to keep me from giving up hope, but that only made it harder on both of us. They failed at the 3rd breaking, had given up and were going to kill me, but Master Rahl said that if I could be broken, I would be someone special, and so took over my training himself. He is the one who broke me the 3rd time. On the day I killed my father, he took me to his bed as a reward. His reward left me barren. Richard could hardly speak past the lump in his throat. With shaking fingers, he brushed some of her hair back off her face. I don't want anyone hurting you, not ever again, Mistress Denna. It is an honor, Denna whispered through tears, that Master Rahl would spare the time to punish one as low as me with my own Aegil. Richard sat numb. I hope he kills me tomorrow so I don't have to learn anything else that gives me this much pain, Mistress Denna. Her wet eyes shone in the lamplight. I have done things to hurt you that I have done to no other, yet you are the first person since I was chosen who has done anything to stop my pain. She sat up, picked up the tin bowl. There is some left. Let me put it on you where Constance did what I told her not to. Denna spread the alm cream on the welts on his shoulders, then on his stomach and chest, working up to his neck. Her eyes met his. Her hand stopped. The room was dead quiet. Denna leaned forward and gently kissed him. She put her hand with the cream on the back of his neck and kissed him again. She lay back on the bed, holding his hand against her belly with both of hers. Come to me, my love. I want you very badly right now. He nodded and started to reach for the aegil on the side table. Denna touched his wrist. Tonight I want you without the aegil, please. Teach me what it's like without the pain. She put a hand behind his neck and gently pulled him on top of her. Chapter 43. Denna didn't train him the next morning, but instead took him for a walk. Master Rahl had said he wanted to see Richard after the second devotion. After it was over and they were starting to leave, Constance stopped them. You look surprisingly well today, Sister Denna. Denna looked at her without emotion. Richard was furious at Constance for talking to Master Rahl about Denna, for getting her punished, and had to concentrate on Denna's braid. Constance turned to Richard. Well, I hear you are to be granted an audience with Master Rahl today. If you are still alive afterward, you will be seeing more of me, alone. I want a piece of you, as it were, when he's finished with you. He spoke before he thought. The year they chose you, Mistress Constance, must have been a year of desperate need. Otherwise, one of such limited intelligence would never have been selected to be Mord Sith. Only the most ignorant would put their own petty ambitions above the value of a friend, especially a friend who has sacrificed much for you. You are not worthy to kiss Mistress Denna's aegil. Richard smiled smoothly, confidently, as she stood startled. You had better hope Master Rahl kills me, Mistress Constance, because if he doesn't, then the next time I see you, I'm going to kill you for what you've done to Mistress Denna. Constance stared in shock, then suddenly drove her aegil toward him. Denna's longer arm came up. She slammed her own aegil against Constance's throat, holding her back. Constance's eyes bulged in surprise. She coughed blood and dropped to her knees, clutching her hands to her throat. Denna stared down at her a moment before starting off without a word. Richard followed, attached by the chain. He sped up to walk beside her. Denna kept her eyes ahead, showing no emotion. Just try and guess how many hours that has earned you. Richard smiled. Mistress Denna, if there is a Mord Sith who could raise a scream from a dead man, it would be you. And if Master Rahl doesn't kill you, how many hours? Mistress Denna, there are not enough hours in a lifetime to dim my pleasure at what I have done. She smiled a little, but didn't look over. I'm glad, then, that it was worth it for you. She gave him a sidelong glance. I still don't understand you. As you said, we can be no more or less than who we are. I regret I can be no more than I am, and I fear you can be no less. Were we not warriors fighting on opposite sides in this war, I would keep you as a mate for life and work to see you die of old age. Richard was warmed by her gentle tone. I would try my best to live a long life for you, Mistress Denna. They walked on through the halls, past the devotion squares, past the statues, past the people. She took him upstairs, through vast rooms of exquisite decorations. She stopped in front of a pair of doors covered in carvings of rolling hills and forests, all sheathed in gold. Denna turned to him. Are you prepared to die this day, my love? The day is not over yet, Mistress Denna. She slipped her arms around his neck, kissing him tenderly. She pulled her face away a few inches, stroked the back of his head. I'm sorry, Richard, that I do these things to you, but I have been trained to do them, and can do nothing less. I live only to hurt you. Know that it is not by choice, but by training. I can be no more than what I am, Mord Sith. If you are to die this day, my love, Then make me proud, and die well. He was mate to a madwoman, he thought sadly, and one not of her own making. She pushed the doors open and entered a grand garden. Richard would have been impressed, had his mind not been on other things. They went down a path between flowers and shrubs, past short vine-covered stone walls and small trees, to an expanse of lawn. A glass roof let in the light, keeping the plants healthy and in flower. In the distance were two identically huge men. Their folded arms had metal bands with sharp projections just above their elbows. Guards of some sort, Richard thought. To their side stood another man. Imposing muscles flexed on his smooth chest. His short-cropped blonde hair stood up in spikes, with a single black streak running through it. Near the center of the lawn, near a circle of white sand in a warm shaft of late afternoon sunlight, stood a man with his back to them. The sunlight made his white robes and shoulder-length blonde hair glow. Sparks of the sunlight glinted off the gold belt and curved dagger at his waist. As Richard and Denna approached him, Denna dropped to her knees, putting her forehead to the ground. Richard had been instructed and did the same as he pushed his sword out of the way. Together they chanted, "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." They chanted only once, then waited, Richard trembling slightly. He remembered that he was never to get near Master Rahl, to stay away from him, but couldn't remember who told him so, only that it was important. He had to concentrate on Denna's braid, to control the anger at what Master Rahl had done to her. "Rise, my children." Richard stood with his shoulder close against Mistress Denna, while intense blue eyes studied him. That the master's face looked kind, intelligent, pleasant, did not calm Richard's churning fears, and the thoughts that boiled just below the surface of his mind. The blue eyes glided to Denna. "You look surprisingly well this morning, my pet." "Mistress Denna is as good at taking pain as giving it, Master Rahl," Richard heard himself say. The blue eyes returned to his. The calmness, the peace in Rahl's face made Richard quiver. "My pet has told me you are nothing but trouble. I am pleased to see she has not lied to me, but not pleased to find it true." He clasped his hands in a relaxed manner. "Well, no matter. How good to meet you at last, Richard Cypher." Denna drove the Aegil into his back with a sharp jab to remind him of what it was he was supposed to say. "It is my honor to be here, Master Rahl. I live only to serve. I am humbled in your presence." A small smile came to Rahl's lips. "Yes, I am sure you are." He studied Richard's face for an uncomfortable moment. "I have some questions. You are going to give me the answers." Richard felt himself shaking slightly. "Yes, Master Rahl." "Kneel," he said softly. Richard went to his knees with the aid of the Aegil on his shoulder. Denna stepped behind and put a boot to each side of him. She pressed her thighs against his shoulders, bracing against them for leverage, as she held his hair in her fist. She pulled his head back a little, making him look up into the master's blue eyes. Richard swallowed in terror. Darken Rahl looked down without emotion. "You have seen the Book of Counted Shadows before?" Something powerful in the back of his mind told Richard he shouldn't answer. When he said nothing, Denna tightened her grip on his hair and pushed the Aegil against the base of his skull. There was a stunning explosion of pain in his head. Denna's grip on his hair was all that kept him upright. It was as if she had compressed the pain of an entire training session into that one touch. He couldn't move, breathe, or even cry out. He was beyond being in pain. The shock took everything from him, and in its place left an all-consuming agony of fire and ice. She took away the Aegil. He didn't know where he was, who was holding him, only that this was more pain than he had ever known before, and that there was a man in front of him dressed in a white robe. Blue eyes looked down at him. "You have seen the Book of Counted Shadows before?" "Yes," he heard himself say. "Where is it now?" Richard hesitated. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't know what the voice wanted. The pain exploded in his head again. When it stopped, he felt tears running down his cheeks. "Where is it now?" the voice repeated. "Please don't hurt me anymore," he cried. "I don't understand the question." "What is there not to understand? Simply tell me where the book is now." "The book, or the knowledge of the book?" Richard asked fearfully. The blue eyes frowned. "The book. I burned it in a fire, years ago." Richard thought the eyes were going to tear him apart. "And where is the knowledge?" Richard hesitated too long. When he was aware again, Denna yanked his head up to look into the blue eyes again. Richard had never felt so alone, so helpless, so afraid. "Where is the knowledge that was in the book?" "In my head. Before I burned the book, I learned the words, the knowledge." The man stood staring, unmoving. Richard cried softly. "Recite the words of the book." Richard desperately didn't want the Aegil in the back of his head again. He shook with the fear of it. "Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor." Confessor. Kalin. The name Kalin went through Richard's mind like a bolt of lightning. The power roared to life, blasting away the fog with the burning white-hot glare of his memories. The door to the locked room in his mind was flung open. It all came back to him, brought back by the power as it rose in him. Richard was one with the power, at the thought of Darken Rahl having Kalin, hurting her. Darken Rahl turned to the other men. The one with the black stripe came forward. "You see, my friend, the fates work for me. She is already on her way here with the old one. Find her. See to it she is brought to me. Take 2 quads, but I want her alive, do you understand?" The man gave a nod. "You and your men will have the protection of my spell. The old one is with her, but he will have no weapon against an underworld spell, if he is even alive by then." Rahl's voice became harder. "And Demon, I don't care what your men do to her, but she had better be alive when she gets here and able to use her power." A little of the color left the man's face. "I understand. It will be done as you wish, Lord Rahl." He bowed deep. He turned and left after meeting Richard's eyes and giving a knowing smile. Darken Rahl returned his blue eyes to Richard. "Continue." Richard had gone as far as he was going to go. He remembered everything. It was time to die. "I will not. There is nothing you can do to make me tell you. I welcome the pain. I welcome death." Before the Aegil could come, Rahl's eyes snapped up to Denna. Richard felt her fist loosen on his hair. One of the guards marched forward, grabbed her by the throat with his big hand, squeezing, until Richard could hear her struggling to breathe. Rahl glared at her. "You told me he was broken." "He was, Master Rahl." She struggled to speak as she was being choked. "I swear." "I am very disappointed in you, Denna." As the man lifted her feet off the ground, Richard could hear her sounds of pain. Again the power turned white-hot in him. Denna was being hurt. Before anyone knew what was happening, he was on his feet, the power of the magic raging through him. Richard threw one arm around the man's thick neck, grasping his opposite shoulder. He grabbed the man's head with his other arm and in a blink gave a powerful twist. The man's neck snapped. He went down in a heap. Richard spun. The other guard was almost on him, his hand reaching out. Richard seized the man's wrist and used his advancing weight to pull his adversary into the knife. He drove it up to his fist and gave it a mighty pull, cutting all the way up to the man's heart as his blue eyes went wide in surprise. His insides spilled across the ground when he hit. Richard stood panting with the power. Everything in his peripheral vision was white. White from the heat of the magic. Denna had her hands to her throat, clutching at the pain. Darken Rahl stood calmly, licking the tips of his fingers as he watched Richard. Denna brought on the pain of the magic enough to take Richard to his knees. He folded his arms across his gut. Master Rahl, Denna gasped. Let me take him back for the night. I swear that in the morning he will answer anything you ask him, if he's still alive. Allow me to redeem myself. No, Rahl said, deep in thought, waving his hand a little. I apologize, my pet. This is not your failing. I had no idea what we were dealing with. Turn off the pain in him. Richard recovered and returned to his feet. The fog had cleared from his head. He felt as if he were waking from a dream only to find himself in a nightmare. The rest of him was out of the little locked room in his mind, and he wasn't putting it away again. He would die with all of his mind, his dignity intact. He kept the anger choked off, but there was fire in his eyes, fire in his heart. Did the old one teach you that? Rahl asked, a curious frown on his face. Teach me what? To partition your mind. That was how you kept from being broken. I don't know what you're talking about. You put up a partition to protect the core, sacrifice the rest to what would be done. A moored Sith cannot break a partitioned mind. Punish, yes. Break, no. He turned to Denna. Once again, I am sorry, my pet. I thought you had failed me. You have not. None but the most talented could have taken him this far. You have done well, but this makes matters altogether different. He smiled, licked his fingertips, smoothed them over his eyebrows. Richard and I are going to have a private conversation now. While he is in this room with me, I wish you to let him speak without the pain of the magic. It interferes with what I may need to do. While he is here, he is to be free of your control. You may return to your quarters. When I am done with him, and if he is still alive, I will send him back to you as promised. Denna bowed deeply. I live to serve Master Rahl. She turned to Richard, her face crimson, and put a finger under his chin, lifting it a little. Don't disappoint me, my love. The Seeker smiled. Never, Mistress Denna. He let the anger rage just to feel it again as he watched her walk away. Rage at her and at what had been done to her. Don't think of the problem, he told himself. Think of the solution. Richard turned to face Darken Rahl. The other's face was calm, showed nothing. Richard made his do the same. You know I want to know what the rest of the book says. Kill me. Rahl smiled. So eager to die, are we? Yes, kill me, just like you killed my father. Darken Rahl frowned, the smile still on his lips. Your father? I have not killed your father, Richard. George Cypher. You killed him. Don't try to deny it. You killed him with that knife at your belt. Rahl spread his hands in mock innocence. Oh, I don't deny killing George Cypher, but I have not killed your father. Richard stood caught off guard. What are you talking about? Darken Rahl strolled around him, watching his eyes as Richard tried to follow him by turning his head. It's quite good. It really is. The best I have ever seen. Done by the Great One himself. What? Darken Rahl licked his fingers and stopped in front of him. The wizard's web around you. I've never seen one like it. It's wound around you tight as a cocoon. Been there a good long time. It's quite intricate. I don't think even I could untangle it. If you are trying to convince me George Cypher is not my father, you have failed. If you are trying to convince me you are mad, you needn't bother. That much I already know. My dear boy, Rahl laughed. I couldn't care less who you believe your father to be. Nonetheless, there is a wizard's web hiding the truth from you. Really? I'll play along. Who's my father, if it's not George Cypher? I wouldn't know, Rahl shrugged. The web hides it. But from what I've seen, I have my suspicions. The smile left. What does the Book of Counted Shadows say? Richard shrugged. That's your question? You disappoint me. How so? Well, after what was done to your bastard father, I thought sure you'd want to know the old wizard's name. Darken Rahl glared as he slowly licked his fingertips. What is the old wizard's name? It was Richard's turn to smile. He spread his arms wide. "Cut me open. It's written on my guts. You will have to find it there." Richard kept the smirk on his face. He knew he was defenseless and was hoping Rahl would be driven to kill him. If he was dead, the book died with him. No box, no book. Rahl was going to die. Kalin would be safe then. That was all that mattered. "In 1 week it will be the first day of winter, and I will know the name of the wizard and have the power to snatch him from wherever he is and bring his hide to me. In 1 week you will be dead. You have only 2 boxes. Darken Rahl licked his fingers again and smoothed them over his lips. "I have 2 right now, and the 3rd is on its way here as we speak." Richard tried not to believe him, let his face show nothing. "A brave boast, but a lie nonetheless. In 1 week you are going to die." Rahl raised his eyebrows. "I speak the truth. You have been betrayed. The same one who has betrayed you to me has also betrayed the box to me. It will be here in a few days." "I don't believe you," Richard said flatly. Darken Rahl licked his fingertips and turned, walking around the circle of white sand. "No? Let me show you something." Richard followed him to a wedge of white stone upon which sat a flat slab of granite held up by 2 short-fluted pedestals. In the center of the slab sat 2 of the boxes of Orden. One was ornately jeweled, like the one Richard had seen before. The other was as black as the night stone, its surface a void in the light of the room. The box itself, its protective covering, removed. "2 of the boxes of Orden," Rahl announced, holding his hand out to them. "Why would I want the book? The book would be useless to me without the 3rd box. You had the 3rd box. The one who betrayed you told me so. If the box were not on its way, why would I need the book? I would instead cut you open to get the location of the box." Richard shook with anger. "Who betrayed me in the box? Tell me the name." "Or what? Or you will cut me open and read the name on my guts? I will not betray the name of one who has helped me. You are not the only one with honor." Richard didn't know what to believe. Rahl was right about one thing. He wouldn't need the book if he didn't have all 3 boxes. Someone really had betrayed him. It was impossible, but it must be true. "Just kill me," Richard said in a weak voice, turning away. "I'm not going to tell you. You might as well cut me open." "First, you must convince me you are telling the truth. You could be deceiving me that you really know the whole book. You may have read just the first page and burned the rest, or simply be inventing what you have told me of it." Richard folded his arms and looked back over his shoulder. "And what possible reason could I have for wanting you to believe me?" Rahl shrugged. "I thought you cared about this confessor, Kalin. I had thought you cared what happened to her. You see, if you can't convince me that you are telling the truth, then I will have to cut her open and have a look at her entrails. See if they have anything to say about this." Richard glared. "That would be the biggest mistake you could make. You need her to confirm the truth of the book. If you harm her, you destroy your chance." Rahl shrugged. "So you say. How would I know you really do know what the book says? It could even be that this is the manner in which she will confirm the truth." Richard said nothing, his mind racing in 1,000 directions at once. Think of the solution, he told himself, not the problem. "How did you get the covering off that box without the book?" "The Book of Counted Shadows is not the only source of information about the boxes. There are other places that are of aid to me." He looked down at the dark box. "It took a full day and every talent I have to get the covering off." He looked back up, lifting an eyebrow. "It's held on with magic, you know, but I did it, and I will be able to do it to the other 2. It was discouraging that Rahl had managed to get the covering off. To open a box, the covering had to be removed. Richard had hoped that without the book, Rahl wouldn't be able to figure out how to remove the covers and not be able to open a box. That hope was now lost. Richard stared blankly at the jeweled box. "Page 12 of the Book of Counted Shadows. Under the heading Shedding the Covers, it says, The covering on the boxes may be removed by anyone with the knowledge, not only the one who has put them in play. Richard reached out and lifted the jeweled box off the granite. Page 17, third paragraph down on the page. If not, however, in the hours of darkness, but in the hours of the sun, the covering may be removed from the second box in the following manner. Hold the box where the sun may touch it, and face north. If there be clouds, hold the box where the sun would touch it, if they were not present, but face the west. Richard held the box up in the late-day sunlight. Turn the box that the small end with the blue stone may face the quadrant with the sun. The yellow stone is to face up. Richard turned the box. With the second finger of the right hand on the yellow stone in the center of the top, place the thumb of the right hand on the clear stone in the corner of the bottom. Richard grasped the box as directed. Place the first finger of the left hand on the blue stone on the side facing away, the thumb of the left hand on the ruby stone of the side closest. Richard placed his fingers so. Clear your mind of all thought, and in its place put nothing but the image of white with a square of black in its center. Pull the two hands apart, taking the covering away with them. As Rahl watched, Richard cleared his mind, pictured white with black in the center, and pulled. The cover made a clicking sound and came apart. He held the box just over the granite and pulled the cover away as if he were putting an egg in a frying pan. Two equally black boxes sat side by side, seeming as if they would suck the light from the room. "Remarkable," Rahl breathed. "And you know every part of the book this well?" "Every word," Richard glared. "What I have told you will be of no aid in removing the third cover, however. They each come off differently." Rahl gave a little wave of his hand. "No matter, I will get it off." He held an elbow in one hand and touched a finger of the other to his chin, absorbed in thought. "You are free to go." Richard frowned. "What do you mean I am free to go?" "Aren't you going to try to get the book out of me? Kill me?" Rahl shrugged. "It would do me no good. The ways I have of getting information from you would damage your brain. The information would be disjointed. If it were anything else, I would be able to put the pieces together and figure it out, but I can see the book is too specific for that. The information would only end up being spoiled and of no use to me. You therefore are of no use to me right now, so you may go." Richard was worried. There was something more to this. "Just like that, I may go? You must know I will try to stop you." Rahl licked his fingers. His eyes came up. "I'm not worried about anything you could do. But you must be back here in 1 week when I open the boxes if you care at all what happens to everyone." Richard narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean if I care what happens to everyone?" "In 1 week, on the first day of winter, I am going to open one of the boxes. I have been able to learn from sources other than the Book of Counted Shadows, the same sources that told me how I might remove the cover, how to tell which box it is that would kill me. Beyond that, I will have to guess. If I open the right one, I will rule unchallenged. If I open the other, the world will be destroyed." "You would let that happen?" Darken Rahl's eyebrows lifted as he leaned toward Richard. "One world or no world, that is the way it shall be." "I don't believe you. You don't know which box will destroy you." "Even if I were lying, I would still have 2 chances in 3 of having my way. You would have only 1 in 3 of it working out in your favor. Not good odds for you. But I'm not lying. Either the world is destroyed or I rule it. You must decide which you would rather have happen. If you don't help me, and I open the wrong box, I will be destroyed along with everyone else, including those you care for. If you don't help me, and I open the one I want, then I will turn Kalen over to Constance for training, a good long training. You will watch the whole thing before I kill you. Then Kalen will bear me a son, an heir, a son who will be a confessor." Richard went cold with pain, worse than any Denna had given him. "You are trying to make me an offer of some sort?" Rahl nodded. "If you come back in time and help me, you will be permitted to go about your life. I will let you be." "What about Kalen?" "She will live here in the People's Palace and be treated like a queen. She will have every comfort any woman could have, the kind of life a confessor is used to. Something you could never provide her." She will live a life of peace and safety, and she will bear me the confessor's son I wish. Either way, she will bear me a son. That is my choice. Your choice is how, as Constance's pet or as a queen. So you see, I think you will be back. And if I am wrong, he shrugged, one world or no world. Richard could hardly breathe. I don't think you know which box will destroy you. You will have to decide what you will believe. I feel no need to convince you. His expression darkened. Choose wisely, my young friend. You may not like the choices I have given you, but you will like the results of not helping me even less. Not all choices in life are ones you would like, but those are all that are presented to you. Sometimes you must choose what is better for the ones you love than yourself. I still don't think you know which box will kill you, Richard whispered. Think what you will, but ask yourself if you are willing to bet Kalen's future with Constance on what you think. Even if you were right, it still gives you only one chance in 3. Richard felt empty, devastated. Am I free to go now? Well, there are a few other matters you may want to know about. Richard felt himself abruptly paralyzed, as if invisible hands were gripping him. He couldn't move a muscle. Darken Rahl reached into Richard's pocket and took out the leather pouch with the nightstone. Richard fought against the force that held him, but could not move. Rahl dumped the nightstone in his hand. He held it up in his palm, smiling. Shadow things began to materialize. They gathered around Rahl, their numbers growing. Richard wished he could back away, but he couldn't move. Time to go home, my friends. The shadows began swirling around Rahl, faster and faster, until they were a blur of gray. A howl rose as they were sucked into the nightstone in a whirl of shadows and shapes. Silence. They were gone. The nightstone turned to ash in Rahl's palm. He blew on it, and the ash puffed into the air. The Old One has been checking on you, using the nightstone to find where you are. The next time he searches, he is going to have a very unpleasant experience. He is going to find himself in the underworld. Richard was furious at what Darken Rahl was doing to Zed, and he was furious that he couldn't move, that he was helpless and could only watch. Richard relaxed his mind, shed the effort of trying to move, and replaced it with calm. He let his mind be empty, let himself be soft, limp. The force melted away. He took a step forward, free of the grip that had held him. Rahl smiled warmly. Very good, my boy. You know how to break a wizard's web, at least a little one. But very good nonetheless. The Old One chooses his seekers well. He nodded. But you are more than a seeker. You have the gift. I look forward to the day we will be on the same side. I will enjoy having you around. The ones I have to deal with are very limited. After the world is joined, I will teach you more if you wish. We will never be on the same side. Never. That is your choice, Richard. I bear no ill will toward you. I hope we will become friends. Rahl studied Richard's face. There is one more thing. You may stay in the People's Palace, or you may leave if you wish. My guards will accommodate you. You will, however, have a wizard's web around you. Unlike the one you just broke, it will not affect you, but those who see you. And therefore, you will not be able to break it. It's called an enemy web. All will see you as their enemy. That means that when your allies see you, they will see an enemy. Those who honor me will see you as yourself, since you are my enemy for the time being, and therefore already their enemy. At least for now. But those who are your friends will see you as the person they fear most, their worst enemy. I would like you to see the way people think of me, see the world through my eyes, see how unjustly I am regarded. Richard didn't have to try to hold back the anger. There was none. He felt an odd sort of peace. Am I free to go now? Of course, my boy. What about Mistress Denna? Once you leave this room, you will be back under her power. She still controls the magic of your sword. Once a moored Sith has your magic, it is hers to keep. I cannot take it from her to give it back to you. You must get it back yourself. Then how am I free to leave? Isn't it obvious? If you want to leave, you must kill her. Kill her? Richard was stunned. Don't you think if I could kill her, I would have done so by now? Do you think I would have endured what she has done to me if I could have killed her? Darken Rahl smiled a little smile. You have always been able to kill her. How? There is nothing that exists that has only one side. Even a piece of paper, thin as it is, has two sides. Magic is not one-dimensional either. You have been looking at only one side of it. Most people do. Look at the whole. He pointed at the bodies of his two guards, the guards Richard had killed. She controls your magic, yet you did this. But that's different. It won't work against her. Rahl nodded. Yes, it will. But you must be its master. Half measures will get you in a lot of trouble. She controls you with one dimension of your magic, the side you offered her. You must use the other side. It is something all seekers have been capable of, but none has ever succeeded in mastering. Perhaps you will be the first. And if I'm not, if I don't succeed at it? Darken Rahl was sounding altogether too much like Zed for Richard's comfort. This was the way Zed had always taught him. By making him think for himself, find the answers in his own way, with his own mind. Then, my young friend, you are going to be in for a very rough week. Denna is not pleased at how you embarrassed her. At the end of the week, she will bring you to me, and you will tell me your decision, to help or to let all your friends suffer and die. Just tell me how to use the magic of the sword, how to master it. Of course. Right after you tell me the knowledge in the Book of Counted Shadows. Rahl smiled. I didn't think so. Good night, Richard. Don't forget 1 week. The sun was fading as Richard left the garden and Darken Rahl. His mind was spinning with all the things he had learned. That Darken Rahl knew which box would kill him was troublesome, but he reasoned that Rahl might be using the wizard's first rule on him. Worse was that one of his own had betrayed him. He liked that not one bit. What he liked less was that he knew who it had to be. Shota had told him that Zed and Kalen would use their power against him. It had to be Zed or Kalen. He couldn't make that fit, no matter how he tried, no matter how he reasoned it out. It couldn't be either, yet it had to be one. He loved them both more than his need to live. Zed had told him he had to be prepared to kill any of them if they jeopardized winning, even if he thought there was only a chance that they did. He forced the thought out of his mind. He had to think of a way to get away from Denna. He could be of no help, and none of the rest of it mattered if he couldn't get away from Denna. It would do him no good to think of the other problems if he couldn't get away, and if he didn't figure it out soon, then Denna was going to hurt him, and he wouldn't be able to think anymore. The things she did to him made it too hard to think, made him forget things. He had to concentrate on that problem first and worry about the others later. The sword, he thought. Denna controlled the magic of the sword. He didn't need the sword. Maybe he could just get rid of it. Get rid of the magic she controlled. He reached for the hilt, but the pain of the magic stopped him before he could even touch it. He walked on through the halls toward Denna's quarters. It was still a long way. Maybe he could simply go another way, leave the People's Palace. Darken Rahl had told him none of the guards would stop him. When the next intersection of halls came, he started to turn down one. The pain dropped him to his knees. With great effort, he managed to get back to the hall he was supposed to be in. He had to stop and rest, the pain having taken his breath away. Close, just ahead, the way he was going, the bell for the evening devotion rang. He would go to the devotion. That would give him time to think. He knelt, relieved that the pain of the magic didn't come on. It was one of the squares with water. He liked them best. They were the most peaceful. Close to the edge of the water, with people all about, Richard put his head to the tile floor and began chanting, clearing his mind, letting himself go empty. He used the chanting to melt his worries, his fears, his concerns. He put his thoughts of all the problems away, let his mind seek peace, let it wander where it would. The devotion was over, it seemed, in no time. He stood, refreshed, renewed, and started off again toward Denna's quarters. The halls he passed through, the rooms and stairways, were breathtakingly beautiful, and Richard again marveled at them as he passed. He wondered at how someone as vile as Darken Rahl would care to surround himself with such loveliness. Nothing was one-dimensional, two sides to the magic. Richard thought about the times the strange power had come awake in him, when he had felt sorry for Princess Violet, when the Queen's guard had tried to harm Denna, when he had felt the pain of what had been done to Denna, when he thought of Rahl hurting Kalin, when Rahl's guards had tried to hurt Denna. He remembered that each time it had made part of his vision turn white. Each time he knew it was the magic of the sword, but in the past the magic of the sword had been rage too. Yet this was a different kind of rage. He thought of how he used to feel when he drew the sword in anger, the wrath, the fury, the want to kill, the hate. Richard stopped dead in the center of the quiet hall. It was late, and there were no people around. He was alone. He felt a wave of cold wash through him, prickling his skin. Two sides. He understood. The spirits help him. He understood. He brought it forth, let it cast everything in a white sheen. Cradled numbly in the white haze of the magic, nearly in a trance, Richard pushed the door to Denna's quarters closed behind himself. He calmly held the power, held the whiteness of it, held the joy and the sorrow of it. The quiet room was lit by one lamp on the bedside table, giving the softly scented air a warm, flickering glow. Denna sat completely naked in the center of her bed. Her legs were crossed, her braid undone, and her hair brushed out. The aegil was on a gold chain around her neck, hanging between her breasts. Her hands lay nested in her lap. She watched him with big, wistful eyes. "You have come to kill me, my love?" she whispered. He nodded slowly, watching her. "Yes, mistress." She smiled a little. "That is the first time you have ever called me simply mistress. You have always called me Mistress Denna in the past. It means something?" "Yes. It means everything, my mate. It means I forgive you everything." "I have made myself ready." "Why are you naked?" The lamplight reflected in the wetness of her eyes. "Because everything I have to wear is moored Sith. I have nothing else. I did not wish to die in the clothes of a moored Sith. I wish to die as I was born. Denna, nothing more." "I understand," he whispered. "How did you know I was coming to kill you?" "When Master Rahl chose me to go after you, he said he wouldn't order me to go, but that I must volunteer. He said the prophecies foretold of a seeker who would be the first to master the magic of the sword, the white magic, that this one would cause the blade of the sword to turn white. He said that if you turned out to be the one of whom the prophecy spoke, it would mean that I was to die by your hand if you so chose. I asked to be sent, to be your moored Sith. Some of the things I have done to you, I have done to no other, in the hope you would be the one and kill me for it. When you did what you did to the princess, I suspected. When you killed the 2 guards today, I knew. You should not have been able to. I was holding you by the sword's magic at the time." Everything was white around the childlike beauty of her face. "I'm so sorry, Denna," he whispered. "You will remember me?" "I will have nightmares the rest of my life." Her smile widened. "I'm glad." She seemed genuinely proud. "You love this woman, Kalin?" He frowned a little. "How do you know that?" "Sometimes when I hurt men enough and they don't know what they're saying, they cry for their mothers or their wives. You cried for one named Kalin. You will choose her for your mate?" "I cannot," he said past the lump in his throat. "She is a confessor. Her power would destroy me." "I'm sorry. This hurts you?" He nodded slowly. "More than anything you have done to me." "Good," Denna smiled sadly. "I'm glad the one you love is able to give you more pain than was I." Richard knew that in her twisted way, Denna meant this as a comfort to him. That for her to be happy, that he would get more pain from another, was a giving of her love. He knew that Denna sometimes gave him pain to show that she cared for him. In her eyes, at least, if this other woman could give him more pain, that was a demonstration of love. A tear ran down his face. What had they done to this poor child? It is a different kind of pain. None could be your equal in the things you have done. A tear of pride rolled down her cheek. Thank you, my love, she breathed. She took the aegil from her neck and held it up hopefully. Would you wear this to remember me by? It will not hurt you around your neck, or if you hold the chain, only if you hold the aegil itself in your hand. Richard held her face in the white glow. It would be my honor, my mate. He bent, letting her put it over his head, letting her give his cheek a kiss. How will you do it? She asked. He knew what she meant. He swallowed back the lump in his throat. His hand went smoothly to the hilt of the sword. Slowly, he drew the sword of truth. It didn't ring the way it always had in the past. It hissed, a white-hot hiss. Richard didn't look, but he knew the blade had turned white. He held her wet eyes. The power flooded through him. He was at peace. All anger, all hate, all malice was gone. Where he had felt these things from the sword before, he now felt only love for this child, this vessel into whom others had poured pain, this receptacle of cruelty, this innocent, tortured soul who had been trained to do the things she hated above all else, hurting others. His empathy with her made him ache with sorrow for her, with love for her. Denna, he whispered, you could just let me go. There is no need to do this. Please, let me go. Don't make me have to do this. She held her chin up. If you try to leave, I will stop you with the pain of the magic and make you sorry you have been trouble to me. I am Mord Sith. I am your mistress. I can be no more than who I am. You can be no less, my mate. He nodded sadly, and put the tip of the sword between her breasts, the tears in his eyes, and the white glow making it difficult to see. Denna gently took the tip of the sword and moved it up a few inches. My heart is here, my love. Holding the sword against her, he bent and put his left arm tenderly around her soft shoulders. He held the power with all his strength as he kissed her cheek. Richard, she whispered, I have never had a mate like you before. I'm glad I will have no other. You are a very rare person. You are the only person since I was chosen who has cared that I was in pain or done anything to stop it. Thank you for last night, for teaching me what it could be like. Tears dripped from his face. He held her close. Forgive me, my love. She smiled. Everything. Thank you for calling me my love. It is good to hear it once in truth before I die. Twist the sword to be sure it is finished, and Richard, please, take my last breath, as I have taught you. I wish you to have my last breath of life. In a daze, he put his mouth over hers, kissing her, and didn't even feel his right hand moving. There was no resistance. The sword went through her as if she were gossamer. He felt his hand twist the sword, and he took her last breath of life. He laid her gently back on the bed, lay down next to her, and cried uncontrollably as he stroked her ashen face. He grieved to undo what he had done. Chapter 44. It was deep in the night when he left Denna's quarters. The halls were empty except for flickering shadows. Richard's footsteps echoed from the polished stone floors and walls as he walked in a mournful daze, watching his shadow rotate around himself as he passed torches, feeling comfort only at having his pack on his back once more, and to be leaving the people's palace. He didn't know where he was going, only that he was going to go away from here. The pain of an aegil in the small of his back slammed him to a halt, brought sweat instantly to his face as he tried to take a breath but couldn't. Fire seared through his hips and legs. "Going somewhere?" came a ruthless whisper. Constance. His shaking hand struggled to reach his sword. She laughed as she watched him. A vision of giving her control of the magic, of the whole nightmare starting over again, flashed through his mind. His hand backed away from the sword and kept the anger of the magic in check. She came around to stand before him, her arm around him, holding the aegil against his back, keeping his legs paralyzed. She was wearing her red leather. "No? Not ready to try to use the magic on me yet? You will. You will try before long. You will try to save yourself with it. She smiled. "Save yourself the extra pain. Use it now. Maybe I will have mercy on you if you try it now." Richard thought about all the ways Denna had given him pain, and how she had taught him to tolerate it so she could give him more. He brought to bear everything he had learned. He controlled the pain, blocking it enough to draw a deep breath. He swept his left arm around Constance, forcing her body tight against himself. He grabbed the aegil in his fist, Denna's aegil hanging from his neck. Pain shot up his arm. He endured it, dismissed it. Constance gave a grunt as he lifted her off her feet, pulling her up his body. She tried to press her aegil harder into his back, but she didn't have the leverage, and he had her arm pinned so she couldn't move it. When he had lifted her high enough, her contorted face in front of his, he pressed Denna's aegil to her chest. Her eyes widened. Her expression slackened. Richard remembered Denna holding her aegil against Queen Milena in this manner. It had the same effect on Constance. She shook, easing the pressure against his back. Still it was hurting him, as was the aegil in his hand. Richard gritted his teeth against the pain. "I'm not going to kill you with the sword. To do that, I would have to forgive you everything. I could never bring myself to forgive you for betraying a friend. I could forgive your deeds against me, but not those against your friend Denna. That is the one thing I could never forgive." Constance gasped with the agony. "Please." "Promise made," he sneered. "No, please don't." Richard twisted the aegil, as he had seen Denna do to the Queen. Constance flinched and went limp in his grip. Blood ran from her ears. He let her lifeless body slip to the ground. Promise kept. Richard stared a long time at the aegil held tightly in his fist before he realized it was causing pain, and released it at last to hang from its chain around his neck. He looked down at the dead-moored Sith as he caught his breath. "Thank you, Denna," he thought, "for teaching me to endure the pain. You have saved my life." It took him the better part of an hour to find his way out of the labyrinth of halls, out into the frigid night, to the expansive grounds. He kept a tight grip on the hilt of the sword as he went past two big guards at the open gate through the outer wall, but they only gave a polite nod of their heads, as if he were an invited guest departing after a royal dinner. He stopped, gazing out at the starlit country before him. He had never been so happy to see stars. He turned about, looking at everything. The People's Palace, surrounded by imposing sheer walls, sat atop an immense plateau that dropped off before him to a plain. The plateau stood hundreds of feet above the barren land, but there was a road cut into the cliffs, switching back and forth, descending to the flat land. "Horse, sir?" Richard spun around. One of the guards had spoken to him. "What?" "I asked if you would like a horse brought up, sir. You look to be leaving. It's a long walk." "What's a long walk?" The guard gave a nod at the drop. "The Azrith Plains. You're looking to the west across the Azrith Plains. It's a long walk across. Would you like a horse?" It unnerved him that Darken Rahl had so little concern for what he might do that he would let him have a horse. "Yes, I would like a horse." The guard blew a small whistle in a series of short and long bursts to another man on the wall. Richard heard the short tune repeated into the distance. The guard resumed his post. "Won't be long, sir." "How far to the Rang Shada Mountains?" The man frowned a little. "Where in the Rang Shada? They run a long way." "Northwest of Tamarang. As close as they come to Tamarang." He rubbed his chin in thought. 4, maybe 5 days. He considered the other guard. "Wouldn't you say?" The other shrugged. "If he rides hard day and night and changes horses often, maybe 5, but I doubt it would be done in 4. Richard's heart sank. Of course Rahl didn't care if he had a horse. Where was he going to go? Michael and the Westland Army were 4 or 5 days away in the Rang Shada. He couldn't get to them, and back, before the week was out. Before the first day of winter. But Kalen had to be closer. Rahl had sent that man with the black stripe in his hair and 2 quads to get her. What was she doing this close? He had told them not to come after him. His anger flashed at Chase for not following his instructions, for not keeping them all away. Then his anger wilted. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to sit back and not know what had happened to a friend. Maybe they weren't in the mountains, but all on their way. But what good was an army going to do? 10 good men in a place like this could hold off an army for a month. 2 soldiers in full battle armor came riding through the gate, bringing a third horse with them. "Would you like an escort, sir?" the guard asked. "They're good men." "No," Richard glared. "I will be going alone." The guard waved the soldiers off. "You'll be going west-southwest, then?" Richard didn't answer. So he went on. "Tamarang, the place in the Rangshada you asked about. It's to the west-southwest. Piece of advice, if I may, sir?" "Go on," Richard said cautiously. "If you go that way across the Azrith Plains, then near morning you'll come to a boulder field among sharp hills. There'll be a split in the road in a deep canyon. Take to the left." Richard's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because to the right there'll be a dragon, a red dragon. A red dragon of a bad temper. Master Rahl's dragon." Richard mounted the horse and stared down at the guard. "Thanks for the advice. I'll remember." He put heel to the horse and took to the steep road down the side of the plateau, down the switchbacks. Beyond one, he saw a drawbridge being lowered as he approached. By the time he reached it, it was down, and he never slowed, galloping the horse across the heavy wooden planks. He could see that the road was the only practical way up the cliffs of the plateau, and the yawning gap spanned by the bridge would prove an impasse to any advancing army. Even without the formidable force of defenders he knew was behind him, even without Darken Rahl's magic, the simple inaccessibility of the people's palace was defense enough. As he rode, Richard unbuckled the hated collar and flung it into the night. He vowed that he would never again wear a collar, not for anyone, not for any reason. Running the horse across the plain, Richard looked over his shoulder at the black shape of the people's palace atop the plateau, looming up, blotting out an entire quadrant of stars. The cold air against his face made his eyes water. Or else it was his thoughts about Denna. Try as he might, he couldn't get her out of his mind. If it weren't for Kaelin and Zed, he would have killed himself back there. He was hurting that much. Killing with the sword in anger, out of rage and hate, was horrible. Killing with the sword's white magic, out of love, was beyond horror. The blade had returned to its polished silver gloss, but he knew how to make it white again. He hoped he would die before that was ever required. He didn't know if he could ever bring himself to do it again. And yet here he was, racing across the night, on his way to find Zed and Kaelin, to find which of them had betrayed the box to Darken Rahl, had betrayed everyone to Darken Rahl. The whole thing didn't make any sense. Why would Rahl use the Nightstone to trap Zed if Zed was the traitor? And why would he send men after Kaelin if she was the one? Yet Shota had said each would try to kill him. It had to be one of them. What was he to do? Turn the sword white and kill both? He knew that was foolish. He would rather die himself first than harm either. But what if Zed was betraying them, and the only way to save Kaelin would be to kill his old friend? Or what if it was the other way around? Would he still rather die first then? The important thing was to stop Rahl. He had to recover the last box. He had to stop wasting his energy thinking about things he couldn't know. All that mattered was stopping Rahl, then everything else would fall into place. He had found the box once. He would have to find it again. But how? There was no time. How was he going to find Zed and Kaelin? He was one man on a horse, and there was a whole country to search. They wouldn't be traveling by road, not if Chase was with them. Chase would keep them off the roads, well hidden. Richard didn't know the roads, much less the trails. This was a fool's task. There was too much country to search. Darken Rahl had planted too many doubts in him. Swirling thoughts twisted on themselves, became more and more confusing, hopeless. He felt that his own mind was his worst enemy right now. Richard cleared his mind and chanted the devotion to keep himself from thinking. He smiled at the stupidity of chanting a devotion to a man he wanted to kill, but he chanted anyway, as he rode on into the night. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Twice he walked the horse to rest it, but pushed on hard the rest of the time. The Azrith plains seemed endless, the flat country devoid of almost all vegetation stretched on forever. The chanting helped him keep his mind clear of all thoughts except one, the horror of killing Denna. That memory he couldn't shake. Those tears he couldn't keep back. Dawn brought him his own shadow to chase. Boulders appeared, looking out of place on the flat ground, casting long shadows of their own. They gathered in numbers as he rode. The terrain began undulating, opening up in gullies, rising in ridges. He rode through narrow passes and rifts, down a canyon with walls of crumbling rock. The road took a bend to the left, with a narrower road to the right. Richard took the horse to the left, remembering what the guard had told him. Out of the clearness of his mind, a thought came to him. Richard brought the horse to a skidding halt. He looked off down the right road. He thought about it a minute, then pulled the reins to the right, urging the animal on down the right-hand road. Darken Rahl had told him he was free to go where he pleased, had even let him have a horse so he might go where he wished. Maybe Darken Rahl wouldn't mind if Richard borrowed his dragon. Letting the horse pick its own way, he watched carefully all about, resting his hand on the hilt of the sword. Surely a red dragon wouldn't be hard to spot. There was no sound but the horse's hooves on the hard ground. Richard didn't know how far it was, and rode for a long time among the rubble of boulders on the canyon floor. He began to worry that the dragon was gone, that maybe Rahl himself was riding it somewhere, maybe to get the box. He didn't know if his present course was a good idea, but it was the only idea he could think of. A blinding burst of fire erupted with a deafening roar. The horse reared. Richard leapt off, landed on his feet, and scrambled behind a boulder as the air was filled with flying stones and fire. Shards of rock ricocheted past his head. He heard the horse thud to the ground and smelled burnt hair. It screamed a terrible neigh, until there was a snapping of bones. Richard crouched tighter against the rock, afraid to look. As he listened to the periodic roar of fire, the breaking of bones, the ripping of flesh, Richard decided that this had been a very stupid idea. He could hardly believe the dragon was so well hidden that he hadn't even seen it. He wondered if it had seen him dive behind the boulder. At least for the moment it didn't seem so. He searched about for a way to escape, but the terrain was too open to run without being seen. The sound of the horse being eaten made his stomach turn. At last it ended. He wondered if dragons took naps after they ate. There were a few snorts. The snorts came closer. Richard tried to make himself smaller. Talons rasped over the boulder he was hiding behind and lifted it right off the ground, tossing it aside. Richard looked up into piercing yellow eyes. Almost everything else was an intense red. The head, with flexible black-tipped spikes around the base of the jaw and on the back of its skull behind the ears, was at the end of a long, thick neck, rising from an immense body. The sinewy tail terminated in black-tipped spikes, like the ones on the head, only stiff, hard. The tail swished idly, pushing rocks aside. As it flexed its wings, powerful muscles rippled beneath the glossy red interlocking scales on its shoulders. Razor-sharp teeth, stained red from its recent meal, sprouted just inside the snarling lips and lined the long muzzle. The beast snorted. Smoke rose from nostrils at the end of the tapered snout. "What have we here?" came a decidedly female voice. "A tasty treat?" Richard sprang to his feet and drew the sword, sending its ring into the air. "I need your help." "Only too glad to help you, little man, but not until after I eat you." "I'm warning you, stay back. This sword has magic." "Magic?" The dragon gasped in mock fright. It put a claw to its breast. "Oh, please, brave man, don't slay me with your magic sword." It made a smoky rumble that Richard took for laughter. Richard kept the sword out, but felt suddenly foolish. "You intend to eat me, then?" "Well, I must admit more for the amusement than the taste." "I had heard red dragons were an independent sort, but that you are little more than a lapdog to Darken Rahl." A ball of flame boiled from the mouth, rising into the air. I thought you might like to be free of your bonds and be independent once more. The head, bigger than he, Richard was frightened to note, came closer to within a few yards. Its ears swiveled forward. A glossy red tongue, split at the end like a snake's, slithered out toward him, making a curious investigation. Richard held the sword out of the way as the tongue raked up his body from his crotch to his throat. It was a gentle touch for a dragon, yet it knocked him back a few steps. And how would a little man like you be able to do that? I'm trying to stop Darken Rahl. Kill him. If you helped me, then you would be free. The dragon threw its head up, smoke puffing from its nostrils as it rumbled in laughter. The ground shook. It looked down at him, blinked, then threw its head back again, rumbling in laughter once more. The rumbling died out, and the head returned, the eyebrows bunching up in an angry frown. I don't think so. I don't think I would like to put my fate in a little man like you. I would rather put my future in continuing to serve Master Rahl. It made a grunt, blowing small clouds of dust away to the sides at Richard's feet. The entertainment is over. Time for my tasty treat. All right. I'm prepared to die. Richard had to think of a stall to give himself time to think. Why would a red dragon be at the service of Darken Rahl? But before you eat me, may I tell you something first? Speak, the dragon snorted, but make it short. I'm from Westland. I've never seen a dragon before. I always thought they would be fearsome creatures, and I must admit you certainly are fearsome. But there is one thing I wasn't prepared for. And what would that be? You are, without a doubt, the most stunningly beautiful creature I have ever seen. It was the truth. Despite the deadly nature of it, it was strikingly beautiful. The neck of the dragon made itself into an S shape as it pulled its head back, blinking in surprise. The eyes frowned a little, doubting. It's true, Richard said. I'm to be eaten. I have no reason to lie. You are beautiful. I never thought I would see anything as magnificent as you. Do you have a name? Scarlet. Scarlet. What a lovely name. Are all red dragons as stunning as you, or are you special? Scarlet put a claw to her breast. That would not be for me to say. The head snaked its way toward him again. I have never had a man I was about to eat tell me such a thing. An idea began forming in Richard's mind. He put the sword back in its scabbard. Scarlet, I know a creature as proud as you would not be at the beck of anyone, much less one as demanding as Darken Rahl, unless there was terrible need. You are too beautiful and noble a creature for that. Scarlet's head floated closer. Why would you say such things to me? Because I believe in the truth. I think you do too. What is your name? Richard Cipher. I am the Seeker. Scarlet put a black-tipped talon to her teeth. Seeker, she frowned. I don't believe I've ever eaten a seeker before. A strange dragon smile crossed her lips. It will be a treat. Our talk is over, Richard Cipher. Thank you for the compliment. The head floated closer, the lips pulling back in a snarl. Darken Rahl stole your egg, didn't he? Scarlet pulled back. She blinked at him, then threw her head back, jaws wide. An ear-splitting roar made the scales on her throat vibrate. Fire shot skyward in a booming blast. The sound echoed off the cliff walls, causing little rock slides. Scarlet's head whipped back to him, smoke rising from the nostrils. What do you know about that? I know that a proud creature such as you would not subject herself to such demeaning duties, except for one reason, to protect something important, like her young. So you know, that will not save you, she snarled. I also know where Darken Rahl is keeping your egg. Where? Richard had to dive to the side to avoid the flames. Tell me where it is. I thought you wanted to eat me now. One eye came close. Someone should teach you not to be flippant, she rumbled. Sorry, Scarlet, it's a bad habit that has brought me to grief in the past. Look, if I help you get your egg back, then Rahl would have no hold on you. If I could do that, would it be worth helping me? Helping you how? Well, you fly Rahl around. That's what I need. I need you to fly me around for a few days, help me look for some friends of mine so I can protect them from Rahl. I need to be able to cover a lot of ground, search a lot of area. I think I could do it from the sky, like a bird. I could find them, and have enough time to stop Rahl. I don't like flying men about. It's humiliating. 6 days from now, it will all be over one way or another. If you help me, that's all I would need. After that, it won't matter one way or the other. How long will you have to serve Rahl if you don't help me? All right. Tell me where my egg is, and I will let you go. Let you live. How would you know I was telling the truth? I could just invent a place to save myself. Like dragons, real seekers have honor. That much I know. So if you really know, tell me, and I will free you. No. No? Scarlet roared. What do you mean, no? I don't care about my life. Just as you, I care about things more important. If you want me to help you get your egg back, then you will have to agree to help me save the ones I care about. We will get the egg first, then you help me. I think it more than a fair trade. The life of your offspring in exchange for flying me about for a few days. Scarlet's piercing yellow eye came close to his face. Her ears swiveled forward. And how do you know that once I have my egg, I will keep my end of the bargain? Because, Richard whispered, you know what it is like to fear for the safety of another, and you have honor. I have no choice. I don't know any other way to save my friends from living the rest of their lives as you are living now, under the heel of Darken Rahl. I will be putting my life at great risk to save your egg. I believe you to be a creature of honor. I will trust your word with my life. Scarlet gave a snort, backing away a little, peering at him. She folded her huge wings against herself. Her tail swished about, knocking stones and a few small boulders skidding across the ground. Richard waited. One arm came forward. A single black-tipped talon, thick as his leg, sharp as his sword point, hooked through the sword's baldric, gave a snug pull. Her head came close. Bargain struck. On your honor, on mine, Scarlet hissed. But I have not given my word I will not eat you at the end of the 6 days. If you help me save my friends and stop Rahl, I don't care what you do to me after that. Scarlet snorted. Are short-tailed gars a threat to dragons? The dragon unhooked her talon from him. Gars, she spat the name. I have eaten enough of them. They are no match for me, not unless there were 8 or 10 together, but gars don't like to gather together in numbers, so that's not a problem. It's a problem now. When I saw your egg, there were dozens of gars around it. Scarlet gave a grunt, and tongues of flame licked out between her teeth. Dozens. That many could pull me from the sky, especially if I were carrying my egg. Richard smiled. That's why you need me. I will think of a plan. Zed screamed. Kalen and Chase both jerked back. Kalen's brow wrinkled. He had never done this before when he had sought out the Nightstone. The sun was already down, but in the fading light she could see his skin was nearly as white as his hair. She grasped him by the shoulders. Zed, what is it? He didn't answer. His head fell to the side as his eyes rolled back. He still wasn't breathing, but that much was normal. He hadn't breathed in the past when he sought the Nightstone. She exchanged a worried glance with Chase. Kalen could feel Zed shivering under her hands. She shook him again. Zed, stop it! Come back! He gave a gasp, whispered something. Kalen put her ear by his mouth. He whispered again. Kalen was horrified. Zed, I can't do that to you. What did he say? Chase demanded. She looked up at the boundary warden, her eyes wide in fear. He said to touch him with my power. Underworld, Zed gasped. Only way. Zed, what's happening? I'm trapped, he whispered. Touch me or I'm lost. Hurry! You better do as he says, Chase warned. Kalen didn't like that idea one bit. Zed, I can't do that to you. It's the only way to break the hold. Hurry! Do it, Chase bellowed. There's no time to argue. May the good spirits forgive me, she whispered, as she closed her eyes. She felt trapped by panic. She had no choice. Dreading what she was going to do, her mind fell silent, calm. In the calm, she relaxed her restraint. She felt her power build, taking her breath away. Released, the power slammed into the wizard. There was a hard impact to the air all about, thunder with no sound. Pine needles rained down all about. Leaning over them, Chase gave a little grunt of pain. He was closer than he should have been. Silence fell over the woods. Still, the wizard did not breathe. Zed stopped shaking. His eyes came down. He blinked a few times. His hands came up, and he gripped Kalen's arms. With a gasp, he took a breath. Thank you, dear one, he managed through the deep breaths. Kalen was surprised that the power, the magic, didn't seem to have taken him. It should have. She was relieved it hadn't, but astonished. Zed, are you all right? The wizard gave a nod. Thanks to you. But if you hadn't been here, or had waited any longer, I would have been trapped in the underworld. Your power has brought me back. Why didn't it change you? Zed straightened his robes, seeming a little embarrassed at his helpless predicament. Because of where I was, he held his chin up. And because I'm a wizard of the First Order. I used your confessor's power as a lifeline to find my way back. It was like a beacon of light in the darkness. I followed it back without letting it touch me. What were you doing in the underworld? Chase asked, before she had a chance. Zed gave a cross look to the boundary warden and didn't answer. Kalen's worry surged. Zed, answer the question. This never happened before. Why were you pulled into the underworld? When I seek the Nightstone, part of me goes to it. That's how I find it, and can tell where it is. Kalen tried not to think of what he was saying. But the Nightstone is still in Dahara. Richard is still in Dahara. She grabbed fists full of his robes. Zed's eyes went to the ground. The Nightstone is no longer in Dahara. It's in the underworld. His angry eyes came up to her. But that doesn't mean Richard is not still in Dahara. It doesn't mean anything has happened to him. Only the Nightstone. With a strained expression, Chase turned to setting up the camp before darkness fell. Kalen still held Zed's robes, frozen in terror. Zed, please, could you be wrong? He shook his head slowly. The Nightstone is in the underworld. But, dear one, that doesn't mean Richard is. Don't let your fear run away with you. Kalen nodded as she felt tears run down her cheeks. Zed, he has to be all right. He has to. If Rahl has kept him there this long, he wouldn't kill him now. We don't even know that Rahl has him. She knew he just didn't want to admit it out loud. Why else would he be at the People's Palace if Darken Rahl didn't have him? Zed, when you sought the Nightstone before, you said you could feel him, that he was alive. She almost couldn't bring herself to ask, could hardly get the words out, afraid of what he might say. Did you sense him in the underworld? He looked into her eyes a long time. I didn't sense him. But I don't know if I would, if he were in the underworld, if he were dead. When she started crying, he pulled her against him, hugging her head to his shoulder. But I think it was only the Nightstone there. I think Rahl was trying to trap me there. He must have gotten the Nightstone from Richard, must have sent it to the underworld to snare me. We're still going after him, she cried. I'm not turning back. Well, of course we are. Kalen felt a warm tongue on the back of her hand. She stroked the wolf's fur, smiled over at him. We'll find him, Mistress Kalen. Don't you worry. We'll find him. Brophy's right, Chase called over his shoulder. I'm even looking forward to the lecture we'll be getting about coming after him. The box is safe, the wizard said. That's what matters. 5 days from tomorrow is the first day of winter, and then Darken Rahl will be dead. We will have Richard back after that, if not before. I'll get us there before then, if that's what you're getting at, Chase grumbled. Chapter 45. Richard held the thick spines on Scarlet's shoulders in a death grip as she made a banking turn to the left. He had learned, much to his amazement, that when she leaned into a turn, it didn't make him slide off the side, but pressed him harder against her. Richard found the experience of flying at once exhilarating and frightening, like standing on the edge of an impossibly high cliff that moved. The feel of her body lifting him into the air made him grin. Muscles flexed beneath him as she stroked the air with her powerful wings, each beat giving a lift. When she folded her wings back and dove toward the ground, the wind made his eyes water, and the feeling of falling took his breath away, and made him feel as though his stomach would rise inside him. He marveled at the very idea of riding a dragon. "Do you see them?" he called out over the sound of the wind. Scarlet gave a grunt to indicate that she did. In the fading light, the gars looked like black dots moving about on the rocky ground below. Steam trailed up from Fire Spring, and even this high up Richard could smell the acrid fumes. Scarlet rose steeply into the air, making his legs press against her as she lifted them higher. Then she rolled into a sharp bank to the right. "There are far too many," she called back. Her head tilted behind, one yellow eye peering at him. Richard pointed. "Go down there behind those hills and don't let them see us." Scarlet climbed with strong strokes. When they were higher than they had been so far, she glided away from Fire Spring. She swooped down between the rocky slopes, threading her way back toward where Richard had told her to land. With a silent flutter of wings, she gently settled on the ground near the mouth of a cave and lowered her neck so he could climb down. Richard knew she didn't want him on her back any longer than necessary. Her head swung around toward him, her eyes angry, impatient. "There are too many gars. Darken Rahl knows I can't fight that many. That's why there are so many there, in case I ever found my egg. You said you would think of a plan. What is it?" Richard glanced over at the mouth of the cave. The Shadron's cave, Kalen had told him. "We need a diversion, something to distract them while we get the egg." "While you get the egg," Scarlet corrected, with a little flame to make her point. He looked over at the cave again. "One of my friends told me the cave goes all the way through to where the egg is. Maybe I could go through, snatch the egg, and bring it back." "Get going." "Shouldn't we discuss if it's a good idea? Maybe we could think of something better. I've also heard there might be something in the cave." Scarlet brought her angry eye closer to him. "Something in the cave?" She snaked her head around to the opening and sent a horrific blast of fire into the darkness. Her head came back. "Now there's nothing in the cave. Go get my egg." The cave was miles long. Richard knew the fire wouldn't have harmed anything farther back. He also knew he had given his word. Collecting cane reeds growing nearby, he bound them together with a sinewy vine into several bundles. He held one bundle up to Scarlet as she watched him. "Light the end of this for me?" The dragon pursed her lips and blew a thin stream of flame across the end of the cane reeds. "You wait here," he told her. "Sometimes it's better to be small than big. I won't be spotted so easily. I'll think of something and get the egg and bring it back through the cave. It's a long way. It may take until morning before I'm back. I don't know how close the gars will be behind me, so we might need to leave in a hurry. Stay sharp, all right?" He hooked his pack over a spine on her back. "Keep this for me. I don't want to carry more than I have to." Richard didn't know if a dragon could look worried, but he thought she did. "Be careful with the egg. It will hatch soon, but if the shell is broken now before its time, Richard gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Scarlet. We're going to get it back." She waddled to the cave entrance behind him, poking her head in, watching him disappear inside. "Richard Cypher," she called after him, her voice echoing. "If you try to run away, I'll find you, and if you come back without the egg, you will wish the Gars had killed you, because I will cook you slow, starting at your feet." Richard stared back at the hulk filling the cave entrance. "I have given my word. If the Gars get me, I'll try to kill enough of them so you can get the egg and escape." Scarlet grunted. "Try not to let that happen. I still want to eat you when this is done." Richard smiled and went into the darkness. The blackness swallowed up the light of the torch, making him feel as if he were walking into nothingness. Only a small spot of ground before him was lit. As he went on, the floor of the cave sloped downward, descending into cold, still air. A ceiling of rock appeared, and walls, as the way narrowed into a tunnel that snaked deeper. The tunnel opened into a huge room. The path led along a narrow ledge at the edge of a still, green lake. Flickering torchlight showed a jagged ceiling and walls of smooth stone. The ceiling sloped downward as he went on into a wide, low passage. He had to bend over to pass through. For a good hour he walked hunched over, his neck starting to hurt from holding it sideways. Occasionally he pressed the torch to the rock ceiling to shed its ash and keep it burning brightly. The darkness was oppressive. It surrounded him, followed him, sucked him deeper, calling him onward with unseen sights. Delicate, colorful formations of rock grew like vegetation, flowering and blossoming from solid rock. Sparkling crystals flashed at him as he passed with the torch, its flame the only sound, echoing back to him from the blackness. Richard went through rooms of astounding beauty. Into the darkness rose immense columns of rippled stone, some ending before they reached their destination, with mates hanging down trying to meet them halfway. Crystalline sheets flowed over the walls in places like melted jewels. Some passages were clefts in the rock he had to squeeze through, other holes he had to traverse on hands and knees. The air had an odd lack of smell. This was a place of perpetual night, no light, nothing alive ever touched it. As he walked on, warm from the effort, the chill of the air made steam rise from his skin. When he held the torch near his other hand, he could see vapor rise from each finger, like life's energy draining away. Although it wasn't frigid, the way winter was frigid, it was the kind of cold that would bleed a person of all their heat if they stayed here long enough. A slow, sucking death. Without the light, he would be lost in a matter of minutes. This was a place that could kill the unwary, or the unlucky. Richard checked the torch and extra cane reeds often. Eternal night wore on slowly. Richard's legs were tired from the constant climbing and descending. In fact, all of him was tired. He hoped the cave would end soon. It seemed he had walked the whole night. He had no idea of time. The rock closed around him. The flat shelf of the roof lowered until he was walking hunched over again, and lowered more until he was on his hands and knees. The ground cold and wet with slimy mud that smelled of rot. It was the first thing he had smelled in a long time. His hands were cold with the wet, stinking mud. The way diminished to a single small opening, a black hole in the torchlight. Richard didn't like how small it looked. Air moaned through the passage, making the flame flap and whip. He held the torch into the hole, but could see nothing but blackness beyond. He pulled back the torch, wondering what he should do. It was an awfully small hole, flat on the top and bottom, and he had no idea how long it was, or what was through on the other side. Air was coming through, so it must lead to the other end of the cave, to the Gars, the egg. But he didn't like how small it was. Richard backed away. There might be other routes from farther back, in one of the other rooms. But how much time could he waste searching only to fail? He came back to the hole, staring at it with rising dread. Trying not to think about his fear, he took off the sword. held it with the spare reeds and torch out ahead of himself, and pushed into the hole. He was immediately frightened of the way the rock pressed against him, top and bottom. Arms straight out, head turned sideways, he wriggled his way in deeper. The closeness increased, making him wiggle and snake his way inches at a time. Cold stone pressed against his back and chest. He couldn't take a deep breath. The smoke from the torch burned his eyes. He squeezed deeper, tighter. He rocked his shoulders forward and back, pulling one leg a few inches, then the other, feeling like a snake trying to shed its skin. The torch showed only blackness ahead. Anxiety gripped him. Just get through, he told himself. Just push ahead and get through. With the toes of his boots braced against rock, Richard gave himself a push as he wiggled. The push wedged him tight. He tried to push again. He didn't move. Angry, he pushed harder. Still he didn't move. Panic ignited in him. He was stuck. Rock was pressing his chest and back together, and he could hardly get a breath. He envisioned the mountain of rock that was pressing on his back, unimaginable weight towering above him. Fearful, he wiggled and squirmed, trying to back up, but couldn't. He tried to grasp something with his hands, to get leverage to push back against. It didn't help. He was stuck. Panting, he couldn't get enough breath. He felt as if he were suffocating, his lungs burning for air, as if he were drowning, unable to breathe. Tears filled his eyes, and fear gripped his throat. His toes scraped at the rock, trying to move him one way or the other. He didn't budge. The way his arms were pinned ahead of him reminded him of the way Denna had kept him in the shackles, helpless. Not being able to move his arms made it worse. Cold sweat covered his face. He started gasping in panic, feeling as if the rock were moving, pressing harder. Hopeless, he wanted someone to help him. There was no one who could. With a grunt of desperate effort, he moved ahead a few inches. That only made it worse, tighter. He heard himself crying in hysteria, gasping for air, felt the rock crushing him. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. He chanted the devotion over and over, focusing his mind on it until his breathing slowed, until he was calm once more. He was still stuck, but at least his mind was working again. Something touched his leg. His eyes went wide. It was a tentative, timid touch. Richard kicked his leg. At least he kicked it as best he could in the confines of the hole. It was more of a jerk. The touch left. It came back. Richard froze. This time it went up inside his pant leg. Cold, wet, slimy. Slithering, the hard-tipped thing worked up his leg, caressing his skin to the inside of his thigh. Richard kicked and jerked his leg again. This time it didn't leave. The tip moved in probing touches. Something along the length of it pinched his skin. Panic threatened to take him again, but he fought it back. Now he had no choice. Richard expelled the air from his lungs, having had the thought before, but having been afraid to try it. When his lungs were empty, and he was as small as he could make himself, he pushed with his toes, pulled with his fingers, and wriggled with his body. He moved ahead about a foot. It was tighter yet. He couldn't inhale. It hurt. He fought to keep the panic down. His fingers felt something. An edge of the opening, maybe. Maybe the opening to the hole he was in. He squeezed even more air out of his lungs. The thing gripped his leg painfully, urgently. He heard an angry, clicking growl. He pulled with his fingers, seizing the edge, and pushed with his toes. He moved ahead. His elbows were up to the edge. Something sharp along the length of the thing on his leg, sharp like little cat's claws, sank into his flesh. Richard couldn't cry out. He squeezed ahead. Fire burned into the flesh of his leg. The torch, cane reeds, and his sword fell away. Clattering, the sword slid down the rock. Using his elbows for leverage, he squeezed the upper half of his body through the opening, gasping for air in deep drafts. The hooks pulled his leg. Richard wriggled the rest of the way out of the hole, sliding, falling head first down steep, smooth rock. The torch burned on the curving bottom of the egg-shaped chamber. His sword was just beyond it. As he slid head first, his hands out in front, he stretched for his sword. The hooked claws in the flesh of his leg brought him up short, holding him upside down. Richard screamed out in pain, the sound echoing around the chamber. He couldn't reach the sword. Painfully, slowly, he was dragged back up by claws in his leg. They tore the flesh. He screamed again. Another appendage slipped up the other pant leg, feeling his calf muscle with its hard tip. Richard pulled his knife and twisted himself in half to reach the thing that held him. Over and over he drove the blade into it. From deep in the hole came a high-pitched squeal. The claws retracted. Richard fell, sliding along the rock, coming to a stop next to the torch. Grabbing the scabbard in one hand, he drew the sword as snake-like appendages came out of the hole, wriggling about in the air, searching. They probed their way down the rock toward him. Richard swung the sword, lopping off several of the arms. With a howl, they all whipped back into the hole. There was a low growl from the depths of the blackness. In the flickering light of the torch that lay on the stone floor, he could see a bulk squeezing out of the opening, expanding as it exited. He couldn't reach it with the sword, but he knew he didn't want to let it into the chamber with him. An arm whipped around his waist, lifting him. He let it. An eye peered down, glistening in the torchlight. He saw wet teeth. As the arm pulled him toward the teeth, he drove the sword through the eye. There was a howl. The arm released him. He slid to the bottom once more. The whole creature pulled back into the hole, and the arms whipped about, yanked in after it. The howls faded back into the distant darkness and were gone. Richard sat on the floor, shaking, running his fingers through his hair. At last his breathing slowed and his fear settled. He felt his leg. Blood soaked his pants. He decided there was nothing he could do about it right now. He had to get the egg first. Dim light came from across the chamber. Following the large tunnel on the other side, he came at last to the opening of the cave. Faint light of dawn and the chirping of birds greeted him. Below he could see dozens of gars prowling about. Richard settled behind a rock to rest. He could see the egg below with steam rising around it. He could also see that the egg was far too big to carry back through the cave. Besides, he didn't ever want to go into a cave again. What was he going to do if he couldn't carry it back through the cave? It would be light soon. He had to think of an answer. Something bit his leg. He smacked it. It was a blood fly. He groaned to himself. Now the guards would find him. They were being drawn by the blood. He had to think of something. A second fly bit him, and he had a thought. Quickly, he took the knife and cut off strips of the wet, blood-soaked pant leg. He used them to wipe the blood off his leg, then tied a rock on the end of each. Richard put the birdman's whistle between his lips and blew hard as he could. He blew over and over. Picking up a strip of cloth tied to a rock, he swung it in a circle over his head, letting go, letting it sail out and down, among the gars. He threw the blood-soaked strips farther and farther to his right into the trees. He couldn't hear them, but he knew the bloodflies were roused. That much fresh blood would have them in a feeding frenzy. Birds, hungry birds, a few at first, then hundreds, then thousands, swooped and dived down on Fire Spring, eating flies as they went. There was mass confusion. Gars howled as the birds swooped up and pecked flies off their bellies or snatched them from the air. Gars were running everywhere. Some took to the air. For every bird a gar caught out of the air, 100 took its place. Richard ran down the hill in a crouch from rock to rock. There was no worry of being heard. The birds were making far too much noise for that. The gars were frantic, swinging at the birds, chasing them, howling and screaming. The air was thick with feathers. If only the birdman could see this, he thought, smiling. Richard broke from the rock and ran toward the egg. In the chaos, gars began falling on one another, ripping and tearing. One saw him. He ran it through with the sword. The next he only cut off at the knees. It fell to the ground, howling. Another came, and he took off a wing, and yet another, both arms. He deliberately didn't kill them, but let them flap around on the ground, howling, screaming, to add to the mayhem. In the disorder, guards that saw him didn't even attack, but he did. He killed 2 by the egg. With his forearms, he lifted the egg from its resting place. It was hot, but not hot enough to burn. The egg was heavier than he expected, and it took both arms to carry it. Wasting no time, he ran to the left, toward the gully between the hills. Birds flew in every direction, some crashing into him. It was chaos. 2 guards came for him. He set down the egg, killed the first, and took the legs off the second. He ran with the egg as fast as he could without risking a fall. Another gar came. He missed with the first swing, but ran it through when it leapt for him. Breathing hard with the effort, Richard ran between the hills. His arms were painfully weary from the weight of the egg. Gars landed about him, their green eyes enraged. He set down the egg and swung at the first gar to come, taking off part of a wing and its head. With howls, the others rushed him. Trees and rocks all about lit with bright light as flame incinerated several of the beasts. Richard looked up and saw Scarlet hovering over his head, beating her giant wings and raking everything around him with flame. She reached down with one claw, snatched up the egg, reached down with the other, gripped his middle, and lifted him away. They took to the air as 2 gars came for him. One he caught with the sword, the other burst into flame and fell away. Scarlet roared in anger at the gars as she lifted into the sky, with Richard hanging from her claw. He decided that this wasn't his favorite way to fly, but it was still better than being back with the gars. Another gar came up from underneath, reaching for the egg. Richard whacked off a wing. It spun, howling, toward the ground. No more came. Scarlet carried him high into the air, up and away from Fire Spring. Hanging in her claw, he felt like a meal being taken back to the young. Her grip was hurting his ribs a little, but he didn't complain. He didn't want her to loosen her hold on him. It was a long way down. They flew for hours. Richard managed to rearrange himself and get a little more comfortable in her talons as he watched the hills and trees pass below. He saw streams and fields, even a few small towns. The hills grew, becoming rocky, as if the stone were sprouting from the landscape. Jagged rock cliffs and peaks rose up before them. Stroking the air smoothly, Scarlet lifted them higher, over rock Richard thought would scrape his feet. She took them into a desolate land, barren of life. Brown and gray stone looked to have been haphazardly stacked up by a giant, like coins on a table, into thin columns, some singular, others clumped in bunches, still more having toppled. Beyond and above the columns of rock stood massive, craggy stone cliffs, riddled with splits and cracks, shelves and projections. A few clouds drifted past the face of the cliffs. Scarlet banked toward a wall of rock. It seemed to Richard that they would run smack into it, but before they did, she brought them up short with a fluttering of her huge wings, setting him on a ledge before landing herself. At the back of the ledge was an opening into the rock. Scarlet squeezed her bulk through. In the back, in the cool darkness, was a nest of rock, where she placed the egg, then breathed fire over it. Richard watched as she stroked the egg with a claw, turning it gently, inspecting it, cooing to it. She played fire gently over the egg, turning her head, listening, watching. "Is it all right?" Richard asked quietly. Her head turned to him, a dreamy look in her yellow eyes. "Yes, it is well." Richard nodded. "I'm glad, Scarlet. I really am." He started toward her as she lay down next to the egg. Her head came up in warning. He halted. "I just want my pack. It's hanging on a spike on your shoulder." "Sorry. Go ahead." Richard retrieved the pack and went to the side against the wall, a little closer to the light. He glanced over the ledge. It looked to be thousands of feet down. Richard fervently hoped Scarlet was a dragon of her word. He sat down and pulled out a fresh pair of pants. He found something else, too. The jar from Denna's room. Inside was some of the alm cream he had made when Rahl had hurt her. She must have taken what was left over and put it in his pack. Looking down at the Aegil, he smiled sadly at the memory of her. How could he care about someone who had done those things to him? He had forgiven her, that was how. Forgiven her with the white magic. The Alm cream felt wonderful. He let out a little moan. It cooled the burning of his wounds, soothed the pain. Richard said a silent thank you to Denna for putting it in his pack. He took off the shredded remnants of his pants. "You look funny without your pants." Richard spun around. Scarlet was watching him. Those are not reassuring words for a man to hear from a female, even if the female is a dragon. Turning his back to her, he pulled on his fresh pants. "You are injured. From the Gars?" Richard shook his head. "In the cave." His voice was quiet with the haunting fear of the memory. He sat down, leaning against the wall, watching his boots. "I had to go through a small hole in the rock. It was the only way. I became stuck." He looked up at the big yellow eyes. "Since I left my home to stop Darken Rahl, I've been frightened often, but when I was stuck in that hole, in the dark, the rock pressing against me so tight I couldn't breathe, well, that was one of the worst times. While I was stuck there, something grabbed my leg, dug into the flesh with sharp little claws. It did this to me as I tried to get away." Scarlet watched him in silence a long time, one claw over the egg. "Thank you, Richard Cipher, for doing as you said you would, for getting my egg back. You are brave even if you are not a dragon. I never believed a man would risk himself so for a dragon." "I did it for more than your egg. I did it because I had to get help finding my friends." Scarlet shook her head. "Honest, too. I think maybe you would have done it anyway. I am sorry you were injured and that you had to be frightened so to help me. Men try to kill dragons. You may be the first who has ever helped one. For any reason. I had my doubts." "Well, it's a good thing you showed up when you did. Those Gars almost had me. By the way, I thought I told you to stay put. What were you doing coming after me?" "I'm embarrassed to admit, I thought you were trying to escape. I was coming for a closer look when I heard the uproar. I will make it up to you. I will help you find your friends, as I promised." Richard grinned. "Thanks, Scarlet. But what about the egg? Can you leave it alone? Maybe Rahl will steal it again." "Not from here, he won't. I searched a long time for this place after he stole my egg. So if I ever got it back, I would have a safe place for it. He will not be able to reach it here. As for leaving it, that is not a problem. When dragons hunt for food, they simply heat the rock with their flame to keep the egg warm in their absence." "Scarlet, time is short. When can we start?" "Right now." Chapter 46. It was a frustrating day. Scarlet flew low over thick woods as they both scanned the roads and trails. Richard was discouraged that they had seen no sign of his friends. He was so exhausted that he could hardly hold on to Scarlet's spikes as she flew him over the land, searching, but he didn't want to rest. He had to find Zed and Kalen. On top of being tired, he had a terrific headache from concentrating his eyesight so. He forgot his fatigue, his lack of sleep, every time they spotted people on the ground, only to have to tell Scarlet each time that it wasn't his friends. The dragon went low, skimming the tops of pine trees at the edge of a field. She let out a piercing scream that made Richard jump and banked into a steep turn that made him dizzy. A buck broke into a run across the field, flushed from cover by the dragon's roar. Building speed in a quick dive, she swooped into the field. Without effort, Scarlet snatched the deer from the tall brown grass, snapping its neck in the process. Richard felt intimidated by how easy it was for her to take the prey. Scarlet pulled higher into the air, into the golden light of the setting sun, among the puffy clouds. Richard felt as if his heart were sinking with the sun. He knew Scarlet was heading back to her egg. He wanted to tell her to search some more, while there was still light, but he knew she had to get back to her nest, her egg. In near darkness, Scarlet landed on the ledge of rock, waiting for him to climb down over her red scales before she hurried to her egg. Richard went to one side and curled up in his cloak, shivering with the cold. After she checked her egg, cooed to it, and warmed it with fire, she turned to see about the buck. She paused to say to Richard, "You don't look like you could eat much. I guess I could let you have some. Will you cook it for me? I don't eat raw meat." She said she would, so he cut himself a chunk, stuck it on the end of his sword, and, holding it up, turned his head from the heat while she blew a thin stream of flame over it. Richard returned to the side, eating his meal, trying not to watch as the dragon tore the buck apart with fang and claw, tossing great chunks in the air and swallowing with hardly a chew. "If we don't find your friends, what will you do?" Richard swallowed. "We had better find them, that's all. The first day of winter is 4 days from tomorrow." With a finger and thumb, he pulled off a small strip of meat. "I know. For a dragon, it is better to die than be ruled." Richard looked up at her as she swished her tail. "If choosing for yourself, maybe. But what of others? You chose to be ruled to save your egg, to give it a chance at life." Scarlet grunted without answering and turned once more to her egg, stroking her talons over it. Richard knew that if he couldn't find the last box and stop Rahl, he would have to save everyone else's life. He would have to spare Calen the torture of a moored Sith. He would have to agree to help Darken Rahl open the right box. Then Calen could live the kind of life a confessor was used to. It was desperately depressing, though, that he could help Darken Rahl gain unchallenged power over everyone. But what choice did he have? Maybe what Shota said was right. Maybe Zed and Calen would try to kill him. Maybe he should be killed for even thinking of helping Darken Rahl. If he had to choose, though, he would not let Calen be hurt by a moored Sith. He would have to help Rahl. Richard lay back down, too sick at his choices to finish his meal. He put his head against his pack, pulling the cloak around himself, and thought about Calen. He was asleep in moments. The next day, Scarlet took him into Dahara, over where she said the boundary used to be, searching the roads and trails. Thin, high clouds filtered the sunlight. Richard hoped his friends wouldn't be this close to Darken Rahl, but if Zed had sought the Nightstone before Rahl had destroyed it, and knew he had been at the People's Palace, they would be heading there. The dragon swept low over people they saw, giving them a fright, but they weren't the ones he sought. Near midday, Richard saw them. Zed, Chase, and Calen were riding horses on a trail near the main road. He yelled at Scarlet to take them down. The dragon rolled into a banking turn, diving toward the ground, a streak of red. The three riders saw them coming, stopped, and dismounted. Scarlet spread her crimson wings, stopping their descent, and set them in a clearing next to the trail. Richard jumped off, running as he hit the ground. The three stood, holding the reins to their horses. Chase held a mace in his other hand. Seeing Calen overwhelmed Richard with elation. Every memory of her was suddenly true to life in front of him. They stood still as he ran toward them down a short, steep decline in the trail. Richard watched the ground so he wouldn't trip over roots. When he looked up, Wizard's fire was wailing toward him. He froze in surprise. What was Zed doing? The ball of liquid fire was bigger than any he had seen before. It illuminated the trees all around with its blue and yellow flame, shrieking as it advanced. Richard watched, wide-eyed, as it came, tumbling, twisting, expanding. With the fright of what was about to happen, Richard's hand went to the hilt, feeling the word truth press into the flesh of his palm. With a strong pull, he drew the sword, sending metallic ringing into the air. Released, the magic raced instantly through him. The fire was almost there. As he had done when he had been with Shota, he held the sword up, gripping the hilt in one hand, the point in the other, arms locked, holding it before him as a shield. Wrath took him at the thought of Zed betraying them. It couldn't be Zed. The impact drove him back a step. Heat and fire was all around him. The anger of the wizard's fire exploded, scattering back into the air from where it came, and then it was gone. "Zed! What are you doing? Are you crazy? It's me, Richard!" He advanced, angry. Angry that Zed would do this, angry from the magic of the sword. The heat of his rage pounded through his veins. Zed, in his simple robes, looking as thin and frail as ever, stood his ground. Chase, bristling weapons, looking as dangerous as ever, stood his. Zed took Kalen's arm in his stick-like hand and pulled her protectively behind himself. Chase started forward, the look in his eyes as dark as his clothes. "Chase," Zed cautioned in a low voice. "Don't be a fool. Stay where you are." Richard looked from one grim face to another. "What's the matter with you three? What are you doing here? I told you not to come after me. Darken Rahl has sent men to capture you. You must turn back." Zed, his white hair in its usual disarray, turned a little to Kalen, but kept his eyes on Richard. "Do you know what he's saying?" Kalen shook her head, pulling some of her long hair back. "No, I think it's High Daharan. I don't speak High Daharan." "High Daharan? What are you talking about? What are—" With a cold wave of understanding, he remembered. It was the enemy web Darken Rahl had put on him. They didn't recognize him. They thought he was their worst enemy. They thought he was Darken Rahl. Another thought came to him. Bumps ran up his arms to the back of his neck. Zed, at least, thought he was Darken Rahl and had used wizard's fire against him. Zed wasn't the traitor. That left only Kalen. Could it be she saw him for who he really was? Choked with fear at the thought, he advanced toward her as his stare locked on her green eyes. Kalen's back stiffened, her hands at her sides, her head held up. Richard recognized the stance. It was one of warning. Serious warning. He knew what her touch would do to him. He remembered Shota's warning that he might beat Zed, but that Kalen would not fail. Zed tried to stay between them. Richard hardly noticed him as he pushed the old man out of the way. Zed came up behind him and put his thin fingers on the back of Richard's neck. They gave a pain something like the Aegil had given. Fire burned through the nerves of his arms and all the way down his legs. Before all the time spent at the mercy of Denna, the wizard's fingers would have paralyzed him with pain. But Denna had spent a long time training him, forcing him to tolerate pain, to deal with this much and more. Zed was a match for what Denna had been able to do, but Richard pulled resolve from deep within himself and put the pain from his mind, letting the anger of the sword take its place. He gave Zed a look of warning. The wizard didn't back off. Richard gave him another shove. He pushed harder than he intended to, and Zed tumbled to the ground. Kalen stood frozen in front of him. "Who do you see me as?" the Seeker whispered. "Darken Rahl or Richard?" She trembled slightly, seemingly unable to move. Richard's eye was caught by something. His view flicked down for an instant, and he saw that he had the sword point at her throat, at the hollow of her neck. He hadn't been aware of putting it there. It was as if the magic had taken it there of its own accord. But he knew that wasn't true. He had put it there. That was why she was trembling. A drop of blood grew against her skin under the sword's point. If she was the traitor, he had to kill her. The blade had turned white. So had Kalen's face. "Who do you see?" he whispered again. "What have you done to Richard?" Her whisper was ragged with rage. "If you have harmed him, I swear I will kill you." He remembered the way she had kissed him. It was not the kiss of a traitor. It was a kiss of love. He realized there was no way he could kill her, even if his fear was true. But he knew now it wasn't. With tears in his eyes, he slid the sword into its scabbard. "I'm sorry, Kalen. May the good spirits forgive me for what I almost did. I know you can't understand me, but I'm sorry. Darken Rahl is using the wizard's first rule on me, trying to turn us against one another. He is trying to make me believe a lie. And I almost did. I know you and Zed would never betray me. Forgive me for thinking it." "What do you want?" Zed asked. "We can't understand you." "Zed." He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "How can I make you understand?" He grabbed the wizard's robes in his fists. "Zed, where's the box? I have to have the box before Rahl finds it. We can't let him get it." Zed frowned. Richard knew this was doing no good. None of them could understand him. He went to the horses and started searching through the packs. "Look all you want. You'll never find it," the wizard smiled. We don't have the box. You are going to die in 4 days. Richard sensed something move behind him. He spun around. Chase had the mace raised. A stream of fire shot past between them. Scarlet kept the fire up until Chase stepped back. "Some friends you have," the dragon grumbled. "Darken Rahl put a wizard's web on me. They don't recognize me." "Well, if you stay with them much longer, they are going to kill you." Richard realized that they wouldn't have the box, not if they were coming to Dahara to save him. They wouldn't have risked taking the box to Rahl. The three of them silently watched him and the dragon. "Scarlet, say something to them. See if they can understand you." The dragon's head swept closer to the three. "This is not Darken Rahl, but your friend, hidden by a wizard's web. Can any of you understand me?" The three stood mute. Aggravated, Richard stepped closer to Zed. "Zed, please try to understand me. Don't seek the Nightstone. If you do, Rahl will trap you in the underworld. Try to understand." None of the three grasped a word he was saying. He had to get the box first. Then he would come back and protect them from the men Rahl had sent. Reluctantly, he climbed back up onto Scarlet. She kept a wary eye to the three, puffing a little smoke and flame in warning. Richard wanted desperately to stay with Kaelin, but he couldn't. He had to get the box first. "Let's get out of here. We have to go find my brother." With a roar of flame, warning the three to stay back, Scarlet took to the air. Richard held her spikes tight. Her red, scaled neck stretched out as she climbed into the sky among the drifting white clouds, weaving between them. He watched his three friends, watching back until he could see them no more. He felt desperately helpless. He wished he could have seen Kaelin's smile just once. "Now what?" Scarlet asked over her shoulder. "We have to find my brother. He should be with an army of about 1,000 men, somewhere between here and the Rang Shada. They shouldn't be as hard to find." "They couldn't understand my words. The web must affect me too, since I'm with you. It must be a web for people, not dragons, for I see the truth. If these three wanted to kill you because of a wizard's web, surely the others will too. I can't protect you against 1,000 men." "I have to try. I'll think of something. Michael is my brother. I'll think of a way to make him see the truth. He's on his way with the army to help me. I need his help very badly." Since an army would be easier to spot, they flew high to see more ground. Scarlet made gentle, sweeping turns among the immense, cottony clouds. Richard hadn't realized how big clouds really were when viewed this close. As some of them gathered, it was like being in a wonderland of white mountains and valleys. The dragons skimmed under their dark bases, sometimes passing through a damp wisp that hung down, her head disappearing in the whiteness at the end of her neck. The tips of her wings vanishing too. The size of the clouds made even Scarlet seem small and insignificant. They searched for hours without seeing any sign of an army. Richard was getting so used to flying he didn't have to hold on to Scarlet's spikes all the time. He leaned back against two of them, letting his body relax while he looked at the landscape below. As they flew, Richard thought about what he could do to convince Michael of who he was. Michael would have the box. That had to be where Zed had left it. Zed would have hidden it from Rahl with magic and let the army protect it. He had to think of a way to show Michael who he was. Once he had the box, he would have Scarlet fly it up to her cave with her egg. There it would be safe from Rahl. Then he could go back to Kaelin and protect her from Rahl's men. Maybe he could have Scarlet fly her to the cave too. She would be safe from the men there. 3.5 days, and then Darken Rahl would die. Then Kaelin would be safe for sure. Forever. Then he would go back to Westland. Be finished with the magic. Be finished with Kaelin. The thought of never seeing her again made him weak with pain. Late in the afternoon, Scarlet spotted the army. She was better at seeing things from this height than he. They were still a long way off, and Richard had to stare a while. At first, he saw only a wispy column of dust. Then he saw the ranks moving along a road. "Well, "What's your plan? What do you want to do?" she called back to him. "Do you think you could land us ahead of them without letting them see us?" A big yellow eye frowned back at him. "I'm a red dragon. I could land us in the middle of them and they wouldn't see me if I didn't want them to. How close do you want to be to them?" "I don't want them to see me. I have to get to Michael without his men seeing me. I need to avoid trouble." Richard thought a moment. "Set us down a few hours' march ahead of them. Let them come to us. It'll be dark soon. Then I can get to Michael." Scarlet held her wings spread, gliding in a spiral toward hills ahead of the advancing army. She came down behind some of the higher ground, flew up the valleys, keeping out of sight of the road, and landed in a small clearing of long brown grass. Her bright red scales, glossy and lustrous, stood out in the late afternoon light. Richard slid off her shoulder. Her head came around. "What now?" "I want to wait until dark until they set up camp for the night. After they eat, I'll be able to sneak into Michael's tent and talk to him alone. I'll think of a way to convince him of who I really am." The dragon grumbled, looked up at the sky and toward the road. Her head swung back around, tilting, a big yellow eye peering at him. "It will be dark soon. I must return to my egg. It needs to be warmed." "I understand, Scarlet." Richard let out a deep breath, thinking. "Come back for me in the morning. I'll wait for you in this field at sunrise." Scarlet looked up at the sky. "Clouds are gathering." Her head came back down. "If there are clouds, I can't fly in them." "Why?" She grunted, a puff of smoke rising from her nostrils. "Because clouds have rocks in them." Richard frowned. "Rocks?" Her tail swished impatiently. "The clouds hide things. It's like fog you can't see. When you can't see, you run into things like hills and mountains. I may be strong, but running into rock when I'm flying would break my neck. If the cloud bottoms are high enough, I can fly under them. If the tops are low enough, I can fly over them. But then I won't be able to see the ground. I won't be able to find you. What if there are clouds and I can't find you, or what if something else goes wrong?" Richard rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking off toward the road. "If anything goes wrong, I'll have to go back to my other 3 friends. I'll try to stick to the main road so you will be able to see me." Richard swallowed hard. "If all else fails, I will have to go back to the People's Palace. Please, Scarlet. If I can't stop Rahl with what I do here, I must be in the People's Palace 3 days from tomorrow." "Not much time." "I know." 3 days from tomorrow, and then I'm done with you." Richard smiled. "That's our bargain." Scarlet peered up once more. "I don't like the look of the sky. Good luck, Richard Cypher. I will return in the morning." She took a little run and lifted into the air. Richard watched her circle around him once, low, then fly off, getting smaller, disappearing between hills. A memory struck him. The memory of having seen her before. It had been the day he had first met Kaelin, right after the snake vine had bit him. He had seen her fly overhead, just as she had done now, and disappear behind hills. He wondered what she had been doing in Westland that day. Making his way through the tall, dry grass, Richard hiked to a nearby hill, climbing to the top of its sparsely wooded slope, where he could watch the approaches to the west. He found a well-hidden nook in the brush, made himself comfortable, and took out some dried meat and fruit. He found he even had a few apples left. He ate without enjoyment while he watched for the Westland army and his brother, wondering all the while what he could do to convince Michael of who he was. He thought of trying to write it out, or maybe even drawing a picture or a map, but he had doubts that would work. If the enemy web around him changed his spoken words, it would probably change the written ones as well. He tried to think of games they had played when they were young, but none stood out in his mind. Michael hadn't played all that much with him when they were young. Richard remembered that Michael only really liked fighting with play swords. He didn't think pulling his sword on his brother would have the desired effect. But there was one thing he remembered. When they had played at swords, Michael had liked Richard to salute him while on one knee. Would Michael remember that? He had liked it done often. It made him smile more than anything else. Michael called it the loser's salute. When Richard had won, Michael wouldn't give him the salute. and Richard wasn't his match in size at the time and hadn't ever been able to make Michael give the salute. But Michael had made Richard give it often enough. He smiled at the memory, though at the time it had hurt. Maybe Michael would remember. It was worth a try. Before dark came, Richard heard the sound of the horses coming, the sound of gear clattering, leather creaking, metal rattling, the sound of a lot of men on the move. About 50 well-armed horsemen rode past at a quick pace, raising dust and kicking up dirt. He saw Michael, dressed in white, at their lead. Richard recognized the uniforms, the Heartland crest on each shoulder, the yellow banner with a blue silhouette of a pine tree and crossed swords under it. Each man wore a short sword over his shoulder, had a battle axe hooked to a wide belt, and carried a short spear. Their mail armor, called battle nets, sent sparks of light through the dust. These were not regular Westland soldiers. These were Michael's personal guards. Where was the army? From the air, he had seen all of them together, horsemen and foot soldiers. These horses were moving too fast for foot soldiers at a march to keep up. Richard stood after they passed, looking back up the road to see if the others were to follow. No one else came. At first worried at what this could mean, he relaxed, smiled when it came to him. Zed, Chase, and Kalen had left the box with Michael and told him they were going to Dahara, going after Richard. Michael probably couldn't wait any longer and was going himself to help. The foot soldiers couldn't keep up the pace needed to reach the People's Palace in time, so Michael had taken his personal guard and ridden on ahead, leaving the rest to catch up when they could. 50 men, even Michael's personal guard, tough as they were still not many if they ran into a good-sized force of Rahl's men. Richard guessed that Michael was putting his heart above his head. Richard didn't catch them until well after dark. They had ridden hard and stopped late. They had gotten farther ahead of him than he had expected, and it was well past dinner when he finally reached their camp. The horses had been tended to and picketed for the night. Some men were already in their bedrolls. Guards were posted, and hard to spot in the dark, but Richard knew where to expect them as he looked down from a hilltop watching the camp's small fires. It was a dark night. Clouds hid the moon. He worked his way carefully down the hill, creeping silently between the guards. Richard was in his element. It was easy for him. He knew where they were, and they weren't expecting him to be gliding through their midst. He watched them watching, and ducked down when they looked his way. Once inside the ring of guards, he made his way to the camp. Michael had made it easy for him. His tent was set off, away from the men. If he had put his tent among his men, it would have been more difficult. Still, there were guards around the tent. Richard studied them for a while, analyzing the weak points, until he found the place where he could pass between them. In the shadow of the tent, the shadow cast by the fires. The guards stayed to the light because they couldn't see anything in the shadow. Richard stalked through the blackness to the tent and squatted down, making himself still, silent, low to the ground. He listened for a long time to determine if anyone was in the tent with Michael. He heard papers being shuffled, and there was a lamp burning, but he heard no one else inside. Carefully, he made a tiny cut with his knife, just enough to see through. He saw Michael's left side to him as he sat at a small, collapsible field table, looking over papers. His head of unruly hair was cradled in one hand. The papers didn't seem to have lines of words on them, and from what Richard could see, they were large, probably maps. He had to get inside, stand tall, drop to one knee, and do his salute, before Michael had a chance to raise an alarm. Just inside, below him, was a cot. That was what he needed to hide his entry. Holding the rope taut so the canvas wouldn't jerk back suddenly, Richard cut the tie down in about the center of where the cot sat, then lifted the edge of the canvas a little and rolled carefully underneath it, behind the cot. When Michael turned to a sound, Richard rose up in front of the little table in front of his brother. Richard had a smile on his face at seeing his older brother again. Michael's head snapped to him. The color left his soft cheeks. He leapt to his feet. Richard was just about to do his salute when Michael spoke. "Richard, what are you doing here? It's so good to see you again. We have all been so worried." Richard's smile withered. When the enemy web was put on him, Rahl had said those who honored Rahl would see Richard for who he was. Michael saw him for who he was. Michael was the one who had betrayed him. Michael was the one who allowed him to be captured and tortured by a moored Sith. Michael was the one who would give Kalen and Zed over to Darken Rahl. Michael was the one who would give everyone over to Darken Rahl. His insides turned to ice. Richard could manage no more than a whisper. "Where is the box?" "Ah, you look hungry, Richard. Let me have some dinner brought in for you. We'll have a talk. It's been so long." Richard kept his hand away from the sword for fear he would use it. He sternly reminded himself that he was the Seeker, and that was all that mattered right now. He was not Richard, he was the Seeker. He had a job to do. He could not allow himself to be Richard. He could not allow himself to be Michael's brother. There were more important things right now, much more important. "Where is the box?" Michael's eyes darted about. "The box? Well, Zed told me about it. He was going to give it to me, but then he said something about finding you in Dahara by a stone of some sort, and the three of them went off after you. I told them I wanted to come too to save my brother, but I had to get the men together and prepare, so they started ahead of me. Zed kept the box. He has it." Richard now knew. Darken Rahl had the third box. Darken Rahl had spoken the truth. The Seeker suppressed his emotions and made a quick assessment of the situation. The only thing that mattered now was getting to Kalen. If he lost his head now, she would be the one to suffer. She would be the one at the end of an ageal. He found himself concentrating on a mental image of Denna's braid. He let himself do it. Whatever worked, he told himself. He couldn't kill Michael, couldn't risk being captured by all those men outside. He couldn't even let Michael know what he knew. That would accomplish nothing and risk others. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Well, as long as the box is safe, that's what counts." Some of the color returned to Michael's face, bringing with it a smile. "Richard, are you all right? You look different. You look like you have been through a lot." "More than you could ever know, Michael." He sat down on the cot. Michael returned cautiously to his chair. Dressed in his baggy white trousers and shirt, a gold belt at his waist, he looked like a disciple of Darken Rahl. Richard noticed the maps his brother had been looking at. Maps of Westland. Maps of Westland for Darken Rahl. "I was in Dahara, just as Zed told you, but I escaped. We have to get away from Dahara. As far away as possible. I must go get the others before they go there looking for me. You can take your men back now. Take the army back and protect Westland." "Thank you, Michael, for coming to help me." His brother's smile widened. "You're my brother. What else was I going to do?" With the pain of betrayal burning hotly in him, Richard forced a warm smile. In some ways, this was worse than if the traitor had been Kalen. He had grown up with Michael. They were brothers, and had shared a good portion of their lives. He had always admired Michael, always supported him, given him his unconditional love. He remembered bragging to other boys about his older brother. "Michael, I need a horse. I must be on my way. Right now." "We'll all go with you, me and my men." His grin widened. "Now that we're back together, I don't want to lose sight of you again." Richard jumped to his feet. "No!" He calmed his voice. "You know me. I'm used to being alone in the woods. It's what I do best. You would only slow me down. I don't have the time now." Michael stood, his eyes shifting to the tense opening. "I'll not hear of it. We are—" "No, you are first counselor of Westland. That is your first responsibility, not watching after your little brother. Please, Michael, take the army back to Westland. I'll be fine." Michael rubbed his chin. "Well, I guess you're right. We were only going to Dahara to help you, of course, and now that you're safe—" "Thank you for coming to help me, Michael. I'll get my own horse. You go back to your work." Richard felt like the biggest fool that had ever lived. He should have known. He should have figured it out a long time ago. He remembered the speech Michael had given about fire being the enemy of the people. He should have known from that, if nothing else. Kalen had tried to warn him that first night. Her suspicions that Michael was on Rahl's side were correct. If only he had listened to his head instead of his heart. Wizard's first rule: people are stupid. They believe what they want to believe. He had been the stupidest of them all. He was too angry with himself to be angry with Michael. His refusal to see the truth was going to cost him everything. He had no choices left him now. He deserved to die. With wet eyes held on Michael, Richard slowly dropped to one knee and gave the loser's salute. Michael put his hands on his hips and smiled down. "You remember. That was a long time ago, little brother." Richard rose. "Not so long ago. Some things never change. I always loved you. Goodbye, Michael." Richard gave momentary thought again to killing his brother. He knew he would have to do it with the anger of the sword. He would never be able to bring himself to forgive Michael and make the blade white. For himself, maybe, but for what he had done to Kalen and Zed, never. Killing Michael wasn't as important as helping Kalen. He couldn't take the risk just to soothe his own stupidity. He went through the tent's opening. Michael followed. "At least stay and have something to eat. There are other things to discuss. I'm still not sure." Richard turned back, looking at his brother standing in front of the tent. A light mist had begun to fall. He realized by the look on Michael's face that he didn't have any intention of letting him go. He was only waiting until he could get to his men for support. "Do it my way, Michael, please. I have to go." "You, men," he called to the guards. "I want my brother to stay with us for his own protection." 3 guards started for him. Richard leapt over the brush and into the blackness of the night. They followed clumsily. These were not woodsmen, they were soldiers. Richard didn't want to have to kill them, they were Westlanders. He slipped through the darkness while the camp came to life with the sound of orders being yelled. He heard Michael yelling for them to stop him, but not to kill him. Of course not. He wanted to hand Richard over to Darken Rahl personally. Richard made his way around the camp to the horses, slipping between the guards. He cut all the lead lines, then mounted one bareback. He yelled and kicked and slapped at the others. They bolted in panic. Men and horses ran in every direction. He put his heels to his horse. The sound of frantic voices faded behind him. His face was wet with mist and tears as he ran his horse into the blackness. Chapter 47. Zed lay awake in the early dawn light, his mind filled with troubling thoughts. Clouds had gathered during the night, and it looked to be a wet journey ahead. Kalen lay on her side, facing toward him, close to him, breathing slowly in a deep sleep. Chase was off somewhere on watch. The world was coming apart, and he felt helpless, a leaf in the wind. He thought that somehow, being a wizard after all these years, he should have some control of events. Yet he was hardly more than a bystander, watching others being hurt, killed, while he tried to guide those who could make a difference, to do what needed to be done. As a wizard of the First Order, he knew better than to go to Dahara, and yet what else could he do? He had to go if there was any chance of rescuing Richard. In 3 days it would be the first day of winter. Darken Rahl had only 2 boxes. He was going to die. If they didn't get Richard out of there, Darken Rahl would kill him first. He thought again of the encounter with Darken Rahl the day before. Try as he might, he couldn't understand it. It was bizarre in the extreme. Rahl had obviously been frantic to find the box, so frantic that he didn't kill him when he had the chance. The wizard who had killed his father, the one he had been searching for, and when he found him he did nothing. But his other behavior defied sense. The sight of him wearing Richard's sword gave Zed chills. Why would Darken Rahl, master of the magic of both worlds, be wearing the Sword of Truth? More to the point, what had he done to Richard to get the sword from him? The most disturbing behavior had been when he held the sword to Kalen. Zed had never felt more helpless in his life. It was stupid to try to use wizard's pain on him. Those with the gift, and who had survived the test of pain, could survive the touch. But what was he to do? To see Darken Rahl holding the Sword of Truth at her throat gave him pain, the worst kind of pain. For a moment, he had been as sure Rahl was going to kill her, and then the next moment, before Zed had a chance to do anything, futile as it would have been, Rahl got tears in his eyes and put the sword away. Why would Darken Rahl bother to use the sword if he wanted to kill her, or any of them for that matter? He could kill any of them with a snap of his fingers. Why would he want to use the sword? And why then stop? Worse, though, was that he had made the blade turn white. When Zed had seen that, he had almost parted company with his skin. The prophecies spoke of the one who would turn the sword of truth white, spoke with great caution. That it would be Darken Rahl gave him a fright to his very core. That it might have been Richard who would turn the sword white had caused him a dread all its own, but for it to be Rahl... The veil, the prophecies called it, the veil between the world of life and the underworld. If the veil was torn by the magic of Orden through an agent, the prophecies foretold, only the one who had turned the sword of truth white could restore it. Unless he was able to, the underworld would be loosed on the world of the living. The word agent had terrible significance that worried Zed greatly. It could mean that Darken Rahl was not acting on his own, but was an agent of the underworld. That he had gained mastery of the subtractive magic, the underworld magic, implied that he was. It also implied that even if Rahl failed and was killed, the magic of Orden would still tear the veil. Zed tried not to think of what these prophecies meant. The idea of the underworld being loosed made his throat clench shut. Better for him to be dead first. Better for everyone to be dead first. Zed rolled his head to the side, watching Kaelin sleep. The Mother Confessor, the last of the ones created by the old wizards. His heart ached for her pain, ached because he hadn't been able to help her when Rahl held the sword at her throat, ached for what she felt for Richard and for what he couldn't tell her. If only it had not been Richard, anyone but Richard. Nothing was ever easy. Zed sat up in a rush. Something was wrong. It was too light out for Chase not to be back. With a finger to Kaelin's forehead, Zed brought her wide awake. Kaelin reflected his worry in her face. "What is it?" she whispered. Zed sat still, feeling for life around him. "Chase isn't back, and he should be." She looked about. Maybe he fell asleep. Zed lifted an eyebrow. "Well, maybe there is a good reason. Maybe it's nothing." "Our horses are gone." Kaelin came to her feet, checking her knife. "Can you sense where he is?" Zed flinched. "There are others about. Others touched by the underworld." He jumped to his feet. As he did, Chase, having been pushed, stumbled and fell face first into the camp. His arms were tied securely behind his back, and there was blood on him, a lot of blood. He groaned in the dirt. Zed felt the presence of men around him. 4 men. He recoiled at what he felt of them. The big man who had pushed Chase stepped forward. His short blonde hair stood up in spikes, and a black streak ran back through it. His cold eyes, his smile, sent a chill through the wizard. Kaelin was in a half-crouch. "Demenas," she hissed. He hooked his thumbs in his belt.
"Ah, you've heard of me, Mother Confessor."
His wicked smile widened.
"I've certainly heard of you. Your friend here has killed 5 of my best men. I'll execute him later, after the festivities. I'd like him to have the enjoyment of watching what we do to you."
Kaelin looked about as 3 other men, not as big as Demenas, but bigger than Chase, stepped out of the woods. They were surrounded, but that was not a problem for a wizard. Each of the men was blonde-haired, heavily muscled, and covered in sweat despite the chill to the air. Chase had obviously given them trouble. For now, their weapons were put away. They had no fear of their control of the situation. Their confidence irritated Zed. Their grins made him furious. The early light made the 4 pairs of blue eyes all the more penetrating. Zed knew very well that this was a quad, and he knew very well what it was that quads did to confessors. Very well. His blood boiled at the knowing. There was no way he was going to let that happen to Kaelin, not as long as he was alive. Demenas and Kaelin stared at one another. "Where is Richard? What has Rahl done with him?" she demanded.
"Who?"
She gritted her teeth. "The Seeker." Demon smiled.
"Well, now, that is Master Rahl's and my business, not yours."
"Tell me," she glared. His smile widened.
You have more important things to worry about right now, Confessor. You are about to give my men a very good time. I want you to keep your mind on that, and make sure they enjoy themselves. The Seeker does not concern you.
Zed decided that it was time to stop this before something more happened. He brought his hands up and released the most powerful paralysis web he could marshal. The camp lit with a loud crack of green light as it flashed in 4 directions at once, toward each of the blue-eyed men. The green light hit each man with a hard thud. Before the wizard had time to react, things went terribly wrong. As fast as the green light hit them, it reflected back from each. Too late, Zed realized that they were protected by a spell of some sort, an underworld spell that he hadn't been able to see. From 4 directions at once, the green light hit him. His own web paralyzed him in place. He was frozen tight as stone, helpless. Try as he might, he could not move. Demon Nas took his thumb out of his belt.
Problem, old man?
Kaelin, a look of rage on her face, stretched her arm out and planted her hand against his smooth chest. Zed braced for the release of her power, for the thunder with no sound. It didn't come. By the look of surprise on Kaelin's face, he knew it should have. Demon Nas brought his fist down and broke her arm. Kaelin fell to her knees with a cry of pain. She came back up with her knife in her other hand, slashing at the man before her. He grabbed her hair with his fist, holding her away. She drove the knife up into the arm that held her. He pulled the knife out and twisted it from her hand. With a toss, he stuck it in a tree. Holding her by the hair, he backhanded her across the face a few times. She kicked and clawed and screamed at him while he chuckled. The other 3 closed in.
Sorry, Mother Confessor. I'm afraid you're not my type, but not to worry. These fellows here will be only too happy to do the honors. Try to wiggle your bottom, though, he sneered. I'll enjoy that much of it.
Demon tossed her by her hair to the other 3. They shoved her back and forth among them, slapping her, hitting her, spinning her around roughly until she was too dizzy to stand, and fell from one pair of arms to another. She was as helpless as a mouse held by 3 cats. Her hair fell across her face. Kaelin swung her fist at them, too disoriented to make contact. They laughed all the more. One of them slammed his fist into her stomach. Kaelin doubled over, dropping to her knees, convulsed in pain. Another lifted her by her hair. The third ripped the buttons off the front of her shirt. They threw her violently back and forth, tearing her shirt, yanking it off with each throw. When it pulled over her broken arm, she screamed in pain. Zed couldn't even shake with the rage storming through him. He couldn't even close his eyes against the sight of it, close his hearing against the sound of it. Painful memories of having seen this before overlaid themselves on the reality of what was happening now. He couldn't breathe with the pain of those memories. He couldn't breathe with the pain of what was happening now. He would have given his life to free himself. He wished she wouldn't fight them. It was only going to make it worse. But he knew confessors always fought it with everything they had. And what she had, he knew, was not going to be enough. From the prison of his body, as if frozen into stone, Zed railed against his helplessness with everything he had, every spell, every trick, every power he possessed. It was not enough. He felt tears running down his cheeks. Kaelin screamed when one of the men tossed her by her broken arm into the powerful arms of the other 2. With her lips pulled back over gritted teeth, she twisted and kicked against them while they held her tight by her arms and hair. The third man unbuckled her belt and tore open the buttons. He spat at him, screamed curses at him. He laughed as he yanked and pulled her pants down her legs, stripping them inside out over her feet. The other 2 had their arms full, holding her. She was almost more than they could handle. Had her arm not been broken, they might not have been able to hold her. One of them twisted it brutally, making her scream. The 2 holding her jerked her head back by her hair, while the third put his lips and teeth to her neck, biting her. Pawing her with one hand, he undid his belt and unfastened his pants with the other. He put his mouth over hers, suffocating her screams, while his thick fingers moved from her breasts to the darkness between her legs. His pants dropped. His leg forced her thighs open. She grunted against his mouth with the effort of trying to prevent what he was doing, but she could not. His thick fingers groped and wormed into her. Her eyes opened wide. Her face was red with rage. Her breast heaved with ire.
"Put her on the ground and hold her down," he growled.
Kalen's knee came up into his groin. He doubled over with a groan while the other two laughed. There was fire in his eyes as he straightened. His fist cut her lip open. Blood gushed over her chin. Chase, his arms still tied securely behind him, crashed head first into the man's middle. They both fell to the ground, the pants around the man's ankles tripping him up, and before he could react, Chase clamped his thighs around the man's thick neck. His blue eyes bulged. The boundary warden rolled onto his side, pulling the head back sharply. There was a loud pop, and the man went limp. Demon Nass kicked Chase in the ribs and head until he didn't move anymore. Seemingly from mid-air, fur and fangs landed on Nass. The wolf growled savagely as he tore at the big man. They tumbled to the ground, rolling over in the dirt through the fire. A knife flashed through the air. "No!" Kalen screamed. "Brophy, no! Get away!" It was too late. The knife slashed into the wolf with a sickening thud as the fist holding it slammed against the ribs. Over and over, Nass tore the wolf open. In moments, it was over. Brophy lay sprawled on the ground, his fur matted with blood. His legs jerked a little, then were still. Kalen hung by her arms and hair, crying and sobbing the wolf's name. Nass came to his feet, panting from the effort of the short but fierce fight. Blood ran from wounds on his chest and arm. Anger flared in his eyes.
"Make her pay,"
he hissed to the two men holding her.
"Do her good."
Kalen struggled and twisted against them. "What's the matter, Demon?" she screamed. "Not man enough to do it yourself? Have to have real men do it for you?" "Please, Kalen," Zed begged silently in his mind. "Please keep your mouth shut. Please don't say anything else." Nass's face heated to red. His chest heaved. He glared at her. "At least these are real men. At least they have what it takes to handle a woman. You probably don't. You only have enough for little boys. What's the matter, little boy? Afraid to show a real woman what you have? I'll be laughing at you while real men do what you can't." Nass took a step closer, his teeth gritted.
"Shut up, bitch."
She spat in his face. "That's what your father would do if he knew you couldn't handle a woman. You're a disgrace to your father's name." Zed wondered if Kalen had lost her mind. He had absolutely no idea why she was doing this. If she wanted to provoke Nass to do worse, this would do it. Nass looked as if he might explode, but then his face relaxed, his smile returned. He looked around and saw what he wanted.
"Over there,"
he pointed.
"Hold her face down over that log."
He put his face close to hers.
"You want it from me? All right, bitch, you'll get it from me, but you'll get it my way. Now we'll see how good you can squirm."
Kalen's face was crimson with fury. "I think your talk is all that's big. I think you're going to embarrass yourself. Your men and I will have a good laugh. Once again, they will have to do the job for you." Her mouth spread into a defiant smile. "I'm waiting, little boy. Do it to me like your father did it to you, so we can all have a good laugh, thinking about you on your knees under him. Show me how he did it to you." The veins on his forehead threatened to burst. His eyeballs bulged. Nass's hand sprang to her throat, tightening, lifting her. He shook with rage. His grip tightened, choking her.
"Commander Nass," one of the men cautioned in a low voice, "you're going to kill her."
Demon looked up, glaring at the man, but then relaxed his grip. He looked back to Kalen.
"What does a bitch like you know of anything?"
"I know you're a liar. I know your master wouldn't let a little boy like you know what had been done with the Seeker. You know nothing. You couldn't tell me because you don't know, and you're so worthless you couldn't even admit it." So that was it. Zed understood. Kalen knew she was going to die, and was willing to trade whatever worse Nass could do to her for knowing if Richard was all right. She didn't want to die without knowing if he was safe. The enormity of what was happening made tears roll down Zed's face. He heard Chase stir at his feet. Nass released her throat and motioned to the two men to let go of her. In a sudden burst, he struck her with his fist. She landed flat on her back. He leaned over, lifting her by her hair as if she weighed nothing. "You know nothing. Your fist says it all." "Your master might tell your father," she sneered, "but he wouldn't tell your father's little girl anything."
All right. All right, I'll tell you. It will make it more fun when I'm on you, to have you know what we do to little pests like the Seeker. Then maybe you'll understand you waste your time fighting us.
Kaelin stood naked in front of him, her face red with anger. She was not a small woman, but she looked small in front of Demon Nass. She breathed hard as she waited, one fist at her side, the other arm hanging limp, blood down the front of her.
Almost a month ago, an artist drew a spell so the Seeker could be captured. He killed the artist, but he was captured anyway. Captured by a Mord Sith.
The color drained from Kaelin's face. She turned white as a lily. Zed felt as if he had been stabbed through the heart. If it had been possible, he would have collapsed to the ground in agony. "No," she whispered, her eyes wide.
"Yes," he mocked. "And a particularly nasty Mord Sith at that. One by the name of Denna. Even I give this one a wide berth. She is the favorite of Master Rahl because of her," he grinned, "talents. From what I have heard, she outdid herself on the Seeker. I even saw her myself one day at dinner, covered from head to foot with his blood."
Kaelin shook slightly, her eyes wet, and Zed was sure she turned even whiter. "But he is still alive," she whispered in a broken voice. Demon gave a self-satisfied smile, happy with the telling at seeing her reaction.
"As a matter of fact, Mother Confessor, the last I saw of the Seeker, he was on his knees in front of Master Rahl, with Denna's Aegil at the back of his head. I don't think he even knew his own name. Master Rahl wasn't happy at the time. When Master Rahl is unhappy, people always die. From what Master Rahl said to me when I left, I'm sure the Seeker never rose from his knees. His corpse is rotten by now."
Zed wept that he couldn't comfort her, that she couldn't comfort him. Kaelin went dead calm. Her arms rose slowly into the air, her fists to the sky, her head rolled back. She let out an unearthly scream. It went through Zed like 1,000 needles of ice. It echoed against the hills, through the valleys, against the trees all around, making them vibrate. Zed's breath was taken away. Nass and the other two men stumbled back a few paces. If he had not already been frozen to stone, he would be now, at the fear of what she was doing. Kaelin should not be able to do this. She took a deep breath, her fists getting tighter, tears streaming from her face. Kaelin screamed again, long, piercing, otherworldly. The sound avalanched through the air. Pebbles danced on the ground. Water danced in the lakes around. The very air danced and began to move. The men covered their ears. Zed would have too, had he been able to move. She took another deep breath. Her back arched as she stretched to the sky. The third scream was worse. The magic of it tore through the fabric of the air. Zed felt as if it would pull his body apart. The air began to turn about her, dust rising at its passing. Darkness began to gather, the magic of the scream taking the very light away, pulling the darkness as it was pulling the wind. Light and dark moved around the Mother Confessor as she released ancient magic into the scream. Zed nearly choked with the fear of what she was doing. He had seen this being done only once before, and it came to no good end. She was joining the Confessor's magic, the additive, the love, with its counterpart from the underworld, the subtractive, the hate. Kaelin stood screaming in the center of a maelstrom. The light was sucked to her. Darkness fell all about. Where Zed stood, it was black as night. The only light was around Kaelin, night around day. Lightning tore violently across the blackness of the sky, flashing rapidly in every direction, forking, doubling, over and over until the sky burned. Thunder rolled through the countryside, coalescing into a continuous fury, mixing with the scream, becoming part of it. The ground shook. The scream went beyond sound to something else entirely. All about, the ground cracked open in jagged, ferocious tears. Shafts of violet light shot upward from the cracks. The bluish-purple curtains of light vibrated, danced, and with gathering speed were pulled into the vortex, sucked to Kaelin. She was a glowing form of light in a sea of darkness. She was the only thing in existence. All else was nothingness, devoid even of light. Zed could see nothing but Kaelin. There was a horrific impact to the air all about. In a brief, tremendous flash of light, Zed saw the trees around them suddenly stripped of pine needles, as every one of them was blown back in a cloud of green. A wall of dust and sand hid his face, feeling as if it would take the skin from his bones in its explosive passing. The ferocity of the concussion tore the darkness away. The light was returned. The joining was complete. Zed saw Chase standing next to him, watching, his arms still tied behind his back. Boundary wardens, Zed thought, were tougher than they had a right to be. Pale blue light coalesced into a jagged egg shape around her, gathered in intensity, purpose, and somehow violence. Kaelin turned. One arm, the broken one, came down to her side. The other arm stopped halfway down, her fist reaching toward the wizard. The blue light bled from the ring that surrounded her into one spot where her fist was. It seemed to fuse, and in a sudden release blasted in a line of light through the space between them. With a solid strike, it hit him, lighting him at contact, as if he were connected to Kaelin by a thread of living light. It bathed him in the pale blue glow. The wizard felt the familiar touch of additive magic, and the unfamiliar tingle of the subtractive underworld magic. He was thrown back a step. The web that held him shattered. He was free. The line of light extinguished itself. Zed turned to Chase and parted the ropes with a quick spell. Chase gave a grunt of pain at having his arms free.
"Zed," he whispered, "what in the name of the prophets is going on? What has she done?"
Kaelin ran her fingers through the pale blue light that vibrated around her, stroking it, caressing it, bathing in it. Demon Nas and one of his men watched her but held their ground, waiting. Her eyes gazed at things they couldn't see. Her eyes were in another world. Her eyes, Zed knew, were seeing the memory of Richard. "It's called the Kondar, the Blood Rage." Zed looked slowly from Kaelin to the boundary warden. "It's something only a few of the strongest confessors can do, and she should not be able to do it at all." Chase frowned.
"Why not?"
"Because it must be taught by her real mother. Only the mother can teach how to bring it on, if there be call enough. It's an ancient magic, ancient as the confessor's magic, part of it, but rarely used. It can only be taught after the daughter reaches a certain age. Kaelin's mother died before she could teach her. Addie told me. Kaelin should not be able to do this, yet she has. That she could do it without having been taught, by instinct and desire alone, speaks to very dangerous things in the prophecies." "Well, why didn't she do it before? Why didn't she put a stop to what was happening before now?" "A confessor can't invoke it for herself, only on behalf of another. She has invoked it on behalf of Richard, on the rage at his murder. We are in a great deal of trouble."
"Why?"
"The Kondar is invoked for vengeance. Confessors who invoke it rarely survive. They give their lives over to the goal, give their lives to carry out the vengeance. Kaelin is going to use her power on Darken Rahl." Chase stared in shock.
"You told me her power can't touch him, can't take him."
"It couldn't before. I don't know if it can now, but I doubt it. Nonetheless, she is going to try. She is in the grip of the Kondar, the Blood Rage. She doesn't care if she dies. She is going to try. She is going to touch Darken Rahl, even if it's futile, even if it kills her. If anyone gets in her way, she will kill them, without a second thought." He put his face closer to Chase to make his point. "That includes us." Kaelin was curled almost into a ball against the ground, her head bowed, her hands on opposite shoulders, the pale blue light tight around her. She stretched slowly to her feet, pushing through the light, as if she were emerging from an egg. She stood naked, blood still throbbing from her wounds. Blood still wet and fresh, dripped from her chin. But her face showed the pain of wounds other than the ones on her body. And then even that expression was gone, and she showed nothing but a confessor's face. Kalen turned a little to one of the men who had held her. The other one was nowhere to be seen. She calmly lifted a hand toward him. He was a dozen feet away. There was an impact to the air, thunder with no sound. Zed felt the pain in his bones.
"Mistress,"
the man called out as he fell to his knees.
"What do you command of me? What do you wish of me?"
She regarded him coolly. "I wish for you to die for me, right now." He convulsed and fell over face first into the dirt, dead. Kalen turned and stepped to Demin Nas. He had a smile on his face. His arms were folded. Kalen's broken arm hung at her side. She put her other hand against his chest with a sharp slap. The hand stayed there as their eyes locked together. He towered over her.
"Very impressive, bitch. But not only have you used your power, I am also protected by Master Rahl's spell. You cannot touch me with your power. You still have a lesson to learn, and I'm going to teach you, as I have never taught anyone before."
His hand came up and grabbed her tangled, matted hair.
"Bend over."
Kalen's face showed no emotion. She said nothing. There was an impact to the air, thunder with no sound. Again, Zed felt the ache of it in his bones. Demin Nas's eyes went wide. His mouth fell open.
"Mistress," he whispered.
Chase leaned over. "How did she do that? She wasn't even touching the first one, and confessors can only use their power once, and then must rest and recover it." "Not anymore. She is in the Kondar." "Stand there and wait," she said to Nas. With graceful smoothness, Kalen walked to the wizard. She stopped and lifted her broken arm to him. Her eyes had a glaze to them. "Fix this for me, please. I need it." Zed took his eyes from hers and looked down at the arm. He reached out and took it gently, speaking softly to distract her mind from the pain while he gripped above and below the break, pulling, setting the bone. She didn't cry out or even flinch. He wondered if she even felt it. Tenderly, his fingers surrounded the damage, letting the warmth of the magic flow into her, taking the cold pain into himself, feeling it, suffering with it, tolerating it with resolve. His breathing stopped momentarily with the sharpness of the hurt. He felt all of her hurt. It mixed with his own pain, threatening to overwhelm him, until he was able to put it down at last. He felt the bone knit together and added more magic to protect and strengthen it until it could heal the rest of the way on its own. He removed his hands from her at last, finished. Her green eyes came up to his, and the cold anger in them was frightening. "Thank you," she said softly. "Wait here." She returned to Demin Nas, who stood where he had been told to wait. There were tears in his eyes.
"Please, mistress, command me."
Kalen pulled a knife from his belt, ignoring his request. With her other hand, she unfastened the flanged battle mace from its hook. "Take off your pants." She waited until he had pulled them off and stood once more before her. "Kneel." The coldness of her voice sent a shiver through Zed as he watched the big man kneel before her. Chase grabbed a fistful of his robes. "Zed, we have to stop her. She's going to kill him. We need information. Once he tells us what we need to know, then she can do whatever she wants, but not until we question him first." Zed gave him a stern look. "As much as I agree with you, there is nothing we can do. If we interfere, she will kill us. If you take 2 steps toward her, she will kill you before you can take the 3rd. A confessor in the blood rage cannot be reasoned with. It's like trying to reason with a thunderstorm. It will only get you hit by lightning." Chase released the wizard's robes with a frustrated huff and folded his arms in resignation. Kalen turned the mace around, holding the handle down to Nas. "Hold this for me." He took it and held it at his side. Kalen kneeled down in front of him close. "Spread your legs," she ordered in an icy voice. She reached down between his legs, gripping him in one hand. He flinched. grimaced. "Don't move," she warned. He became still. "How many of the little boys you've molested have you killed?"
I don't know, mistress. I don't keep count. I've done it for many years, since I was young. I don't always kill them. Most live.
Make a good guess. He thought a moment.
More than 80. Less than 120.
Zed could see a glint off the knife as she put it under him. Chase unfolded his arms, stood up straighter, his jaw muscles tightening at hearing what Demon Nas had done. "I'm going to cut these off. When I do, I don't want you to make a sound," she whispered. "Not one sound. Don't even flinch."
Yes, mistress.
"Look into my eyes. I wish to see it in your eyes." Her arm with the knife strained and jerked up. The blade came up red. Demon's knuckles around the mace were white. The mother confessor rose to her feet in front of him. "Hold out your hand." Demon held a shaking hand before her. She put the bloody sack in his palm. "Eat them." Chase smiled as he watched. "Good for her," he whispered to no one in particular. "A woman who knows the meaning of justice." She stood before him, watching until he finished. She tossed the knife aside. "Give me the mace." He handed it up.
Mistress, I am losing a lot of blood. I don't know if I can remain upright.
"It will displease me greatly if you don't. Just hold on. It won't be long."
Yes, mistress.
"Was what you told me about Richard the Seeker true?"
Yes, mistress.
Kalen's voice was deadly calm. "All of it?" Demon thought a moment to be sure.
All that I told you, mistress.
"There is some you did not tell me?"
Yes, mistress. I did not tell you that Maud Sith Denna also took him as her mate. I presume so that she might hurt him more.
There was an eternity of silence. Kalen stood motionless over Demon. Zed could hardly breathe with the pain, could hardly breathe past the lump in his throat. His knees shook. Kalen's voice came so soft, Zed could hardly hear it. "And you are sure he is dead?"
I did not see him killed, mistress, but I am sure.
"Why is that?"
It looked to me as if Master Rahl was in the mood to kill him, and even if he didn't, Denna would have. That is what Maud Sith do. Mates of Maud Sith do not live this long. I was surprised he was still alive when I left him. He looked to be in bad shape. I have not seen a man have the Aegil put to the base of his skull that many times and still be alive. He cried your name. The only reason Denna hadn't allowed him to die before that day was because Master Rahl wanted to talk to him first. While I did not see it with my own eyes, mistress, I am sure. Denna held him with the magic of his sword. There could be no escape for him. She had him for a lot longer than is usual. She hurt him more than is usual. She held him on the cusp between life and death longer than is usual. I have never seen a man last as long as he had. For some reason, Master Rahl wanted the Seeker to suffer a long time, which is why he chose Denna. None enjoy it more than her. None have her talent for prolonging the pain. The others don't know how to keep their pets alive that long. If nothing else, he would be dead now from being the mate of a Mord Sith. He could not have survived until now." Zed sank to his knees, his heart breaking with agony. He cried with the pain. He felt as if his world had ended. He didn't want to go on. He wanted to die. What had he done? How could he have allowed Richard to be pulled into this? Richard, of all people. Now he knew why Rahl hadn't killed him when he had had the chance. He wanted Zed to suffer first. That was the way of a Rahl. Chase squatted down next to him and put his arm around him. "I'm sorry, Zed," he whispered. "Richard was my friend, too. I'm so sorry." "Look at me," Kalen said, the mace held high in both her hands. Nas's eyes came up to hers. She brought the mace down with all her strength. With a sickening sound, it buried in his forehead, stuck solid, tearing from her hands as he went down limp and fluid, as if he had no bones. Zed forced himself to stop crying and come to his feet as she walked toward them, picking up a tin bowl from a pack along the way.
She handed the bowl to Chase. Fill this half full with poison berries from a bloodthroat bush. Chase looked at the bowl, a little confused. Now? Yes. He noticed the warning in Zed's eyes and stiffened. All right. He turned, starting to leave, but turned back, taking his heavy black cloak off, putting it around her shoulders and covering her nakedness. Kaelin? He stared at her, finally unable to bring forth the words, and went off to his task. Kaelin gazed fixedly, vacantly, at nothing. Zed put his arm around her and sat her down on a bedroll. He retrieved what was left of her shirt, ripping it into strips, which he wet with water from a skin. As she sat without protest, he cleaned the blood off her, applied salve to some of her wounds and magic to others. She endured it without comment. When he finished, he put his fingers under her chin, lifting her eyes to his. Zed spoke softly. He did not die for nothing, dear one. He found the box. He has saved everyone. Remember him for doing what no other could have. Light mist from the thick clouds that hugged the ground began to dampen their faces. I will remember only that I love him, and that I could never tell him. Zed closed his eyes against the pain, the burden of being a wizard. Chase returned, offering her the bowl of poison berries. She asked for something to crush them with. With a few quick strokes, Chase whittled a stout stick into a shape that satisfied her, and she went to work. She stopped as if she thought of something and looked up at the wizard, her green eyes ablaze. Darken Rahl is mine. It was a warning, a threat. He nodded to her. I know, dear one. She went back to crushing, a few tears running down her face. I'm going to bury Brophy, Chase said softly to Zed. The others can rot. Kaelin crushed the red berries into a paste, adding a little ash from the fire. When she was finished, she had Zed hold a little mirror for her while she applied it in the pattern of the Kondar, twin lightning bolts, the magic guiding her hand. Starting from the temple on each side, in a mirror image of each other, the top part of each bolt zigzagged over the eyebrow, the center lobe of each passed over an eyelid, with the bottom zigzag over the cheekbones, finally terminating in a point at the hollow of each cheek. The effect was frightening, and meant to be. It was a warning to the innocent, a vow to the guilty. After she had brushed the tangles from her hair, she pulled her confessor's dress from her pack, took the cloak off, and slipped on the dress. Chase returned. Kaelin handed him his cloak, thanking him. Wear it, Chase said. It's warmer than yours. I am the Mother Confessor. I will wear no cloak. The boundary warden didn't argue. The horses are gone, all of them. She gave him an indifferent look. Then we will walk. We will not stop at night. We will keep going. You may come if you wish, if you do not slow me down. Chase raised an eyebrow at the unwitting insult, but let it drop. Kaelin turned and started off without picking up any of her things. Chase looked over at Zed, letting out a noisy breath. He bent to collect his things. I'm not leaving without my weapons. We better hurry before she gets too far ahead. She won't wait for us. The wizard picked up Kaelin's pack, stuffing gear into it. We better at least grab some of our supplies. He smoothed a wrinkle on the pack. Chase, I don't think we are going to return from this. The Kondar is a suicide venture. You have a family. There is no need for you to go. Chase didn't look up. What's a Mord Sith? He asked quietly. The wizard swallowed hard, his hands gripping the pack so firmly they shook. Mord Sith are trained from a young age in the art of torture and the use of a merciless weapon of pain called an Agil. That was the red thing hanging from Darken Rahl's neck. Mord Sith are used against those with magic. They have the power to take a person's magic and use it against them. Zed's voice broke. Richard would not have known that. He had no chance. The only purpose in life for a Mord Sith, the only thing they live for, is to torture to death those with magic. Chase rammed a fistful of blanket into the pack. I'm going. Zed nodded his understanding. I will be glad for your company. Are these Mord Sith a danger to us? Not to you. You have no magic. And not to wizards. I have protection. What about Kaelin? Zed shook his head. A confessor's magic is different from any other. The touch of a confessor's magic is death to a Mord Sith, a very bad death. I saw it once. I don't want to ever see it again. Zed's eyes glided over the bloody mess, thinking of what they had done to Kalen and what they almost did. I guess, he whispered, I have seen a lot of things I wish to never see again. As Zed hoisted Kalen's pack to his shoulder, there was an impact to the air, thunder with no sound. They both ran to the trail, ran for Kalen. They had only gone a short distance when they found the last man sprawled across the way where he had lain in wait. His own sword jutted from his chest. Both his hands held the hilt in a death grip. They both kept running until they caught up with her. She strode purposefully along, eyes ahead, disinterested in what was about her. Her confessor's dress flowed and flapped behind her like a flame in wind. Zed had always thought confessors looked beautiful in their dresses, especially the white of the Mother Confessor. But he saw it now for what it really was. Battle armor. Chapter 48. Water from the drizzle collecting on Richard's face ran down his nose, hanging in a drip at the end, tickling. He angrily wiped it off. He was so tired that he hardly knew what he was doing anymore. The only thing he knew for sure was that he couldn't find Kalen and Zed and Chase. He had searched relentlessly, going down endless trails and roads back and forth, crisscrossing his way toward the People's Palace, and had not seen a sign of them. There were trails and paths everywhere, and he knew he had searched only a fraction of them. He had stopped only for a few hours at night, mostly to rest the horse, and then he had sometimes searched on foot. Since he had left his brother, the clouds had hung low and thick, limiting visibility. He was furious that they had to come now, when he needed Scarlet more than ever. He felt that everything was conspiring against him, that the fates did indeed work for Darken Rahl. Rahl would have Kalen by now. It was too late. She must be in the People's Palace by now. He urged the horse up the mountain trail, through stands of big spruce that grew on the steep ground. Spongy moss muffled the passing of the horse's hooves. Darkness hid nearly everything. As he rode higher through the mist and darkness, the trees thinned, exposing him to the cold wind coming up the slope. It flapped his cloak and moaned in his ears. Black patches of cloud and mist blew across the trail. Richard pulled his hood up against the elements. Although he couldn't see anything, he knew he had reached the top of the mountain pass and was starting down the opposite side. It was deep in the night. The dawn would bring the first day of winter, the last day of freedom. Finding a small shelter of overhanging rock, Richard decided to get a few hours' sleep before the dawn that would be his last. He wearily slid off the horse's wet back and tethered it to a nearby scrub pine that hunched among long grass. He didn't even take his pack off, but simply rolled himself in his cloak under the rock and tried to sleep, thinking of Kalen, thinking of what he would have to do to keep her out of the hands of a Mord Sith. After he finished helping Darken Rahl open the box that would give him the power he sought, Rahl would kill him. Despite Darken Rahl's assurance that Richard would be free to go about his life, what life could he have after he was touched by Kalen's power? Besides, he knew Rahl was lying. Rahl intended to kill him. He hoped only that his death would be quick. He knew his decision to help Darken Rahl meant that Zed would die too, but it meant that many more would live. Live under the brutal rule of Darken Rahl, but live nonetheless. Richard couldn't bear the thought of being responsible for everyone and everything dying. Rahl had told the truth about Richard being betrayed, and he probably was telling the truth about knowing which box would kill him. Even if he was lying, Richard couldn't risk everyone on that one chance. Richard had run out of options. He had no choice but to help Darken Rahl. His ribs still hurt from what Denna had done to him. It was still hard to lie down and still hurt to breathe. His sleep brought the nightmares he had had every night since leaving the People's Palace, the nightmares of the things Denna had done to him, the nightmares he had promised her he would have. He dreamed of hanging helpless while Denna hurt him, of being powerless to stop her, of never being able to escape. He dreamed of Michael standing there watching. He dreamed of seeing Kalen being tortured, and Michael watching that too. He came awake, drenched in sweat, shaking with fear, heard himself whimpering with the terror of the dreams. Sunlight was slanting sideways under the overhang of the rock. The orange sun was just breaking above the horizon to the east. Richard stood and stretched the cramps from his muscles, surveying the dawn on the first day of winter. He was high on a mountain. The surrounding peaks thrust themselves above a blanket of clouds below that stretched off before him to the eastern horizon, like a sea of gray tinged in orange. The sea of clouds was unbroken except for one thing, the People's Palace. Touched by the sunlight in the far distance, it rose proud on its plateau, standing above the clouds, waiting for him. A cold feeling ran through his gut. It was a long way off. He had misjudged how far he was from it. It was a lot farther than he had thought. He had no time to waste. When the sun was at its zenith, the boxes could be opened. As he turned, movement caught his eye. The horse let out a terrified neigh. Howls split the morning silence. Hardhounds. Richard drew his sword as they poured over the rock. Before he could start for the horse, the hounds took it down. In a dead run, more came for him. Frozen in shock for only an instant, he leapt up onto the rock he had slept under. The hounds, teeth snapping, bounded up the rock toward him. He cut down the first wave, then retreated farther up the rock as more hounds came for him. Richard swung the sword, cutting through them as they advanced, snarling and howling. It was like a sea of tan fur, coming for him in waves. Frantically he slashed and stabbed at them, trying to back away at the same time. Hounds came over the rock behind. He jumped to the side as the two groups crashed together, tearing at each other for the chance to be the first to get at his heart. Richard climbed higher, fighting the beasts back, killing any that got close enough. It was a futile effort, he knew. There were more than he would be able to hold back. He released himself into the anger of the sword's magic, fighting with fury as he advanced into their ranks. He couldn't fail Kalen, not now. The air seemed filled with yellow teeth, all coming for him. Blood from the killing was everywhere. The world turned to red. And then it turned to flame. Fire erupted all about. Hounds howled in mortal pain. The dragon roared in anger. Scarlet's shadow swept over him. Richard's sword cut through the hounds that came close enough. The air smelled of blood and burning fur. Scarlet's claw gripped him around the middle, lifting him away from the leaping, snapping beasts. Richard panted in exhaustion from the fierce fight as the dragon flew to a clearing on another mountain. She set him gently on the ground and landed. Richard, nearly in tears, threw his arms against her red scales, stroking them, and laid his head against her. "Thank you, my friend. You have saved my life. You have saved many lives. You are a dragon of honor." "I made a bargain, that is all." She snorted a puff of smoke. "Besides, someone has to help you. You can't seem to stay out of trouble on your own." Richard smiled. "You are the most beautiful beast I have ever seen." Still panting as he tried to catch his breath, he pointed to the plateau. "Scarlet, I need to get to the People's Palace. Will you take me, please?" "You didn't find your friends? Your brother?" He swallowed the lump in his throat. "My brother has betrayed me. Betrayed me and everyone to Darken Rahl. I wish people had half the honor of dragons." Scarlet gave a grumble, vibrating the scales on her throat. "I'm sorry, Richard Cipher. Climb on. I will take you." The dragon made slow, steady strokes of her wings, lifting him above the sea of clouds that covered the Azrith plains, carrying him to the last place in the world he would wish to go, had he a choice. The journey, which would have taken him a good part of the day on a horse, took less than an hour on the dragon. She folded her wings back, diving toward the plateau. The wind tore at his clothes as she plunged downward. From the air, Richard could see how big the People's Palace really was. It was hard to believe it had been made by men. It seemed beyond even a dream. It was like the biggest of cities all melted together into one complex. Scarlet flew once around the plateau, past towers, walls, and roofs. They flashed past in endless variety, making him dizzy. She lifted over the outer wall and swooped down into a vast courtyard, fluttering her wings to stop their descent. There were no guards, no people to be seen. Richard slid down her red scales, landing on his feet with a thump. She swept her head about, then tilted it down, gazing at him. Her ears swiveled forward. "Are you sure you want me to leave you here?" Richard nodded, casting his eyes to the ground. Scarlet snorted. Then the 6 days are at an end. Our bargain is at an end. The next time I see you, you will be fair game. Richard smiled up at her. Fair enough, my friend. But you'll not get the chance. Today I am going to die. Scarlet watched him with one yellow eye. Try not to let that happen, Richard Cypher. I would still like to eat you. Richard's smile widened as he rubbed a glossy scale. Take care of your little dragon when it hatches. I wish I had had a chance to see it. It will be beautiful too, I know. I realize you hate flying men about, because it's against your will, but thanks for letting me know the joy of flying. I considered it a privilege. She nodded. I like flying too. She let out a puff of smoke. You are a rare man, Richard Cypher. I have never seen one the match of you. I am the seeker, the last seeker. She gave another nod of her big head. Take care, seeker. You have the gift. Use it. Use everything you have to fight. Don't give in. Don't let him rule you. If you are to die, die fighting with everything you have, everything you know. That is the way of a dragon. If it were only that easy. Richard looked up at the red dragon. Scarlet, before the boundary came down, did you carry Darken Rahl into Westland? She gave a nod. A number of times. Where did you take him? To a house, bigger than the other houses. It was made of white stone with slate roofs. One time, I took him to another, a simple house. He killed a man there. I heard the screams. And once to another simple house. Michael's house, and his father's, and his own. With the pain of hearing it, Richard looked down at his feet, nodding. Thanks, Scarlet. He fought back the lump in his throat and looked back up. If Darken Rahl ever tries to rule you again, I hope your little dragon will be safe, and you will be able to fight to the death. You are too noble to be ruled. Scarlet gave a dragon's grin and lifted into the air. Richard watched as she circled overhead, looking down at him. Her head turned to the west, and the rest of her followed. Richard watched a few minutes as she became smaller in the distance. He turned to the palace. Richard eyed the guards at an entrance, prepared for a fight, but they only gave a polite nod. A guest returning. The vast halls swallowed him. He knew the general direction of the garden room where Rahl kept the boxes and headed that way. For a long time he didn't recognize the halls, but after a time some of them started looking familiar. He recognized the arches and columns, the devotion squares. He passed the hall where Denna's quarters were. He didn't look down it as he walked past the intersection. His mind was in a daze, overpowered by the decision he had made. He was overwhelmed by the very idea of being the one who would deliver the power of Orden to Darken Rahl. He knew he would be saving Kaelin from a worse fate, and many others from death, but he still felt like a traitor. He wished it could be anyone but him who would help Rahl, but no one else could. Only he had the answers Rahl needed. He stopped at a devotion square with a pool and watched the fish gliding through the water as he stared at the ripples. Fight with everything he knew, Scarlet had said. What would that gain him? What would that gain anyone? The same in the end, or worse. He could gamble with his own life, but not with everyone else's, not with Kaelin's. He was here to help Darken Rahl, and that was what he had to do. His mind was made up. The bell for devotion tolled. Richard watched people gather around and bow down as they began chanting. 2 moored Sith dressed in red leather approached and eyed him standing there. This was no time for trouble. He went to his knees, touched his forehead to the tile, and began chanting the devotion. Since he had already decided, there was no reason to think, and he let his mind go empty. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. He chanted over and over, letting himself go, letting his worry go. His mind calmed as he sought the peace within and joined with it. A thought caught the words in his throat. If he was going to give a devotion, it was going to be one that meant something to him. He changed the words. Kalin, guide me. Kalin, teach me. Kalin, protect me. In your light I thrive. In your mercy I am sheltered. In your wisdom I am humbled. I live only to love you. My life is yours. The shock of realization made him sit bolt upright on his heels, his eyes wide. He knew what he must do. Zed had told him that most of the things people believed were wrong. Wizard's first rule. He had been the fool long enough, listened to others enough. He avoided the truth no longer. A smile spread on his face. He stood. He believed with all his heart. Excited, he turned, stepping among the people chanting the devotion on their knees. The two moored Sith rose. They stood, grim-faced, shoulder to shoulder, blocking his way. He jerked to a halt. The one with blonde hair and blue eyes brought her Aegil up in a menacing posture, waving it in front of him. No one is allowed to miss a devotion. No one. Richard returned the threatening glare. I am the Seeker. He lifted Denna's Aegil in his fist. Mate to Denna, I am the one who killed her with the magic by which she held me. I have said my last devotion to Father Rahl. The next move you make will determine if you live or die. Choose. An eyebrow lifted over a cold blue eye. The two moored Sith glanced at each other, then stepped aside. Richard marched off to the Garden of Life, to Darken Rahl. Zed warily scanned the edges as they ascended the road up the side of the plateau, the surroundings brightening the higher they went. The three of them emerged from the fog into mid-morning sunlight. Ahead, a drawbridge began lowering, the catch on the gears clattering as the span lowered across a chasm. Chase loosened the short sword in the scabbard over his shoulder when the lowering bridge revealed a couple of dozen soldiers waiting on the other side. Not one of the soldiers brought a weapon to hand, nor did they move to block the way, but stood at ease to the side, seemingly disinterested in the three. Kalin gave them no notice as she strode past. Chase did. He looked like a man about to preside over a slaughter. The guards nodded and smiled politely. The boundary warden leaned a little closer to Zed, but kept his eyes on the well-armed soldiers. I don't like this. It's too easy. Zed smiled. If Darken Rahl is to kill us, he must first let us get to where we are to be killed. Chase frowned over at the wizard. That doesn't make me feel any better. Zed put his hand on Chase's shoulder. No loss of honor, my friend. Go home before the door closes behind us forever. Chase stiffened. Not until it is done. Zed nodded and walked a little faster to stay close to Kalin. When they gained the top of the plateau, they were confronted by a huge wall stretching off to either side. The battlements at the top were alive with men. Kalin didn't pause, but marched toward the gate. Straining with the weight, two guards pushed the immense doors back as she approached. She didn't lose a step as she went through the opening in the wall. Chase glared at the captain of the guards. You let anyone in? The captain gave a surprised stare. She is expected by Master Rahl. Chase grunted and followed after. So much for our sneaking up on him. One does not sneak up on a wizard of Rahl's talents. Chase grabbed Zed's arm. Wizard? Rahl is a wizard? Zed frowned at him. Of course. How do you suppose he is able to command magic the way he does? He is descended from a long line of wizards. Chase seemed annoyed. I thought wizards were only supposed to help people, not rule them. Zed let out a deep breath. Before some of us decided to no longer interfere with the affairs of man, wizards used to rule. There was a rift. The Wizard Wars, as they were known. A few on their side survived and continued to follow the old ways, continued to take power for themselves, continued to rule people. Darken Rahl is a direct descendant of that line, the House of Rahl. He was born with the gift. Not all are. But he uses it only for himself. He is a person who does not bear the burden of conscience. Chase fell silent as they ascended a hillside of steps, passing into the shade between fluted columns and through an opening surrounded by carved stone vines and leaves. They entered the halls. Chase's head swiveled about, astonished by the size, the beauty, the sheer overwhelming volume of polished stone about them. Kaelin walked down the center of the vast hall, seeing none of it, the folds of her dress flowing fluidly behind her, the soft sound of her boots on the stone whispering into the cavernous distance. People dressed in white robes strolled the halls. A few sat on marble benches, and others knelt at squares with a stone and bell, meditating. All wore the same perpetual smile of the divinely deluded, the peaceful countenance of those self-assured in their fantasy of certainty and understanding. Truth was only a shifting fog to them, to be burned off by the light of their convoluted reasoning. Followers, disciples of Darken Rahl, one and all. Most paid the three no attention, giving them no more than a vacant nod. Zed caught a glimpse of two moored Sith, proud in their red leather, sauntering up a side hall toward them. When they saw Kaelin, saw the twin red lightning bolts of the Kondar painted across her face, the two blanched, reversed course, and quickly vanished. The route they followed took them to an intersection of enormous halls built in the pattern of a wheel. Stained glass windows that formed the hub, high overhead, let in sunlight that streamed in colored shafts through the cavernous central area. Kaelin stopped and turned her green eyes to the wizard. "Which way?" Zed pointed down a hall to the right. Kaelin started off without hesitation. "How do you know where we're going?" Chase asked. "Two ways. First, the People's Palace is built on a pattern I recognize, the pattern of a magic spell. The entire palace is one giant spell drawn on the face of the ground. It's a power spell, meant to protect Darken Rahl, keep him safe here, amplify his power. It's a spell drawn to protect him from other wizards. I have very little power here. I am next to helpless. The core of it is a place called the Garden of Life. Darken Rahl will be there." Chase gave a troubled look. "What's the second?" Zed hesitated. "The boxes. Their covers are removed. I can sense them. They, too, are in the Garden of Life." Something was wrong. He knew what it was to sense one of the boxes, and two should be twice as strong. But the feeling wasn't. It was 3 times as strong. The wizard directed the Mother Confessor down the proper halls as they came to them, and up the proper stairways as they appeared. Each hall, each different level, had stone of unique color or type. In some places, the columns stood several levels high. Balconies between them looked down on the hall. Stairways were all marble, each of a different color. They passed huge statues, standing like stone sentinels at the walls to each side. The three walked for several hours, working their way higher into the center of the People's Palace. It was impossible to go in a straight course. There was none. At last, they came to closed doors, carved in a country scene clad in gold. Kaelin stopped and looked to the wizard. "This is the place, dear one, the Garden of Life. The boxes are in here. Darken Rahl will be, too." She gave him a deep stare. "Thank you, Zed. And you too, Chase." Kaelin turned to the door, but Zed put his hand gently on her shoulder and turned her back around. "Darken Rahl has only 2 boxes. He will be dead soon, without your help." Her eyes were cold fire in the heart of the sharp red lightning bolts drawn on her resolute face. "Then I have no time to waste." She pushed the doors open and strode into the Garden of Life. Chapter 49. The fragrance of flowers engulfed them as they stepped into the Garden of Life. Zed knew immediately that something was wrong. There was no doubt. All 3 boxes were in the room. He had been wrong. Rahl did have all 3. He sensed something else, too, something out of place, but with his power diminished, he couldn't put his trust in the feeling. With Chase at his heels, Zed stayed close behind Kaelin as she walked along the path among the trees, past the vine-covered walls and colorful flowers. They came to grass. Kaelin stopped. Across the lawn was a circle of white sand, sorcerer's sand. In his whole life, Zed had never seen so much of it in one place, never seen more than a pouchful. This much was worth 10 kingdoms. Tiny flecks of prismatic light reflected up at him. With rising trepidation, Zed wondered what Rahl needed with that much sorcerer's sand, what he did with it. He found it hard to take his eyes from the lure of it. Beyond the sorcerer's sand sat a sacrificial altar. There on the stone altar were the 3 boxes of Orden. Zed's heart felt as if it skipped a beat, to see for sure that all 3 were there together. Each had its cover removed. Each was black as midnight. In front of the boxes, with his back to them, stood Darken Rahl. Zed raged at seeing the one who had harmed Richard. The sunlight, coming straight down from the glass roof, lit the white robes and long blonde hair, making them glow. Rahl stood, gazing at the boxes, his prizes. Zed felt his face heat. How had Rahl found the last box? How had he gotten it? He dismissed the questions. They were irrelevant. The question was what to do now. With all 3, Rahl could open one. Zed watched Kaelin as she stared across at Darken Rahl. If she could, in fact, touch Rahl with her power, they would be saved, but he doubted that she had the necessary power. In this palace, especially in this room, Zed could feel that his own power was virtually useless. The whole place was one giant spell against any wizard but a Rahl. If Darken Rahl was to be stopped, only Kaelin could do it. He felt the blood rage emanating from her, the seething fury. Kaelin started across the grass. Zed and Chase followed, but when they had almost reached the sand opposite Rahl, she turned and placed a hand on the wizard's chest. "Both of you will wait here." Zed felt the wrath in her eyes and understood it because he shared it. He, too, felt the pain of losing Richard. When Zed's head came up, he was staring into the blue eyes of Darken Rahl. They held each other's gaze a moment. Rahl's eyes shifted to Kaelin as she walked around the circle of sand, her countenance dead calm. Chase leaned closer and whispered, "What are we going to do if this doesn't work?" "We are going to die." Zed's hopes lifted when he saw the look of alarm on Darken Rahl's face. Alarm and fear at seeing Kaelin painted with the twin lightning bolts of the Kandar. Zed smiled. Darken Rahl hadn't counted on that, and appeared to be frightened by it. The alarm turned to action. As Kaelin approached, Darken Rahl suddenly drew the Sword of Truth. It hissed coming out, and it came out white. He held it out, stopping Kaelin at its point. They were too close to be stopped now. Zed had to help her use the only thing that could save them. The wizard used every bit of strength he had, which wasn't as much as he wished, and threw a bolt of lightning across the white sorcerer's sand. He drained all his power into it. The blue lightning hit the sword, knocking it from Rahl's hands. It flew through the air, landing a good distance away. Darken Rahl screamed something to Zed, then turned to Kaelin, speaking to her, but neither could understand him. Darken Rahl backed away as Kaelin advanced. He bumped into the altar, able to back away no farther. He ran his fingers through his hair as Kaelin stopped in front of him. Zed's smile faded. Something was wrong. The way Rahl ran his fingers through his hair sparked his memory. The Mother Confessor reached out and seized Darken Rahl by the throat. "This is for Richard." Zed's eyes went wide. Ice flashed through him. He understood what was wrong. He gasped in recognition. That wasn't Darken Rahl. Zed screamed, "Kaelin, no! Stop! That's—" There was an impact to the air, thunder with no sound. The leaves on the trees about shuddered. The grass shook in a wave, radiating outward. "Richard!" Too late, the wizard realized the truth. Pain gripped him. "Mistress," he whispered, falling to his knees before her. Zed stood frozen. Despair crushed the elation of Richard being alive. A vine-covered door in a wall to the side opened. The real Darken Rahl emerged, followed by Michael and 2 big guards. Kaelin blinked in confusion. The enemy web wavered, and in a shimmer of light, the one who had been Darken Rahl was returned to who he really was. Richard. Kaelin's eyes went wide in horror as she backed away. The power of the Kandar faltered and extinguished. She screamed in anguish at what she had done. The two guards stepped behind her. Chase reached up for his sword. He was frozen in place before his hand reached it. Zed brought his hands up, but there was no power left. Nothing happened. He ran for them, but before he could take 2 steps, he hit an invisible wall. He was encased in it, held like a prisoner in a stone cell. He railed in rage at his own stupidity. At seeing what she had done, Kaelin yanked a knife from the belt of a guard. With a cry of anguish, she held it up in both hands to plunge it into herself. Michael grabbed her from behind, twisted the knife from her hands, and held it to her throat. Richard launched himself in a fury at his brother, but crashed into an invisible wall and was knocked back. Kaelin had expended all her energy in the Kondar, and was too weak to fight back. She collapsed in tears. One of the guards tied a gag to her mouth, preventing her from even mumbling Richard's name. Richard, on his knees, fell against Darken Rahl, gripping his robes, pleading up to him. "Don't hurt her, please! Don't hurt her!" Darken Rahl put a hand on Richard's shoulder. "So glad to see you have come back, Richard. I thought you might. I'm glad you've decided to help me. I admire your devotion to your friends." Zed was bewildered. What help could Darken Rahl possibly need from Richard? "Please," Richard begged in tears, "don't hurt her." "Well, now, that's entirely up to you." He pulled Richard's hands from his robes. "Anything. I'll do anything. Just don't hurt her." A smile spread on Darken Rahl's lips. He licked the tips of his fingers. He ran his other hand through Richard's hair. "I'm sorry it had to be this way, Richard. I really am. It would have been a pleasure having you around as you were. Although you don't realize it, you and I are very much alike. But I'm afraid you have fallen victim to the wizard's first rule." "Don't hurt Mistress Kaelin," Richard cried. "Please." "If you do as I say, I will do as I promised, and she will be treated well. I may even turn you into something pleasant. Something you would like to be, maybe a lapdog. I may even let you sleep in our bedchamber, so you might see that I keep my word. Maybe I will even name my son in honor of you for helping me. Would you like that? Richard Rahl. Sort of ironic, don't you think? Do whatever you want with me, but please don't hurt Mistress Kaelin. Tell me what you want me to do, please." Darken Rahl patted Richard's head. "Soon, my son, soon. Wait here." Darken Rahl left Richard on his knees and glided around the circle of white sand to Zed. The blue eyes locked on the old man as he came. Zed felt hollow, empty. Rahl stopped in front of him and licked his fingers, stroking them over his eyebrows. "What is your name, old one?" Zed stared back, his hopes destroyed. "Zedicus Zulzarander." He held his chin up. "I am the one who killed your father." Darken Rahl nodded. "And do you know that your wizard's fire also burned me? Do you know it almost killed me when I was but a child, and that I spent months in agony, and that to this day I carry the scars of what you did, both those on the outside and others on the inside? I'm sorry I hurt a child, regardless of who the child was. But in this case, I would call it premature punishment." Rahl's face remained pleasant, the hint of a smile still on his lips. "We are going to have a long time together, you and I. I am going to teach you of the pain I endured and more. You will know what it was like." Zed gave a bitter look. "Nothing could match the pain you have already given me." Darken Rahl licked his fingertips as he turned away. "We will see." Zed watched in hopeless frustration as Rahl returned to stand once more in front of Richard. "Richard!" Zed screamed. "Don't help him! Kaelin would rather die than have you help him." Richard looked blankly to the wizard before he gazed up at Darken Rahl. "I'll do anything if you don't hurt her." Darken Rahl motioned him to his feet. "You have my word, my son. If you do as I ask." Richard nodded. "Recite the Book of Counted Shadows." Zed reeled in shock. Richard turned to Kaelin. "What should I do, mistress?" Kaelin struggled against Michael, against the knife at her throat, screamed muffled words against the gag. Rahl's voice was calm, gentle. "Recite the Book of Counted Shadows, Richard, or I will have Michael start by cutting off her fingers one at a time. The longer you remain silent, the more he will cut her." Richard spun back to Rahl, panic in his eyes. Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. Zed sank to the ground. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. As he listened to Richard reading out the book, he knew it was true. He recognized the unique syntax of a book of magic. Richard couldn't be making it up. It was the Book of Counted Shadows. Zed didn't have the strength to wonder at how Richard had learned it. The world as they knew it was ending. This was the first day of the rule of Rahl. All was lost. Darken Rahl had won. The world was his. Zed sat numbly listening. Some of the words themselves were magic, and none but one with the gift could keep the words in his head. The magic would erase the whole of it at certain magic trigger words. Protection against unseen circumstances. Protection against just anyone getting hold of the magic within. That Richard could recite them was proof he was born to it, born of and to the magic. As much as Richard hated the magic, he was magic, as the prophecies foretold. Zed mourned the things he had done, mourned that he had tried to protect Richard from the forces that would have sought to use him had they known what he was. Those born with the gift were always vulnerable when they were young. Darken Rahl was proof of that. Zed had deliberately chosen not to teach Richard, as a way of protecting him from those forces learning of him. Zed had always feared and hoped that Richard had the gift, but had hoped he would grow before it manifested itself, and then Zed might have the time to teach him when he was strong enough, when he was old enough. And before it could kill him, it had been a futile effort. It had come to no good end. Zed guessed that he had always known Richard had the gift, was someone special. Everyone who knew Richard knew he was someone special. Rare. The mark of magic. Zed wept as he recalled the time he had enjoyed with Richard. They had been good years. None had been better in his life. The years away from the magic. To have someone love him without fear and only for himself. To be a friend. Richard read out the book without hesitation or a single falter. Zed marveled that he knew it so perfectly and caught himself being proud, but then wished Richard weren't so talented. Much of what he recited was about things already finished with, such as removing the covers from the boxes, but Darken Rahl didn't stop him or hurry him over those sections for fear that he might miss something. He let Richard recite it at his own pace and stood mute, listening carefully. Occasionally, Rahl had him repeat a section, to be sure he had it right, and stood absorbed in thought as Richard told of sun angles, of clouds, of wind patterns. The afternoon wore on, Richard reciting, Rahl standing before him listening. Michael with a knife at Kaelin's throat, the two guards holding her arms, Chase frozen in place, his hand halfway to his sword, and Zed sitting on the ground, doomed, locked in his invisible prison. Zed realized that the procedure for opening the boxes was going to take longer than he would have thought. It would take all night. There were enchantments to be drawn. That was the reason Darken Rahl needed so much sorcerer's sand. The boxes had to be placed just so, the winter's first sun touching them, dictating their position once they each cast a shadow. Each box, although they looked identical, cast a different shadow. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the fingers of shadows grew away from each box. One of the boxes cast a single finger of shadow, another cast 2 fingers of shadow, and the third cast 3. Now he knew why it was called the Book of Counted Shadows. At the proper places in the book, Darken Rahl had Richard stop while the enchantments were drawn in the sorcerer's sand. Some of the spells were called by names Zed had never heard before, but Rahl had. He drew without hesitation. When darkness fell, he lit torches in a ring around the sand. Under the light of the torches, he drew the enchantments as they were called for. Everyone stood in silence, watching as he carefully drew in the sand. Zed was impressed by his level of skill at drawing the charms, and was more than a little uneasy at seeing underworld runes. The geometric patterns were complex, and Zed knew they must be done without error and in the proper order, each line drawn at the proper time in the proper sequence. They could not be corrected or erased and started over if there was a mistake. A mistake was death. Zed had known wizards who had spent years studying a spell before they would dare to attempt drawing it in sorcerer's sand for fear of making a fatal mistake. Darken Rahl didn't look to be having the slightest trouble. His steady hand moved with precision. Zed had never seen a wizard of his talents. At least, he thought bitterly, they would be killed by the best. He couldn't help admiring the level of mastery. It was a magnitude of proficiency he had never witnessed before. All of this endeavor was simply to tell which box was the one Rahl wanted. He could open one at any time, the book stated. Zed knew from other books of instruction that all this effort was a precaution against the magic being used easily. No one was simply going to decide to be the master of the world and read how in a book of magic. Zed, as much as he knew, didn't have the required knowledge to carry out the instructions. Darken Rahl had been studying for this moment almost his whole life. His father had probably begun the instruction when he was young. Zed wished the wizard's fire that had killed his father had killed Darken Rahl, too. He considered that thought a moment, and then took it back. At dawn, after all the enchantments were drawn, the boxes were placed on them. Each box, distinguished by the number of shadows it threw, was placed on a specific drawing. Spells were cast. As the rays of sun from the second day of winter lit the stone, the boxes were placed on the altar once more. Zed was amazed to see that the boxes that had thrown a particular number of shadows the day before now threw a different number. Another precaution. As directed, the boxes were rearranged, so the one throwing a single shadow was to the left, the one that threw 2 was in the center, and the one that threw 3 was to the right. Darken Rahl stared at the black boxes. Continue. Without hesitation, Richard went on. Once so arranged, Orden is at the ready to be commanded. Where 1 shadow is insufficient to gain the power to sustain the life of the player, and 3 more than can be tolerated by all life, the balance is struck by opening the box with 2 shadows, 1 shadow for yourself, and 1 for the world that would be yours to command by the power of Orden. 1 world under 1 command is marked by the box with 2 shadows. Open it to gain your reward. Darken Rahl's face turned slowly to Richard. Go on. Richard blinked. Rule as you have chosen. That is the end. There must be more. No, Master Rahl. Rule as you have chosen. That's the end. The last words. Rahl grabbed Richard's throat. Did you learn it all? The entire book? Yes, Master Rahl. Rahl's face reddened. That can't be right. That isn't the right box. The box with 2 shadows is the one that will kill me. I told you I learned that much. I learned which one will kill me. I have told you every word true. Every single word. Darken Rahl released his throat. I don't believe you. He looked to Michael. Cut her throat. Richard fell to his knees with a scream. Please! You gave me your word. You said if I told you, you wouldn't harm her. Please, I have told you the truth. Rahl held his hand up to Michael, but kept his eyes on Richard. I don't believe you. Unless you tell me the truth right now, I will cut her open. I will kill your mistress. No, Richard screamed. I have told you the truth. I can't tell you anything different. It would be a lie. Last chance, Richard. Tell me the truth or she dies. I can't tell you anything differently, Richard cried. Anything different would be a lie. I have told you every word true. Zed came to his feet. He watched the knife at Kaylin's throat. Her green eyes were wide. He watched Darken Rahl. Rahl had obviously found some of the information from a source other than the Book of Counted Shadows, and that information was in conflict with the information in the book. This was not uncommon. Surely Darken Rahl must know that. When there was a conflict, the information in the instruction book for that specific magic must always take precedence. To do otherwise was always fatal. It was a safeguard to protect the magic. Zed hoped against hope that Rahl's arrogance would make him go against the book. The smile came back to Darken Rahl's face. He licked his fingertips, wiped them on his eyebrows.
All right, Richard. I just had to be sure you were telling me the truth.
I am. I swear on Mistress Kalen's life. Every word I told you is true. Rahl nodded. He gave a wave of his hand to Michael. Michael relaxed the knife. Kalen closed her eyes as tears ran down her cheeks. Rahl turned to the boxes, letting out a deep breath.
At last, he whispered, the magic of Orden is mine.
Zed couldn't see it, but he knew that Darken Rahl lifted the lid on the middle box, the one with 2 shadows. He could tell by the light expanding from it. Golden light lifted, as if it were a great weight. It settled over Master Rahl, lighting him in a golden glow. He turned, smiling. The light about him moved with him as he moved. He lifted slightly into the air, enough to take the weight from his feet, and floated to the center of the sorcerer's sand, his arms extended, the light beginning to swirl slowly around him. He faced toward Richard.
Thank you, my son, for coming back, for helping Father Rahl. You will be rewarded for helping me, as I promised. You have delivered to me that which is mine. I can feel it. It's marvelous. I can feel the power.
Richard stood without emotion, watching. Zed sank to the ground again. What had Richard done? How could he? How could he give Rahl the magic of Orden? Allow him to rule the world? He had been touched by a confessor, that was how. It wasn't his fault, he had no control. It was over. Zed forgave him. Had he the power, Zed would have made the wizard's life fire and put his life into it. But he had no power here, no power in the face of Master Rahl. He felt very tired, very old. He knew he would not get the chance to get much older. Darken Rahl would see to that. But it was not himself he grieved for. It was everyone else. Bathed in the golden light, Darken Rahl slowly rose a few feet off the ground above the white sorcerer's sand, a satisfied grin on his face, his blue eyes sparkling. His head rolled back in rapture, his eyes closing, his blonde hair hanging away. Sparkles of light rotated about him. The white sand turned a golden color, continued turning darker to a burnt brown. The light around Rahl darkened to amber. His head came down, his eyes coming open, his smile fading. The sorcerer's sand crisped to black. The ground trembled. A smile spread on Richard's face. He went and retrieved the sword of truth, the anger of the sword's magic flooding into his gray eyes. Zed came to his feet. The light around Darken Rahl turned an ugly brown. His blue eyes went wide. A wailing roar came from the ground. The black sand under Rahl's feet split open. Violet light shot up, engulfing him. He twisted in it, screaming out. Richard, his chest heaving, stood transfixed, watching. The invisible prison around Zed shattered. Chase's hand abruptly completed its journey to his sword, yanking it free as he flew toward Kalen. The 2 guards released her arms and met him halfway. Michael's face paled. He stared in shock as Chase cut down one of the men. Kalen drove her elbow into Michael's gut and grabbed the knife, twisting it from his hand. Disarmed, Michael scanned about with quick jerks of his head, his eyes wild, and raced off down a path between the trees. Chase and the second guard tumbled to the ground, both grunting with lethal intent as they rolled over each other, trying to gain advantage. The guard cried out. Chase came to his feet. The other didn't. He gave a glance at Darken Rahl and ran off down the path Michael had taken. Zed saw a glimpse of Kalen's dress as she disappeared in another direction. Zed stood as Richard did, spellbound, their stares riveted to Darken Rahl as he struggled, trapped in the grip of the magic of Orden. Violet light and dark shadows held him tight in the air above the black hole.
"Richard!" Rahl shrieked. "What have you done?"
The Seeker stepped closer to the circle of black sand. "Why, only what you wanted, Master Rahl," he said innocently. "I have told you what you wanted to hear."
"But it was the truth! You told the words true!"
Richard nodded. "Yes, I did. I just didn't tell you all of them. I left out most of the paragraph at the end. Be cautioned. The effect of the boxes is fluid. It shifts with the intent. To be master of all so you may help others, shift one box to the right. To be master of all so all will do your bidding, shift one box to the left. Rule as you have chosen. Your information was correct. The box with 2 shadows was the one that would kill you. But you had to do as I said. You were touched by a confessor's power. Richard smiled. Was I? Wizard's first rule. It's the first rule because it's the most important. You should have guarded better against it. That's the price of arrogance. I accept my vulnerability, you don't. I didn't like the choices you gave me. I couldn't win by your rules, so I made some new ones. The book said you had to confirm the truth with the use of a confessor. You only thought you had done that. Wizard's first rule. You believed because you wanted to. I have beaten you. It can't be. It's not possible. How could you have known how to do this? You taught me. Nothing, including magic, is one-dimensional. Look at the whole, you said. Nothing that exists has only one side. Look at the whole. Richard shook his head slowly. You should never have taught me something you didn't want me to know. Once you teach me something, it's mine to use. Thank you, Father Rahl, for teaching me the most important thing I will ever learn. How to love Kalen. Darken Rahl's face distorted in pain. He laughed and screamed. Richard looked around. Where's Kalen? Zed pointed a long finger. I saw her leave that way. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard as he turned his eyes to the figure held in the shadows and light. Goodbye, Father Rahl. I trust you will die without my watching it. Richard! Rahl shrieked as he watched the Seeker stride away. Richard! Zed stood alone with Darken Rahl. He watched as transparent fingers of smoke entwined around the white robes, pinning Rahl's arms to his sides. Zed stepped closer, the blue eyes coming to the old wizard. Zedicus Zul Zarander, you have won this much of it, but maybe not all of it. Arrogant to the end? Rahl smiled. Tell me who he is. Zed shrugged. The Seeker. Rahl laughed, struggling in pain. The blue-eyed gaze came back to Zed. He is your son, isn't he? I have at least been defeated by wizard blood. You are his father. Zed shook his head slowly, a wistful smile coming to his lips. He is my grandson. You lie. Why put a web around him, hide his father's identity, if it is not you? I put a web around him because I did not want him to know who the blue-eyed bastard was who raped his mother and gave him life. Darken Rahl's eyes widened. Your daughter was killed. My father told me so. A little trick to keep her safe. Zed's expression darkened. Though you didn't know who she was, you hurt her. Without intending it, you also gave her happiness. You gave her Richard. I am his father, Rahl whispered. When you raped my daughter, I knew I couldn't harm you, and my first thought was to comfort her, protect her, so I took her to Westland. She met a young man, a man widowed with a baby son. George Cypher was a good, kind man. I was proud to have him as my daughter's husband. George loved Richard as his own, but he knew the truth except about me, who I was. That was hidden by the web. I could have hated Richard for his father's crimes, but chose instead to love him for himself. He turned out to be quite a man, don't you think? You have been defeated by the heir you wanted, an heir born with the gift. That is rare. Richard is the true Seeker. From the Rahl blood he has the rage of the anger, the capacity for violence, but it's balanced with Zarander blood, the capacity for love, understanding, and forgiveness. Darken Rahl shimmered in the shadows of the magic of Orden. He twisted in pain as he became transparent as smoke. To think, the Zarander and Rahl bloodlines joined in one. Yet he is still my heir, in a way, he managed. I have won. Zed shook his head. You have lost in more ways than one. Vapor, smoke, shadows, and light spun in a roar. The ground shook violently. The sorcerer's sand, now black as pitch, was sucked into the vortex. The whole of it rotated over the abyss, the sounds of the world of life and the underworld mixing in a terrible howl. Darken Rahl's voice came hollow, empty, dead. "Read the prophecies, old man. Things may not yet be as final as you think. I am an agent." A point of blinding light ignited in the center of the spinning mass. Zed shielded his eyes. Beams of white-hot light shot upward through the windows overhead, into the sky, and downward into the blackness of the abyss. There was a piercing shriek. The air shimmered with the heat, light, and sound. A flash lit everything around to white, and then there was silence. Cautiously, Zed took his hands from his eyes. It was gone. The whole of it was gone. Winter sunlight warmed the ground where only moments before the black abyss had been. The sorcerer's sand was gone. The bare circle of earth it had covered was whole. The rupture between worlds healed. At least, Zed hoped it was. The wizard felt his power seeping back into his bones. The ones who had drawn the spell against him were gone. The effect of the spell was gone. He stood before the altar, spread his arms into the sunlight, and closed his eyes. "I recall the webs. I am who I was before, Zedicus Zulzaranda, wizard of the First Order. Let all know it once more, and the rest, too." The people of Dahara were linked to the House of Rahl, a link forged in magic long ago by those who would rule. A link that chained the people of Dahara to the House of Rahl and the House of Rahl to them. With the webs removed, that link to the gift would be felt by many and let them know that Richard was now Master Rahl. Zed would have to tell Richard that Darken Rahl was his father, but not this day. He would have to find the words first. There were many things to tell him, but not this day. Richard found her kneeling before one of the deserted devotion pools. The gag was still tied around her neck. Left there when she had pulled it from her mouth. Kaelin hunched over in tears, her long hair cascading off her shoulders as she leaned forward, the knife gripped in both fists, the point held to her chest. Her shoulders shook with her sobs. Richard came to a stop next to the folds of her white dress. "Don't do that," he whispered. "I must. I love you." Kaelin gave a little moan. "I have touched you with my power. I would rather die than be your mistress. It is the only way to release you." She gave a tearful shudder. "I would like you to give me a kiss, and then leave me. I don't want you to see it." "No." Her eyes snapped up to his. "What did you say?" she whispered. Richard put his fists on his hips. "I said no. I'm not going to kiss you with those silly things painted on your face. They nearly scared the life out of me." Her green eyes stared in disbelief. "You can deny me nothing once I have touched you with my power." Richard squatted down close to her. He untied the gag from her neck. "Well, then you have ordered me to kiss you." He dunked the cloth in the water. "And I told you I won't do it with this thing painted on your face." He began wiping the lightning bolts from her skin. "So I guess the only solution is to get rid of it." She knelt, frozen, while he cleaned the red off her face. Richard looked into her wide eyes when he finished. He tossed the rag aside and knelt in front of her, slipping his arms around her waist. "Richard, I touched you with the magic. I felt it. I heard it. I saw it. How could the power not have taken you?" "Because I was protected." "Protected how?" "By my love for you. I realized I love you more than life itself, and I would rather give myself into your power than live without you. Nothing the magic could do to me could be worse than living without you. I was willing to give it all over to you. I offered the power everything I have. All of my love for you. Once I realized how much I loved you, was willing to be yours on any terms, I understood that there could be nothing for the magic to harm. I'm already devoted to you. It didn't need to change me. I was protected because I have already been touched by your love. I had utter faith that you felt the same and had no fear of what would happen. Had I any doubt, the magic would have latched on to that crack and taken me, but I had no doubt. My love for you is smooth and seamless. My love for you protected me from the magic." She gave him her special smile. "You felt that way? You had no doubt?" Richard smiled back. Well, for a moment when I saw those lightning bolts on your face, I have to admit I was worried. I didn't know what they were, what they meant. I pulled the sword, trying to gain time to think. But then I realized it didn't matter. You were still Kalen, and I still loved you, no matter what. I wanted you to touch me more than anything, to prove my love and devotion for you, but I had to put on an act for Darken Rahl's benefit. These symbols mean that I, too, gave everything over to you, she whispered. Kalen circled her arms around his neck, kissing him. They knelt on the tiles in front of the devotion pool, pressed against one another. Richard kissed her soft lips the way he had dreamed 1,000 times of kissing her. He kissed her until he was dizzy, and then kissed her some more, not caring that bewildered people who passed watched them. Richard had no idea how long they knelt there embracing, but decided at last that they had better go find Zed. With her arm around his waist, her head leaning against him, they walked back to the Garden of Life, kissing once more before they went through the doors. Zed stood with one hand on a bony hip, the other stroking his chin as he inspected the altar and other things behind it. Kalen fell to her knees before him, taking his hands in hers, kissing them. Zed, he loves me. He figured out how to make it work, with the magic. There was a way and he found it. Zed frowned down at her. Well, it took him long enough. Kalen came to her feet. You knew how to do it? Zed looked indignant at the question. I am a wizard of the First Order. Of course I knew. And you never told us? Zed smiled. Had I told you, dear one, it wouldn't have worked. The foreknowledge would have interjected a grain of doubt. That single grain would have caused failure. To be the true love of a confessor, there must be total commitment to get past the magic. Without the willingness to give himself over to you, selflessly, despite the knowledge of the consequence, it wouldn't work. You seem to know a lot about it, Kalen frowned. I have never heard of it before. How often does this happen? Zed rubbed his chin in thought, looking up at the windows. Well, only once before that I know of. His eyes rested on the two of them. But you can tell no one, just as I wasn't able to tell you. No matter how much pain it may cause, no matter the consequences, you can never tell. If even one other knows, it could be passed on, destroying forever the chance for others. It's one of the ironies of magic. You have to accept failure before you can have success. It is also one of the burdens of magic. You must accept the results, even the death of others, to protect the hope for the future. Selfishness costs the lives, the chances of those yet unborn. Kalen nodded. I promise. Me too, Richard said. Zed, is it over? With Darken Rahl, I mean. Is he dead? Zed gave Richard a look he found unexpectedly uncomfortable. Darken Rahl is dead. Zed put a thin hand on Richard's shoulder, his bony fingers gripping tightly. You have gotten it right, Richard. All of it. You scared the wits out of me. I have never seen a performance to match it. Richard grinned in pride. Just a little trick. Zed nodded, his white hair sticking out in every direction, looking wild. More than a trick, my boy. More than little. They all turned when they heard the sound of someone approaching. Chase came dragging Michael in by the scruff of his neck. His dirty white trousers and shirt spoke that he had not come willingly. Chase gave him a shove, forcing him in front of Richard. Richard's mood darkened at seeing his brother. Michael's defiant eyes came up to meet Richard's gaze. I'll not be treated in this manner, little brother. His voice was as condescending as it had ever been. You don't know what you've interfered with. What I was trying to do, how I would have helped everyone by uniting Westland and Dahara. You have doomed the people to needless suffering that Darken Rahl could have spared. You are a fool. Richard thought about all he had been through, about all that Zed and Chase and Kalen had been through. He thought about all those he knew who had died at Rahl's hands and the countless number of dead he would never know of, the suffering, the cruelty, the brutality. He thought of all the tyrants allowed to flourish under Darken Rahl, all the way from Darken Rahl himself down to Princess Violet. He thought of those he had killed. He felt pain and grief at the things he had had to do. The metallic ring of the Sword of Truth filled the air. Michael's eyes went wide at seeing its point at his throat. Richard leaned a little closer to his brother. Give me the loser's salute, Michael. Michael's face turned crimson. I would rather die first. Richard nodded as he straightened. He looked deep into his brother's eyes as he took the sword away. Richard pulled the anger back, tried to make the sword turn white. It would not. He slid the blade home into its scabbard. I'm glad to see we have one thing in common, Michael. We would both die for what we believe in. He took his gaze from Michael to the big crescent battle axe hanging at Chase's belt. His eyes came up to the boundary warden's grim face. Execute him, he whispered. Take his head to his personal guard. Tell them he was executed by my order for treason against Westland. Westland will have to find a new first counselor. Chase's big fist grabbed Michael by the hair. Michael screamed out, falling to his knees, giving the loser's salute. Richard! Please, I'm your brother. Don't do this. Don't let him kill me. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was wrong. Please, Richard, forgive me. Richard stared down at his brother, who was on his knees before him, his hands together, imploring. Richard held out the aegil in his fist, feeling the pain it gave him, tolerating it, remembering it, the visions flashing through his mind. Darken Rahl told you what he was going to do to me. You knew. You knew what was going to happen to me, and you were indifferent because it brought you personal gain. Michael, I forgive everything you have done against me. Michael sagged in relief. The Seeker stiffened. But I cannot forgive what you have done against others. Others have forfeited their lives because of the things you have done. It is for those crimes that you are to be executed, not the ones against me. Michael screamed and cried as Chase dragged him away. Richard watched in pain, shaking as his brother was taken to his execution. Zed placed his hand over Richard's on the aegil. Let it go, Richard. Richard's thoughts masked the pain it was giving him. He looked to Zed standing before him with his bony, leathery hand over his, saw things in his friend's eyes he had never seen before, a shared understanding of the pain. He released the aegil. Kalen's eyes went to it as it fell against his chest. Richard, do you have to keep that? For now I do. It was a promise I made to one who I killed. One who helped teach me how much I love you. Darken Rahl thought this would defeat me. Instead, it taught me how to defeat him. If I discard it now, I would be denying what is inside me, what I am. Kalen put her hand on his arm. Right now I don't understand, but someday I hope I will. Richard looked around the Garden of Life, thinking about Darken Rahl's death and about his father's death. He had seen justice done. He grieved a moment when his memories touched his father, but then the pain lifted as he realized that he had completed the task his father had given him. Richard had remembered every word of the secret book perfectly. His duty was done. His father could rest in peace. Zed straightened his robes with a huff. Bags! A place this big must have something to eat, don't you suppose? Richard grinned, put one arm around each of them as he led them out of the Garden of Life. He took them to a dining hall he remembered. People sat at tables as if nothing had changed. The three of them found a table in the corner. Servers brought plates of rice, vegetables, brown bread, cheese, and bowls of steaming spice soup. The surprised but smiling servers kept bringing more as Zed resolutely emptied the plates of food. Richard tried the cheese, and to his surprise found it had a sickening flavor. He threw it back on the table as he made a sour face. What's the matter? Zed asked. That has to be the worst-tasting cheese I've ever eaten. Zed sniffed it and took a bite. Nothing wrong with the cheese, my boy. Fine, then you eat it. Zed was only too happy to comply. Richard and Kalen ate spice soup and brown bread and smiled as they watched their old friend eat. Zed had his fill at last, and they resumed their journey out of the People's Palace. As they strode through the halls, the bells tolled in a single long peal, calling people to the devotion. Kalen watched with a frown as everyone gathered at the squares, bowing to the center, chanting. Since Richard had changed the words in his devotion, he no longer felt the pull, the nervous need to join the people. They passed a number of squares as they continued on, each filled with people chanting. Richard wondered if he should do something about it, stop them somehow, but decided at last he had already done the most important part. The three emerged from the cavernous halls out into the winter sunlight. The hillside of steps cascaded down before them to the huge expanse of courtyard. The three paused at the brink. Richard gasped when he saw the numbers gathered there. Spread out before them were thousands of men, standing tall in rank upon rank. At the head, at the base of the steps, stood Michael's personal guard, formerly known as the Home Guard, before Michael took that name from them. Their mail, shields, and yellow banners shone brightly in the sun. Behind them, nearly 1,000 men of the Westland Army. Behind them, many more of the Daharan forces. Chase stood before them all, his arms folded, looking up the steps. Next to him, planted in the ground, was a pole with Michael's head atop it. Richard stood, stunned by the silence. If a man in the back, a half-mile away, had coughed, he would have heard it. Zed's hand on his back started him down the steps. It felt a little too much like a push. Kaelin took his arm, giving it a squeeze, and held herself tall as they descended the series of steps and expansive landings. Chase watched Richard's eyes as he came. Richard saw Rachel beside him, clutching one arm around his leg, holding Sarah in the other hand. Sharing the grip with the doll was Siddon's hand. Siddon saw Kaelin and broke from the hand, running to meet her. Kaelin laughed and scooped him up in her arms. He grinned at Richard and jabbered something Richard didn't understand, before throwing his arms around Kaelin's neck. After she hugged him and whispered to him, she put him down, holding his hand tightly. The captain of the Home Guard stepped forward. "The Home Guard stands ready to swear loyalty to you, Richard." The commander of the Westland Army stepped up next to the captain. "As does the Westland Army." A Daharan officer came forward. "As do the Daharan forces." Richard stared numbly at them, blinking. He felt the anger heat in him. "No one's swearing loyalty to anyone, least of all me. I'm a woods guide, nothing more. Get that through your heads right now, a woods guide." Richard gazed out over the sea of heads. All eyes were on him. He glanced over to Michael's gory head stuck on the pole. He closed his eyes a moment, then turned to some men of the Home Guard and pointed to the head. "Bury that thing with the rest of him." No one moved. "Right now!" They jumped and made for the head. Richard returned his gaze to the Daharan officer standing before him. Everyone waited. "Send word. All hostilities are ended. The war is ended. See to it that all forces are recalled to their homelands. All armies of occupation are withdrawn. I expect every man who has committed crimes against defenseless people, whether he be foot soldier or general, to be put on trial, and if found guilty, punished according to the law. The Daharan forces are to help get food to the people who would otherwise starve over the winter. Fire is no longer outlawed. If any forces you encounter don't follow these orders, you will have to deal with them." Richard pointed to the commander of the Westland Army. "Take your forces and help him. Together you will be too strong to ignore." The two officers stared. Richard leaned closer. "It won't get done if you don't get to it." Both men put a fist over their hearts in salute, giving a bow. The Daharan officer's eyes came up to Richard's. His fist was still over his heart. "By your command, Master Rahl." Richard stared in surprise, then dismissed it. The man, he decided, must just be used to saying Master Rahl. Richard noticed a guard to the side. He recognized the man. He was the captain of the guards at the gate when Richard had left the People's Palace before. The one who had offered him a horse and warned him about the dragon. Richard motioned him to come forward. The man came and stood stiffly at attention, looking a little worried. "I have a job for you." The man waited in silence. "I think you would be good at getting it done. I want you to collect all the Mord Sith, every last one." "Yes, sir." He looked a little pale. "They will all be executed before sunset." "No, I don't want them executed." The man blinked in confusion. "What am I to do with them?" "You are to destroy their Aegils, every last one. I don't ever want to see an Aegil again." He held up the one at his neck. "Except this one. Then you are to find them new clothes. Burn every stitch of Mord Sith clothes. They are to be treated with kindness and respect." The man's eyes went wide. "Kindness," he whispered, "and respect?" "That's what I said. They are to be given jobs helping people. They are to be taught to treat people in the same way they are treated, with kindness and respect. I don't know how you are to do that. You'll just have to figure it out yourself." You look like a bright fellow. All right? He frowned.
And what if they refuse to change?
Richard glared at the man. Tell them that if they choose to stay on the same path instead of taking another, then they will find the seeker with the white sword at the end of the road. The guard smiled, put his fist to his heart in salute, and gave a smart bow. Zed leaned forward.
Richard, the Aegil are magic. They can't simply be destroyed.
Then help him, Zed. Help him destroy them or lock them away or something. All right? I don't want anyone to ever be hurt by an Aegil again. Zed gave a little smile and nod.
I'll be glad to help with that, my boy.
Zed hesitated, stroking his chin with a long finger, and then spoke softly.
Richard, do you really think this is going to work? Calling the forces home? Having the Westland Army help them?
Probably not. But you can never tell about your first rule, and it should gain time until we can get everyone home again, and you can put the boundary back up. Then we'll be safe once more. Then we'll be finished with the magic. A roar came from the sky. Richard looked up to see Scarlet circling. The red dragon spiraled down through the crisp air. Men fell back, yelling and scattering as they saw that she was going to land at the base of the steps. Scarlet fluttered to a landing in front of Richard, Kalen, Zed, Chase, and the two children.
Richard! Richard!
Scarlet called out, hopping from one foot to another, her wings held out, quivering in excitement. Her huge red head swept down to him.
My egg hatched! It's a beautiful little dragon, just as you said it would be. I want you to come see it. It's so strong. I bet it flies within a month.
Scarlet seemed suddenly to notice all the men. Her head scanned about, surveying them. Her big yellow eyes blinked. Her head swept down to Richard.
Are we having trouble here? Do we need some dragon fire?
Richard grinned. No, everything is fine.
Well, then climb up and I'll take you to see the little one.
Richard put his arm around Kalen's waist. If you'll take Kalen too, I would love to come. Scarlet eyed Kalen up and down.
If she is with you, she is welcome.
Richard, Kalen said, what about Sidon? Wessalan and Savidlin will be worried sick over him. Her green eyes gazed deep into his. She leaned closer and whispered, And we have unfinished business in the spirit house. I believe there is still an apple there we have yet to finish. Her arm tightened around his waist, and a little twist of a smile came to her lips. The shape of the smile caught his breath in his throat. With difficulty, Richard tore his eyes from her and looked up at Scarlet. This little one was stolen from the Mud People when you took Darken Rahl there. His mother will be anxious to have him back as you were to have your young one returned. After we see your little dragon, could you take us there? Scarlet's big eye peered down at Sidon.
Well, I guess I can understand his mother's worry. Done. Climb up.
Zed stepped forward, his hands on his hips, his voice incredulous.
You would let a man fly upon you, a red dragon? You would take him where he wishes to go?
Scarlet puffed smoke at the wizard, forcing him to take a step back.
A man, no. This is the Seeker. He commands me. I would fly this one to the underworld and back.
Richard gripped the spines and climbed up onto Scarlet's shoulders as she lowered herself for him. Kalen handed Sidon up. Richard put him in his lap and took Kalen's hand as she swung her leg over Scarlet behind him. She put her arms around his waist, her hands against his chest and her head against his shoulder, squeezing tightly. Richard leaned a little toward Zed. Take care, my friend. He gave his old friend a big smile. The Birdman will be happy to learn I have finally decided to take a mud woman as my wife. Where will I find you? Zed reached up with a thin arm, put a hand on Richard's ankle, giving it a pat.
I will be in Aidendrill. Come to me when you are ready.
Richard gave the wizard his sternest frown, leaning down even more. And then we are going to have a talk. A long talk. Zed nodded with a smile.
Yes, I expect we will.
Richard smiled at Rachel, gave her and Chase a wave, then gave a pat to one of Scarlet's scales. To the sky, my red friend. Scarlet gave a roar of flame as she took to the air, Richard's dreams and joy lifting with her. Zed stood watching the dragon shrinking in the sky, keeping his worries to himself. Chase stroked Rachel's hair, and then folded his arms as he lifted an eyebrow to the wizard.
Gives a lot of orders for a woods guide.
Zed laughed. That he does. A little bald-headed man came running down the hill of steps, a hand held up, beckoning. Wizard Zarender! Wizard Zarender! He finally came to a panting halt in front of them. Wizard Zarender! What is it? Zed asked with a frown. He struggled to catch his breath. Wizard Zarender, there is trouble. What sort of trouble, and who are you? He leaned closer, conspiratorially, lowering his voice. I am the headmaster of the crypt staff. There's trouble. His beady eyes darted about. Trouble in the crypt. What crypt? The man's eyes looked surprised at the question. Why, the crypt of Darken Rahl, Master Rahl's grandfather, of course. Zed's brow wrinkled. And what's the trouble? The headmaster put his fingers nervously to his lips. I didn't see it myself, Wizard Zarender, but my people would never lie. Never. They told me, and they wouldn't lie. What is it? Zed bellowed. What's the trouble? His eyes darted about again, his voice lowered to a whisper. The walls, Wizard Zarender. The walls! Zed gritted his teeth. What about the walls? He looked up at the wizard, his eyes wide. They are melting, Wizard Zarender. The walls in the crypt are melting. Zed straightened and glared at the man. Bags! You have white stone on hand? White stone from the quarry of the prophets? The man nodded vigorously. Of course. Zed reached into his robes, pulling out a small pouch. Seal the opening to the tomb with white stone from the quarry of the prophets. Seal it shut? He gasped. Yes, seal it shut or the entire palace will melt. He handed the man the pouch. Mix this magic dust with the mortar. It must be done before the sun sets, understand? Sealed shut before the sun sets. The man nodded, snatched the pouch from Zed's hand, and ran back up the steps as fast as his short legs would take him. Another man, taller, with his hands in the opposite sleeves of his gold-trimmed white robes, passed him as he came down. Chase glared at Zed, poking a big finger at the wizard's chest. Darken Rahl? Master Rahl's grandfather? Zed cleared his throat. Yes, well, we will have to have a talk. The man in the white robes approached. Wizard Zarender, is Master Rahl about? There are matters to be discussed. Zed peered up at the dragon disappearing in the sky. Master Rahl will be away for a time. But he will return? Yes. Zed looked back to the man's waiting face. Yes, he will return. You will just have to carry on until then. The man shrugged. We are used to that, here at the People's Palace, waiting for the Master to return. He turned and started off, but stopped when Zed called him back. I'm hungry. Is there anywhere to get something to eat around here? The man smiled and held his arm out to the palace entrance. Of course, Wizard Zarender. Allow me show you to a dining hall. How about it, Chase? Care for some lunch before I'm on my way? The boundary warden looked down at Rachel. Lunch? She grinned and nodded in earnest. All right, Zed. And where is it you're going? Zed shifted his robes. To see Addie. Chase lifted an eyebrow. A little rest and relaxation? He grinned. Zed couldn't help smiling a little. That, and I must take her to Aidendrill to the Wizard's Keep. We have a lot of reading to do. Why would you want to take Addie to Aidendrill to the Wizard's Keep to read? Zed gave the boundary warden a sidelong glance. Because she knows more about the underworld than anyone alive. End of Wizard's First Rule, The Sword of Truth, Volume 1 by